After the debate last night, if I ever had a conservative lawyer, he'd be fired on the spot. That guy was a moron. Well, in actuality, you want a lawyer that can argue the most ridiculous shit ever, so they can defend you if you fuck up. That's the whole point of being a lawyer, right?
Just dropped 2025 edition.
Get away from that! Get out of there!
Fuck, I didn't watch this movie. I heard it was Kino in the worst way.
It's very poorly rated on Amazon right now. It was shot during COVID, and it's been in like re-edit hell for about 5 years.
Always a bad sign.
We're gonna kick things off with the asteroids, the alien asteroids, hitting planet Earth.
Okay.
Why'd you do that? That's
Well,
not a
they're
good sign.
aliens, but they're like they're portrayed as asteroids. So I think the idea for this film is like it's all from the point of view of Ice Cube working at like the NSA.
There was a jump cut on a Zoom call.
I'm gonna peel this couch dry, dude.
Burn up upon entering Earth's atmosphere.
She says outside.
She's holding a road bike with a dead cat on it.
Wait, why did somebody link me this and said
Just dropped 2025 edition. Tracked onto somebody else's head, doing a combination of that 3D rebuild plus a deep fake re-render. So
you got to skip forward a bit? Well, why did you link me a bad timestamp then?
fields burning. Okay, cool, cool. Now you're getting to some wildfire stuff. Getting kind of a little tasteless.
I'm feeling grosser as we go.
Oh.
Ooh, now some like terrorist attack or military
that
footage.
real?
Little tasteless guys. Ooh, how about some like Middle East war footage?
Oh my, wait!
Wait, is this real footage? No shot, right?
Footage. So before
Like glitching artifacts, and they're supposed to be viewed small, not full screen. So
Why would you do that? That's insane. What?
they delivered them to a degree of quality that they were anticipating being covered up.
and now it's being played cleanly for us, and it's pretty rough. But this is where the drama begins. So we're gonna
At Destiny, why do you keep comparing deploying the National Guard to deter crime to a political assassination? One is stopping people from being murdered, while the other is just straight up murder. Oh shit, that's a good point. I didn't consider that. We should just deploy the National Guard fucking everywhere. We should deploy the National Guard to school, to streets for crime, into the forest for hunters so they don't get killed by bears. Oh my god. I never thought about that, bro.
gonna hit some slightly sensitive footage, so be forewarned. The directors and producers are using footage in the film, and their idea was like, let's take real footage, real disaster footage, real war footage, and let's comp aliens into it.
No.
That's
No, it's so gross.
that is so epic. Let's take a shitty B-side horror movie. I don't know what you would call it. It's just a horrible, campy as fuck movie. And let's actually splice in real disaster footage, and then let's just go ahead and comp some horrible alien CGI on top.
Fields burning. Okay, cool, cool. Now getting to some wildfire stuff. Getting kind of a little tasteless.
Was this in California? Not the recent one, but before that? Or maybe the recent one? I don't know.
I'm feeling grosser as we go.
Ooh, now some like terrorist attack or military
that
footage.
real?
Little tasteless guys. Ooh, how about some like Middle East war footage?
Oh my, wait.
At Destiny, saw a clip of you explaining your tweets, and I totally disagree with your take that the prisoner's dilemma applies to the politics. I'm pretty sure all political economy research disagrees. Yeah, bring any of research or whatever in. I would consider myself a subject matter expert because I'm in the field, motherfucker. Yeah, if anybody wants to fight out of that position, I would like to be wrong. This is just like a recent idea that I've had. I don't think I've connected everything together this way except for recently. Like, it would be nice if there was like a way where it's like, actually, here's a way that one side can bring down the whole conversation. That would be, yeah, I would welcome that. I think it'd be good. But I just don't think it's possible.
Guys.
Bro, that's awful.
So back in Afghanistan, I think it was, there was a C-130, I think it was, and the cargo load didn't get strapped down correctly, the straps broke, and it caused all that weight to shift to the back of the plane, and it made the plane do this. When the plane's flying forward and then it does this, all those wings become walls, and it slows it down and just falls out of the sky.
Oh, wait, they had that? Wait.
Back, there was a C-130.
Wait.
Oh, and that's coming.
Bro, that's awful.
So back in Afghanistan, I think it was, there was a C-130, I think it was, and the cargo load didn't get
Destiny, I'm not mad. I'm over it by now, but people might still be upset and feel like I got clickbaited by the title earlier. Oh, I don't know why I put that on my channel. I don't actually title or upload stuff to my channel. Somebody else does. I saw that. I was like, wait a second. Did the killer escape? Oh, they changed the title now. Yeah, I gotta put, because it was like, I think it was like, they still haven't caught the killer or something. I was like, wait, 1 hour ago. What?
get strapped down correctly, the straps broke, and it caused all that weight to shift to the back of the plane and made the plane do this. And when the plane's flying forward and then it does this, all those wings become walls, and it slows it down and just falls out of the sky. 6 or 8 service members died. Very unfortunate that happened, and there's footage of it, and the footage is pretty wild. They had put that footage in this movie for a moment when the aliens were making the airplanes fall from the sky, and they had just left it as it was in the film. Until at some point, somebody was like, this is crazy, I need to at least redo it with CG and hope they don't notice. And that's what we actually will see in the film here. So the real footage there in the left and the CG on the right. What they've done is they've animated a CG airplane to follow the exact same motion, effectively object tracking the real crash footage. How does this make you feel, Jordan?
Well, first of all, I appreciate whoever decided to recreate it in CG. If you have a VFX artist who is likely being overworked and underpaid pull an extra shift in secret to replace and fully rebuild your shot, you're doing something wrong, man.
Yeah.
That's a major red flag. If that's true, that's a level of dissociation from humanity that's really concerning.
Yeah, and I guess the director never realized. I was talking with someone on Reddit who apparently worked on it. It was a throwaway account, so he's not revealing himself, but he was saying that, like, no, the
I wish you knew XQC admitted he is addicted to the For You section on Twitter months ago. Months after saying that section always shows him a bunch of random videos of black people committing crime. He's a crazy slave to an algorithm. All of us are slaves to the algorithm. When I'm trying to think of who did it first. Was it Twitter? It might have been Twitter changed it, but TikTok started it. I think Twitter rolled out like the For You thing, and then YouTube, everybody else followed after. But basically, there's a huge pushback online with people saying, we don't want the For You thing. I just want to see things chronologically. I don't want things to be algorithmically shown to me. And all the social media companies left like options for you to display stuff, or at least initially Twitter did, but nobody actually wants that. They do want stuff to be fed to them. Like they do want the For You box. They do, like, you can just track it. You can see the time, yeah.
producer turned director specifically wanted this clip to be in the movie. He wanted that to be in the movie. It's not just a matter of, oh, I want a plane crash that looks realistic. Oh, here's a plane crash that looks real. No, it's like he wanted this specific one.
Yeah, if that's true, that's really upsetting. But yeah, I mean, even a 1-to-1 is like...
Okay, 1 of 3 for today. You got to give me this one.
Hi, I'm Gus Johnson, and I
don't like it.
But here's the thing, though, is that, like, I can understand the physics reveal of this. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, if your cargo shifts in your plane and the plane goes down, it's going to look like that. But why did they match the camera angle? Why did they match the clouds and everything about it?
Yeah, the camera shake is also very offensive to me as a VFX artist.
Yeah, it's offensive camera shake.
Those random fires with smoke plumes, one thing. Wildfires, we don't know if anyone was hurt in that one in particular. A little weirder.
A little weird, because it's like...
Still not maybe fully over the
This is a movie I did in 20.
Can you explain this right here?
This is a movie I did in 2020 during the pandemic. We shot it in 15 days, and it was during the pandemic, so the director wasn't in there, none of the actors was in there. This was the only way we could really shoot the movie.
Can you
I didn't know this was that old. They used the same clip of Ice Cube looking confused 4 times in a row.
What? Sometimes his glasses are on and sometimes they're off.
Yeah, this is something.
Oh.
Why? Yeah, I saw the cut.
Wait, that's the same shot.
Yeah, it is. Is it that difficult?
That was the same shot again. This is the same shot. Oh my god.
Man, I really...
Based. Destiny, have you given up on electoralism with this tit-for-tat strategy? There are so many unintuitive things right now in... There are so many unintuitive things that it's hard to explain because so many people just say things and like everybody accepts it as true. People think that punishment means that things are always going to get worse or that you're always escalating, but that's not true. That is a huge misconception. It's a big misconception interpersonally as well. Punishment or setting boundaries is important because it also lets the person opposite to you know how they ought to act. It's the problem with not doing tit for tat is that the other side assumes that they can do anything they want without any like penalty, which right now the conservatives basically can, and that's not good. It's not acceptable because it makes them act even worse, right? What? I got some stuff to cover before I do the thing. What do you want? Going once. Going twice. Okay.
really want to play Five Nights at Freddy's.
No, this is basically this is what I want Five Nights at Freddy's 2 to be like. I want a guy in one room watching
you want Will
cameras.
So far.
That's
Whoever survives in our office.
The Bourne Identity. What is this clip? Oh god. It's either gonna be a fucking epic play or the worst shooting you've ever seen in your entire life. Ah! Oh my god. Shots 1 through 5 missed. No, I'm just kidding. Oh wait, this is a scout kill. Listen, when you suck, every kill is amazing.
I've never committed.
Laura Loomer is just going crazy on Twitter. Holy fuck. She's unhinged. I am glad Erica Kirk did not call for unity. Jesus, wait. Someone in Kika said, how are people framing your take of Dems should withhold their fire hose until DJT also helps with a fire hose as you're trying to start a fight? They don't believe that. Don't believe them when they say that. They don't believe it. They don't believe it. You need to put yourself in the other person's shoes and imagine how you would act if you had the feelings that you think that they do. And then when you realize that that is not synergizing, then you'll be closer to understanding what's going on, right? Just on a personal level, as somebody that I think I've met him a couple of times. I don't think we talked that much. And then he's obviously in my field. Watching Charlie Kirk get assassinated is kind of crazy because I imagine that happening to me it feels uncomfortable. Pretty easy to get killed at basically any event. Doesn't feel good. I would like there to not be a chance of that happening to me in the future. Doesn't feel good. Wouldn't like that. When I see the other side and that their go-to is civil war, civil war, civil war, it makes me think that they're not very concerned about safety or something else is at play there. Something different is functioning there if that's your go-to. That's all I would say. I don't know. Something different is operating under the hood there.
I've never committed treason.
Okay, quick. I got like 2 minutes because I got a bunch of shit and I'm debating in like 30 minutes. What's up?
No worries. It's going to be fast. It's actually relevant to what you were just talking about. I've been doing some thinking on it, and I think whenever you think about their state of mind, one of the reasons why they're like so angry right now, why they're so upset and wanting revenge is because this is them seeing like consequences for their actions politically, and to them politics isn't supposed to be that, right? Like
I totally disagree. I don't think they view themselves as having done anything bad at all. I think that's the bigger problem.
No. Consequences not as in consequences of them doing something bad. Consequences is just like there being actual tangible response to their politics. They're used to saying we're going to do whatever we want politically and nothing comes back on us, right? We can close the border. We can
I agree with that 1 trillion%. Yes. Yeah.
Right. And so what's happening is we're seeing them say, no, guys, you don't understand. Politics is supposed to be a game. This isn't supposed to matter. You shouldn't kill us because this doesn't matter, guys.
But then these are the same people who walk around with the phrases, the Second Amendment exists to protect us from tyranny so we can fight back, or the blood of democracy or the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of, the patriot or whatever, like all the, it's like, yeah, this is, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And but whenever they say that, that's not political to them. They're not speaking political. They're not making a political statement when they say that. They don't view those as political statements. Not really. No. Like Tectone was saying, like white lives matter. That weird
I saw
tweet that he did, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. If he seriously confronted me, he'd be like, that's not a political statement. He wouldn't view that as a political statement, right? Mm-hmm. Because he's talking about what he believes actually impacts his life, and to him, politics doesn't impact his life. And so the one of the reasons why they're so mad is they're seeing someone being impacted by the politics and going, I can't believe that someone's politics could actually impact their life. Meanwhile, whenever Democrats get assassinated, Democrats have that awareness, they understand it, and it's why whenever they got assassinated, there wasn't calls for blood, there was calls for peace.
Sure.
Right? Because Democrats understand that fundamentally already. And then like last thing on this as well, whenever we're looking at the way that God, I'm just trying to think about how to phrase this. Because by the way, great restraint on your part to not say something that would get you banned from everything. Because man, I've had to delete so many posts in chat before typing them in. Some of this stuff. Whenever Republicans are out there saying like there's only the violence is coming from the left, it's because they're always trying to connect it to something political, and they're always saying like, look, the politics of the left are doing this, but they're always very careful that their violence that they express and that they have is done through some kind of veneer. Well, it's either random or it's just the government is doing it.
Sure.
Right. The
I mean, look
government
at this
is doing
person
these
right
things,
now, right? It's supposedly, I don't know how true this is yet, but it's coming out apparently that this person had a trans girlfriend. So this person was raised in Utah, in a largely white state, in a largely, it seems like a very religious Mormon Christian family. His whole family's white. None of that meant anything as much as the trans girlfriend, though, right? Like, how is that the one thing we're picking out? Yeah.
I'm not sure about the trans girlfriend. Was that from Candace Owens? Because I'm not sure.
I don't know how true that is. I've just seen it posted on Twitter today. I don't know 100%.
But yeah, sure. But
I'm just saying that like if he was, imagine if he was raised in a trans family in an LGBT paradise, but he had like a white Christian boyfriend, right? Like nobody would be blaming the white. Yeah. So this is why I'm also telling people like, stop doing this thing. Like Wick kept doing this. Like, don't you understand? You're proving their argument. No, they will find anything or anybody because they're not making a real argument. They're just trying to find anything they can to pin anything on anything. And at the very worst, if they run out of stuff, you don't win. They just don't have the fight. They'll just walk away from it and stop talking about it. Yeah.
Right. And yeah, just that. And on that, it's this thing where it's like, and you did a really good job on your WIC panel of saying like, here are all these different kinds of violence or at least harm that's coming from the right. We don't even have to just say violence. We can say like actual like material harm that's coming from them too. Such like if I was, if my entire family didn't have insurance because of the policies of the Republicans, right, and multiple of them died, that is radicalizing enough that you could see somebody taking violence on it, right? And it's this thing where it's like, a lot of the times the Republicans say, well, you can't use, if you're harmed by our policy, you can't actually call that violence. You can't call that harm such that it would radicalize someone. That's not fair. You're not allowed to do that. And it's like, because again, politics is a game. You're supposed to be playing this like a game. You're not supposed to take this into the real world where we have to suffer real consequences. So that was it. I just wanted to vent live to get attention for it. So appreciate it. Good luck on your debate.
Yeah, be careful, buddy.
Yeah, bye.
Like that, I don't believe in the sincerity of his
Well,
apology.
let's look at the thoughtlessness and the mean-spiritedness of your very remarks that you've made about Reverend Falwell.
By all means.
You think it's a pity that there isn't a hell for him to go to, you said.
Yes, I do.
On his death, you write, the discovery of the carcass of Reverend Falwell on the floor of his obscure office is almost zero significance except for perhaps two categories of people, etc. You also say the evil he did will live after him.
Yes.
I knew Reverend Falwell, Christopher. I know the good work that this man has done.
Tell me about it.
Well,
Takes a lot to make me cry.
I know you think you're the smartest guy in the room, but you sound like a jackass when you attack his family like this. But I know what he did for unwed mothers. I know what he.
Base. Fuck. I want to kill myself. Oh, the Hassan Piker articles. That PR firm working overtime. We're getting mixed signals now. How many gripers would engrave Bella Ciao on their bullets? I don't know. I think almost every bullet, I think, was a video game reference. But I don't know enough about the shooters. I haven't looked holistically at the shooter yet. But I think it seems to be the case right now that I think every single bullet is some kind of video game reference, right? The Bella Ciao, I think, is a apparently a Far Cry 6 song. The Bulgy Wulgy thing, I think, is just a trans comment, joke, 4chan, or I think, or what I'm generally aware of. And then the one thing, the up, whatever bullshit is a Helldivers thing. It's all Griper memes. I don't know if that's true or not, if all of them were Griper memes. But I also don't, but like a Griper meme can also be a meme from another community too, right? We probably have some overlap with Griper memes. That's why I'm saying you have to look at it holistically. His classmate said he was a hardcore leftist. Yeah, I think they retracted that story. Remember, if anybody in my community ever goes out and kills a Jewish person, people are going to be playing, the clips of me playing that the Jew song in the background while I look up. Like, did they radicalize him? Bella Ciao is an anti-fascist Italian song. I understand that you're spamming that, and I know you've heard that from somewhere else on the internet. I don't think anybody in the United States that knows about this or plays this or is aware of this. That's great, but I was unaware of this guy. I didn't play the Far Cry games, but apparently this is like the Far Cry 6 level or whatever they play this song. Is maybe where the person heard it, but we had their Steam account. We could go check. It's pretty popular in Europe. You're banned. I don't even know. Why even... I don't know why you're saying random shit. We're not in Europe. I don't know why you would even type that in chat. That's like saying it was popular in the year 1427. Okay.
At a synagogue, it is very likely to be either a white supremacist or a radical Muslim. If there's a shooting at a synagogue, it is very likely to be either a white supremacist or a radical Muslim. If it is a shooting of a Republican politician, it is very likely to be a trans Antifa Marxist shooter.
That is just not
that
true. We don't know what this.
How many trans Antifa? What? The Far Cry 6 level. It's like word for word the same. What do you mean word for word the same? This is just the song, isn't it? That's what I read on Twitter earlier, I guess. Like I said, I haven't done a deep dive on this. It's also in Money Heist on Netflix. Okay.
We do know this kid was of the left. We do know that.
We do know what?
That this kid was of the political left. That is according to contemporaneous reporting from The Guardian as well as Tablet Magazine today.
Hello?
Hello. Sorry for my voice. The Far Cry 6 thing is, I don't know if you watch the whole level, it's like, it's a, what do you call it, like homage or whatever? It's not the same song, but like, I mean, yeah, I don't know why I joined.
Okay. Gotcha.
No, but
thanks. It's okay. People are saying it came from the Money Heist show too.
Side of that were on the bullets, and they all seem to be like taken from video games or the internet. Like the fascist thing, in Helldivers 2, like the characters literally call their enemies fascists, and they're pretty. And the character that you play as, or the characters that you play as, is pretty clearly parodied as fascist. But
okay.
Yeah, I asked. But
gotcha.
It's 2 days out. We don't know shit.
But here's
what? Wait, hello?
All right, take care.
Be careful.
This kid was of the left. We do know that.
We do know what?
That this kid was of the political left. That is according to contemporaneous reporting from The Guardian as well as Tablet Magazine today.
It's 2 days out. We don't know shit, Ben.
But
we don't know shit. They never do. The internet is undefeated in getting it wrong to begin with.
It's not about the internet. That's about the actual reporting by.
The Pierce thing is supposed to be Monday morning. I don't know if it'll be canceled or not. Don't spam and ask me 50 million fucking times. It's supposed to be Monday morning. That's the current plan, okay? Holy fuck.
Mainstream accepted. The Guardian is not a right-wing.
Here's what we heard. Here's what I.
Somebody said, "Oh my God, it's a song used in TikTok edits racist kids make. I guarantee that's where the shooter got it from." Okay, I don't know where they got it from. These are just the places that I've. These are the places I've heard it mentioned. I just know the dumbest fucking thing is when somebody types in it's an Italian anti-fascist song. Unless there are huge parts of internet meme culture that I'm unaware of, or anti-fascist culture I'm unaware of, no one in the United States knows that. No one in the United States gives a fuck about that. I've never in my life heard Antifa kids talk about this ever. And like maybe so anytime somebody types this out because they read it on Twitter or some bullshit, I don't think that's a huge. I remember in 2016, like some Antifa memes, and it wasn't fucking spamming this fucking song, so it probably came from somewhere else. But I mean, everybody's desperate, obviously, to pin the whatever on whatever ideology they want. And especially now the conservatives are like super trying because this kid was a 22-year-old white Mormon guy, and now it's like, fuck, we got to find something. So I just wait until more information comes out. Who knows? That's why I hate fucking breaking news, but just wait for more information to come out. You have to holistic, okay? If you're from my community, you can put together any clip compilation you want to prove any radical ideology you want from my community. You go through my chat messages, you can prove any ideology you want from me. I could be a tanky, I could be a fascist, I could be a pedophile, I could be a I don't know, a nationalist. I could be an American hater. I could be pro-Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine. Just probably not Russia, but like anything. Like it's just
What was told so far, and I'll tell you what was wrong. First, I heard he's a registered Republican. Not true. Okay. Then he was a donor to Trump. Not true. His father works in the sheriff's office. Not true. There was a picture of him wearing a pro-Trump shirt. Not true. Member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Not true. We don't know what he is.
Well,
how are you so sure he's of the left? Now,
Destiny's viewing this from his lib circle. Antifa has changed since 2016. Rodney Hood, can you tell me which major Antifa events have happened in the United States in the past 5 fucking years? We'll wait. Everyone in YouTube chat will wait for you, okay?
Agree when you write on.
Well,
how are you so sure he's of the left? Now, I agree when you write on a bullet, what did he write on the bullet? Catch this
fascist, which is
Okay.
also a gamer thing.
Okay, but now I'm hearing he may have been part of that group for whom Charlie Kirk was not right-wing enough.
You mean the Groypers? Yes. I mean, so that would.
That you're sure he's.
Ooh, this is a rough one for Ben because Ben also fucking hates Groypers, and Groypers fucking hate Ben Shapiro because he's Jewish and Israeli. Or not, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I just pulled a racism. He's not Israeli, but he's Jewish and he supports Israel. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry, Ben, my brave American. Wait, 2 microphones?
Not that.
But I still think he'd rather pin it on the left than Groyper people.
I'm not sure that he's not
Oh,
that.
a minute ago you were sure what
no.
he was.
Hold on, Bill. Hold on. Okay, because I've been.
You were.
True.
People, you see the shapes of these people that do the school shootings and try to kill people. You think those people are mentally stable? These people, half of them are fucking don't even know what gender they are, and the other half of them, they just look fucking insane. Okay, they're not fucking regular. There's something wrong with their brain, bro. Okay. People, you see the shapes of these people that do the school shootings and try to kill people. You think those people are mentally stable? These people, half of them are fucking don't.
Got him. In case you needed any further reminder why you never give a beginner that type of gun. What's the big Magnum round called? Whoa! You only put 1 round in, that's okay. Is it 44? I don't know why that's the number that comes to mind. I don't know what it's 57, 67?
That is why I didn't.
500? I'm glad she specifically called out the people, plural, who are responsible for the tragedy that just occurred. This is not just the act of one shooter. It's the result of decades of harmful rhetoric towards the right being supported by the media. Harmful rhetoric towards the right being supported by the media and our institutions. There is no kumbaya moment. She did not give a flimsy both sides. She did not bend the knee and apologize for any of this temperature nonsense. She has rallied the troops peacefully. What an amazing beacon of strength. Why call for unity when one side wants you dead? True. Members of our America's Mayor Live team have lost sleep over the murder of Charlie Kirk. The truth is, some of us refused to just get over it or to get through it. We were angry. We were beyond livid. As Matt Walsh said, we aren't interested in a kumbaya moment right now. One productive outlet we found is working to peacefully expose the vile, hateful teachers and educators who are openly celebrating murder. These people responsible for educating our youth are beyond the pale. Expose them all. The very future of our country is on the line. Where is their sense of humanity? Mass doxing. This guy is disbarred, by the way, for a crime that he should have been tried and probably hanged for. Treason, 100 billion trillion %. But go for it. Go off, King.
It's time we rise. Careful what you wish for.
Haters out there, I've been taking it easy on you. I really wanted to make you look bad. I could. You hate.
Is this real or is this like a pre-made video? Oh my god. There's no way, dude.
I'm tired of all you liberals. You live a life.
There's no shot. I have a hard time when I'm on Instagram. I'm pulling like autism reels, and I can't tell if how many are ironic or not. It's impossible to tell. Okay, I said before. Wait, one more. What is this? Emerald Red's the flying Gorp UFO at Red Bull Flug Tag.
Went out at first, so that thing has to detach from the undercarriage right there. I don't know about this one, Tina. Do you think it's going to fly?
Well, yeah, they have a lot of speed going off of this flight deck.
And there we go. Boom! I think that went further than the 7-Eleven craft. Do you agree or disagree, Tina?
I would say
Was that supposed to happen?
maybe a half a foot more. So let's take a look at the splash cam and the replay again. That is just
Yes.
our honorary crafts. We don't typically see the skids, but we've already seen
That's the event?
2 skids from the honorary crafts. But Jimmy, a lot of speed as they headed out off of this flight deck, and look at her feet reach for that water.
Well, she tries to tuck in.
It's a stupid Red Bull thing, I think, where they make silly flying machines so you can glide further. Gotcha. One of my white liberal woman professors from my HBCU law school was fired for a Facebook comment about Charlie. Damn. Wait, Gen X, are you the lawyer woman that... Oh yeah, wait, your profile picture is a picture of me. Why did you go to an HBCU? Isn't that like, aren't you invading their space? The fuck is wrong with you? Okay. I was gonna say, for Charlie Kirk's wife or whatever, I can understand some level of being unhinged for a little bit. Like, holy shit, that's an insane thing to witness. I don't know if this is a man thing or a generational thing, or I'm just like not as social media inclined. I always felt it weird that people, when they get sad or when something bad in their life happens, they need to like take to social media and kind of like farm attention off of it, I guess. But the tweets, I didn't know. I thought this was just like some crazy like meme shit. The does anybody have the video of her with Charlie's casket? What the fuck? I didn't know that was her. I'm sorry, this is really, really, really fucking weird. Like,
I love you. I love you. I know. I love you. I love you. God bless you.
like, is this real? Does anybody know if is this like a deep fake, or is there like a better source for this? Oh, I want to say this is not real. Maybe it's like somebody like made a thing. Is there a source for this, or? Do we know if she asked to record or tweet this? What are you talking about? Did she ask? Somebody's holding the camera. What do you mean? She posted it on Instagram. Is this Reels? I don't know how to use this fucking platform. Is this? Oh, that's who other people tagged you in. It's the first post. This? Oh God.
I love you.
Okay, so what we'll do is let's just get all the habits here.
Like this feels like The Boys, where that one woman. I haven't watched any of the recent seasons. I think I only watched up to season 3. But the media lady who walks around like the phone everywhere, always like trying to capture everything or record everything, even if it's like super tasteless. She tagged him? No. Oh, she tagged him. Oh, she tagged her dead husband. Maybe it was automatic. Oof. Dude, I'm gonna get killed. I'm gonna get killed in my tweets. I can't help it now. I'm sorry. 1 second. That's getting the sobbing face emoji one. Hold on.
Okay, so what we'll do is let's just get all the habits here.
No, I feel like it's just mean. Wait. Actually, wait. It has to be done. I'm sorry, it has to be done. But I need a better picture. 1 second, wait.
Okay, so what we'll do is let's just get all the habits here.
That's it for me, boys. If anybody makes full body armor, when we show up in a bomb squad suit right next to the... Oh my God. Somebody said she gave a speech today. Is there... Fuck, I have to talk to this guy in 9 minutes. You watched the 60-minute she put out yesterday? 60-minute video? Fuck. Which one? This one?
Good evening. My name is Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband. I first want to thank the...
If any DMs of mine anymore, since apparently everything is fucking leaked in my fucking life, if any DMs of mine ever leak from people that are going through severe stuff and they want to make a statement or they want to say something, every single thing that any person that ever cares about somebody will say, all of my DMs will say this, is, hey, why don't you like take a week and chill and think on it? There's no reason to rush any kind of statement on anything. And the only thing that can happen is you say something now that you regret later and you can't take back. Take a deep breath, chill for a week or two, and make a statement then. There's no rush, literally no reason to rush it. Only bad things can come from that. If you have something good to say now, you'll have something good to say in a week. If you have something retarded to say now, you'll probably think against it in a week, okay? All that to say that this person is being completely fucking used and weaponized by every person around her in order to glorify and further solidify the martyrdom of Charlie Kirk. So like the idea of putting a wife on stage like this to make this statement right here and everything, I mean, maybe she wants to too, but I feel like that's...
is the perfect...
I don't know. I think that like maybe there are some times where it's like okay Like if you're speaking to the general principles of things, I think is okay. Now, this is going to be cucked, I guess, because it's my side. Like, I would say, if she wants to come out and say we should all be nicer to each other, something like that's fine. But to start making like very politically partisan statements and everything, I don't know. But maybe it's not as bad as I've heard. I haven't watched it yet. We'll watch it after. The article claiming Tyler Robinson was a leftist was retracted. This is, and again, it's hard because even a lot of you guys aren't part of this like internet culture stuff. When people say certain things, they assume certain things, but it might not be the case at all. So like even reading the quotes from this, I was like, okay, we'll wait for more to come out. But like this person saying, in a phone interview on Friday, someone who said they were friends, apparently this has been retracted, but someone who said they were friends with Robinson in high school who wanted to remain anonymous said that the suspect was pretty left on everything and was the only member of his family that was really leftist. The rest of his family was very hard Republican, the friend said. When people say statements like this, you need more information about it because depending on the communities you're in, there are things that you can say where it comes off as leftist, depending on the community, but it's not at all. So for instance, if his parents were like neocons, like traditional conservative types, especially if they weren't bought into the Trump stuff, and then this kid was growing up on like the populist right, he would be, for instance, like incredibly anti-hawkish, anti-foreign intervention, which to some people can come off in the older world as like a dovish, like Democrat view. Not saying that's necessarily what happened. I don't know why I hedge like this all the time. Retards that don't want to hear me speak don't want to hear it anyway. But like, it would have been interesting for this to state more what were like actual concrete political beliefs, or why would you assume this or think this, but apparently, this article was updated on September 12th, 2025, to remove quotes after the verified source, who attended high school with Tyler Robinson, said after publication they could not accurately remember details of their relationship. Good one. I live in the shooter's hometown. This anonymous friend is literally my coworker. What? He came to work today bragging about how he lied his ass off in this interview for the memes, then bragged some more when this was published, told me he never even talked to the kid. I called the Guardian complaints hotline and left a voicemail after I found out, LOL, that I caused this retraction. I'll have to ask him if he had a change of heart later in the day or something. Sure you do. I'll post a pic in the morning. Here's proof. Wait, what? Pine View High School 2014. Was this the high school he went to? Is this enough proof? You could just be a guy that went to the high school, but I went to the same high school as him, albeit 7 years earlier. I know exactly where his house is. Why would I lie? Why would you lie? He's 100% trolling? I mean, he posted a yearbook thing. He's in chat? Oh, fuck. I shouldn't talk to this guy today. Maybe I'll just do a short convo. Another post that got deleted on the subreddit. I live in the shooter's hometown. Proof of the yearbook. Yesterday at work, my coworker shortly after he showed me the now redacted Guardian article had been published. He told me he never even spoke to the kid. I actually called the Guardian's complaint hotline shortly after. Proof and left a voicemail. Doxing. According to Reuters, Tyler Robinson was living at his parents' home at the time of Charlie Kirk's assassination, but according to Brooke Singman at Fox News, Tyler was living with a transgender roommate. Roommate or girlfriend? See, that there's no point. Again, I understand. I get the breaking news thing. It's fun. It's exciting. Obviously, I have high viewership, my money. But God, it's so worthless. Would you still oppose the deployment of the National Guard if the murder rate in D.C. was 100 per 100,000? I think you should deploy the National Guard everywhere. I I was actually really upset because I've gone to the beach a few times, and for some reason, every time I go to the beach, I get stung by fucking jellyfish. I think they should deploy the National Guard to the ocean and kill them all. What? Zip, zip. You can enjoy it real quick. Let me grab a Red Bull too. Hold on.
Hello? Am I alone in here? Chat? See me? Can you hear me? Oh shit, what's up guys? I guess I'm entertaining you guys. What's going on today? Why do you guys want me to yell? The fuck? Say Obama. 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 I can't believe this guy Destiny gets stung by jellyfish at the beach. They literally have flags telling you there's
Okay.
jellyfish.
Quick, what's up?
Oh hey. Just wanted to do a quick little thing from last night's debate. First of all, that Gen Z attorney guy, absolute fucking moron. I had to crash out on him, my call-in.
Okay.
He didn't have shit to say after I did it, and he just lied about our post-stream combo the other day. During the debate, you asked him if it's true that Mike Lee walked back the Nightmare on Wall Street comments. Not really. He just deleted it. I've been trying to find. He said that his office put out an official thing saying that they'd announced the comments. I haven't been able to find it. All I found was that he did delete the tweets, and he posted a tweet saying that these hateful attacks have no place in Utah or Minnesota or anywhere in America. Join me in condemning this senseless violence. I haven't found anything of him actually saying that he shouldn't have done it.
Okay.
Every news article doesn't bring up that he apologized for it, just that he was approached in Congress by one of his colleagues, and by Amy Klobuchar, and they fucking reamed him, and then he deleted the post.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all.
Gotcha.
That guy's a fucking bitch.
Oh my god, the way that what did he say when he finally looked up a thing and he's like, oh, I don't even know if I disagree with this now. What was that?
He agreed with the fucking Perkins Coie thing because they worked on the Steele dossier as
Dude,
if that's a
undefeated.
fucking...
I'm starting to call people out on that more now. Because I asked him, I was like, hold on, I just want to be clear. You're a lawyer and you never heard of this thing, never heard of that thing, and never heard of that thing? I just want to be clear on that, right? You don't know anything about anything.
That's why I had to scream at him about
That's
it. He acts
crazy.
like he calls himself a lawyer, and he called out Kamala for sharing the bail fund. He was a former prosecutor, now he's a criminal defense attorney, he said. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Yeah, that's insane that you would know nothing about. You would imagine. Yeah, I don't know. But okay, I'll be careful.
But yeah. Okay, that's all I had. Bye-bye.
Waiting for this guy to join the Zoom link I sent him. Grok, 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 Grok. Transgender partner, roommate? Did he live with his parents?
Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin finally in custody. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson was turned into authorities late last night in Utah by his own father. Tyler's dad...
Wait. This is my second one for today. Hold on. Nicholas Holt? Is that this actor's name? A little bit?
Recognized his son as the person of interest, and when asked, he fessed up to it. Sources say Tyler actually threatened suicide, saying he'd rather kill himself, which led the dad to call up his minister, who happened to be a U.S. Marshal. Robinson later surrendered and was booked into jail. The jail, 250 miles from the crime scene. That's right, the guy made it all the way home. So how'd he do it? New video shows Robinson leaving his sniper's nest and jumping off the roof.
Oh.
After that, he...
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep. What's up?
Hi. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know if I... Oh, no, I know I did. I didn't email you this. I don't know how much you follow current U.S. politics. There's like a lot of crazy stuff going on recently. Have you heard of any like the Charlie Kirk stuff or anything?
You asking if I heard of it? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how big it carries other pressure. Okay. So, also, I'm live, just saying, right? So I'm streaming and all that.
Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of course.
Okay,
yes.
okay. Just saying. Okay. So I thought, if you want to do like a full breakdown or like walkthrough of everything for a formal debate, I think that'd be interesting. I think, for now, if it's possible, I think it'd be interesting to talk about the format, or if there's something like specific you want to talk about, or we could do like the format and then like a couple of like what you think are like the most compelling pieces of evidence. And then we can go from there or whatever, but I don't know if I have like a full like 4 hours or 3 hours or whatever. I'm not sure exactly how long you wanted to chat for this, but yeah, this is your name pronounced, is it Sar Wilf?
That's close enough. You can pronounce it correctly, so we'll live with that.
Give me what is the pronunciation?
You want to know how it's pronounced in
Yeah,
Hebrew?
I want to know how it's actually pronounced. Yeah, go.
Okay. Sar Wilf.
Okay, Sar Wilf. All right. No, I'm just okay. Sar Wilf, whatever. All right. You are co-founder or founder of the Root Claim website to basically to try to give a more formal approach to evaluate evidence, and then to come to conclusions about events that are hard for people to kind of like reason their way to conclusions for. And then you have a website where you guys like take bets basically, or allow people to proposition people to debate against like the Root Claim system and everything. And we watched your debate with Peter Miller. Less because I was interested in the like debate format and everything, but just because I was kind of getting into this lab leak topic. And then, I went over it and you reached out to me and you wanted to chat about, I guess, my takes on everything. Yeah.
So you say you have lots of stuff. Like, how much time do you want to dedicate? Generally, this is an issue that is very important to me. So I'm open to talk about it as much as needed. By the way, does the sound good?
Yeah, I think it sounds okay.
Okay.
We can go for at least an hour. Yeah.
Hour. Okay. Let me just say, okay, so these are the things that I think I've seen most of what you reviewed.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. The things that I think I can establish within 2 hours, 1 hour, probably not, but maybe a few of them. So one is, as you went through the debate, you made a lot of confident claims about things that I said that are obviously wrong. I think none of them were actually wrong. Maybe I missed one or two, but all the things I said there were correct.
Okay.
The other thing I think I can establish is all the Zoonessus arguments, all the main ones, are false. Some of them we didn't know to contradict, to rebut at the debate, but since then there's been a lot of new evidence. So I think at this point we can say there is no good Zoonessus evidence. I think I can establish that the judge's decisions were all wrong. I'm not saying wrong in the sense that lab leak is true, in the sense that the way they reached the decision of Zoonossis, it can be easy to demonstrate a wrong process.
Okay.
I think I can convince that. So a lot of what you said was about what you call Bayesian inference. So in general, the Whitcomb methodology is something that is just, I don't know, making up numbers, very susceptible to manipulation. I think I can establish that it is superior to existing inference methods. And last is I think I can establish that Laplig is true. So these are all the things I think I can establish, and definitely not within 1 hour. So
sure,
you let me know what you want.
So okay, I'm kind of curious. We can start with the Bayesian inferencing thing. So
Sure.
let me formulate what I think your position is, and then you can tell me if this is like a decent summary, and then I can give you like what I think my strongest criticism of it is, and then you can kind of rebut this. So in life, anytime a situation happens and we're trying to figure out, the likelihood between two things, people tend to intuitively reason their way to what conclusion they think is more likely. This leads to a whole host of problems. People might not be weighting evidence correctly. People's prior assumptions about the likelihood of a thing occurring might not be correct. People's adjustments of their prior assumptions, might not be accurate. Basically, what the goal is with any sort of Bayesian inferencing system is can we try to, in a mathematical way, account for all of the evidence that is given and then compute like a probabilistic odd that would be superior to just a person's intuition in such a way that we can make predictions about events that are going to be more reliable on average based on like the totality of evidence given than just like a person kind of like intuiting their way to something. And sometimes a lot of people will intuit their way in a way that's not correct. So like the goal is to kind of like just more stringently mathematically assign probabilities to things that would adjust our prior assumptions to get us a more accurate induction at the end, essentially, right? Do you think that's a fair summary, or would you change that in any way?
Well, I think that would be a description of all attempts at probabilistic inference, some of them not very successful.
Okay.
If I try to pinpoint what exactly it is we do differently, and I think makes it work, is that we very meticulously identified all the mistakes that are very common when people try to quantify or formalize their arguments, and make sure that the process takes care of all these mistakes. Okay, so everyone tries to quantify probabilities, but as many people identified, it's very easy to do this incorrectly. We've had many people. I've seen many people who try to make claims probabilistically and fail. I've seen many people, of course, as I assume make arguments not probabilistically and fail. So in general, this whole thing is hard. Inference under complex systems, that are not easily not easy to model, like not exact sciences. When you deal with biology, economics, stuff like that, and you want to try to get to a conclusion, it's just very hard. It's very hard to get to something. So I think, the idea is to identify all the things that make us fail, find a process that fixes all of them, and then go through it in a very methodical, unbiased manner. In a sense, it's like trying to apply the scientific process to these very noisy areas.
Okay.
So that's
I gotcha. Okay. So I'm sympathetic towards that view. But the issue, I guess, that I have, and I've run into this in the past with more general Bayesian inferencing, maybe not with a system as particular as yours, but the issue that I've run into in the past is that it feels like you might have I'll call them, I don't know if I'd call them black swan events, but you have kind of like rare events where there's not a huge, quantity of data available to sift through to compute probabilities. You get these kind of like incredibly rare events, and then you try to mathematically quantify the probability of any particular thing weighting your conclusion in one direction or the other. And I find that the mathematical part and the conclusion part are trivially easy. Like that's not like the interesting part. The interesting part becomes, how do you decide what the evidence is and how do you decide how to weight it, which goes back to like kind of the inductive thing before. And then I feel like the interesting, like any insight that could be gleaned from any sort of inferencing system is basically eliminated by the fact that you have this huge qualitative assessment for your priors to figure out like, well, how am I going to weight and adjust this evidence afterwards? Which I feel like a lot of your debate with Peter kind of ended up, like that's basically where a lot of the disagreement came from, is like, how do we even figure out what prior evidence to weigh, and then what probability do we assign it, at what level of granularity do we assign it? And I don't know how you ever escape that issue, especially for like rare events, right?
Right. Okay. So first of all the cases we analyze are black swans, right? It's when you have an event that is easy to model as a repeatable event, and you can collect statistics for it. Then yeah, we have existing methods for that. They work reasonably well. This is known as the reference class problem, right? If you're able to put your current case into a good reference class, and you can collect statistics for that, then you're good. You have a good probability to assess. So everything we do is black swans.
Yeah.
And the idea here is to try to break it down to non-black swan events. Okay, so you're looking for what constitutes this case, this current new case, and we can put it into a reference class. We can look at past cases and say this is similar to that. And then the trick is, how do you combine all of them to something that is reasonable? And that's also tricky. You need to look into dependencies. You need to make sure you don't have selection biases in the evidence you take. There's lots of problems, but again, we have the processes that not perfect, but do it better than humans. So that would be the approach. But something else I wanted to say is that every critique you can say for ballistic inference exists in standard human inference, in the standard ways people discuss issues. Because every argument people make is behind it hides a little probabilistic argument. You don't always notice it, but it can always be mapped to it. And anything you say about, okay, you're saying how do you make sure you don't filter evidence? That's a big problem in human inference. People constantly cherry pick the evidence they like, and they build a case, and they only show that. You say, how do you quantify correctly? Okay, same thing happens in human inference. People say, "Ooh, that is a huge coincidence. It can't happen if the other hypothesis is true. Therefore, my hypothesis is true." But then other people say, "Okay, it's not that big a coincidence if you consider these confounders," right? So it's all about eventually matching current details, current evidence into past cases, and that is probability.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. Okay. I guess, so then in me covering the debate, what do you feel like were, I guess, like the three biggest things, and then you can run down these, we can go through these one at a time, that you feel like I got incorrect, or that I said that you guys were wrong about, but you feel like the evidence was in your favor for?
So you went through a lot of things, like everything I said you didn't like, and you immediately responded to it saying it's wrong. I don't remember. It's like a lot of little stuff, so it's not for me to. If you want, you can just go sample around the place in the debate, and we can discuss that. That's like a good unbiased way to make my case that most of them are wrong. The big things that are I think are important is what we just discussed about the process being just us trying to make a case and then pretending it to be scientific, which is definitely not what we do.
Okay.
I think the big issue in determining COVID origins is the market, whether the market is strong evidence or weak evidence. I think I can make a good case that this is very weak evidence. And I think you were convinced by Peter's case that this is amazing evidence. Basically, everyone that believes zoonosis they rely on the market. If you go to Scott's blog entry about the debate, you can see he does a nice table of he tries to quantify all the cases that different people made about lab leak. And when you look at the numbers, you see that all of them, except for Peter, who made his numbers kind of jokingly, all the people who analyzed the origins, they give a stronger probability to the market than the final result. Meaning that if you ignore the market, everyone becomes a proponent of lab leak. Okay, specifically for Scott, in the numbers he gave, he would be turning from 94% zoonosis into 94% lab leak.
Sure.
So everyone is relying on the market early cluster being this amazing coincidence, and I think that's probably the biggest mistake everyone makes.
Can you think of a description? Because this was an incredibly, once I thought about it more, this is probably not the only piece of evidence, but this is a very compelling one for me. How do you ever get to an explanation where the virus basically starts at and originates from and then leaks from in a predictable manner from the market area? How do you get to that from lab leak? How do you explain that?
So I will answer in two stages. First, I will eventually provide an answer, but I think it's more important to understand that I do not have to provide an answer. That is like one of the tools you can get from ballistic inference, because when the other side is making the claim that under lab leak, the early cluster being in the seafood market is a 1 in 10,000 coincidence, they are the ones that have the burden of proof. Okay, so again, this is like burden of proof is something we know from human inference. The parallel in probabilistic inference is when you're claiming very extreme probabilities, you need to bring very strong evidence. And why is that? I'll give an example we like to demonstrate. So imagine we found a DNA match for a suspect in a crime scene. Now the prosecutor says, if you look at all the DNA markers that matched, this is a 1 in billion match. This is usually DNA matches in forensics are usually 1 in a billion. So he's saying, whatever your probability was that this guy was the murderer, before you saw the evidence, you should have dated 1 billion higher. Now, this is an awful probabilistic inference mistake. And why is that? Because a chance DNA match is not the best explanation for why you would find the DNA match.
Sure.
Better explanations would be he was there for innocent reasons. It could be lab contamination.
Yeah.
It could be police planting evidence. Okay, there's adversary planting evidence. So there's so many other ways you could reach this evidence that is not the one that's easy to calculate. The other ones are hard to calculate. We don't know how often someone would plant evidence. We don't know what's the rate of contamination, especially not under the specifics of the case, which would be different every time.
Yeah.
But it's very easy to know these are not 1 in a billion. Okay. So when everyone says, in order for zoonosis to be correct, I need an early cluster in the seafood market to be a 1 in 10,000 coincidence, they're the ones that need to show that they've looked through all the options by which the market could make an early cluster, and none of them go above 1 to 10,000. That is not something that anyone can do in such systems. When you have a virus with exponential growth, people running all around the city, we have the Chinese government with interest to hide data. You have all these things that could happen. Such a complex system. Nothing can be claimed at 1 to 10,000. So that is the main thing.
So I guess I'm trying to think. I can understand that. I'm sympathetic to that as a generality, but so I'm just trying to think in particular, like what is the. So for instance, I think that this explanation is more compelling if the cases are kind of like spread at random throughout Wuhan, and like the very first case is the wet market case, just the very first one, and that's it, then I think at that point it's like, okay, well, there's a lot of reasons why that first one could be there that is more likely than just it starting at the wet market, right? It could be that there were other cases we didn't detect. It could be lab contamination. It could be whatever, there's a million things that could explain that. But when all of the infection patterns seem to start to spread from there, and I can't think of any competing. So like for the DNA thing, I can think of competing evidence, or I can think of competing hypotheses for how DNA could end up on a crime scene, right? Like you said, like lab contamination, the guy went there for some other reason. I'm trying to think of what is the competing hypothesis, or how else could we get all the test results that we did relating to the epidemiological spread of the disease from the wet market. What's just like the strongest competing hypothesis there that could explain that? Because the only one I can think of is, for lab leak to be true in my mind right now, there needs to be like a plan from somebody to covertly transfer the virus from the lab to the market, infect an animal, and leave without infecting himself. And there's no evidence for that theory, obviously. So that's the only like compelling one I can think of. So I'm curious what you would think on that.
Okay, so I will present a scenario in a minute, but the first point is much more important. So you're saying I cannot think of it. Sometimes we cannot think about everything. Sometimes we don't know the explanation. The fact that we don't know the explanation does not mean we immediately need to accept that there is no explanation.
True, okay. But I have compelling evidence for the zoonotic spillover. So at that point, I would need something else. I wouldn't just assume, well, just because I'm just not 100%, I'm going to assume that it could be anything else, right? I feel like I would need something.
Yeah, of course. Notice what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not evidence. Sure. I'm saying in order for you to claim 1 in 10,000 evidence, like the parallel of DNA being a 1 in billion evidence, you need to get to confidence that is close to 1 in 10,000 that you haven't missed anything. Okay, so you need to say, I'm 99.99% sure. There is no other way other than a chance and other than the lab worker accidentally going to WAV. So that is the main point that needs to be understood. And I think so let's look a bit at what are the options we have. So what I think is the best explanation for HSM is that HSM has several factors that make it a likely first cluster location. Now, this was misunderstood by the opposition in the debate to say, I'm saying it must be the location. I'm not saying. What I'm saying is it's significantly more than a 1% probability to form the early cluster. And we pointed to a few things. One is that it is a place with many visitors. Okay, so model is that we have about a few weeks of cryptic transmission in Wuhan. So we had a lab worker infecting friends, and it grows around the city. Just to give
So that scenario that you just said right there in my mind is like a one in a Google. Like that's like an almost infinitesimally small chance that a person could be cryptically transmitting amongst a group of friends in a major city like that. I'm unaware of that. What? That SARS-CoV-2 could do cryptic transmission between groups of people in a major city. That would start to show up in hospitalizations and people would be symptomatic. I just don't. That seems in so 1 out of 100 trillion chance to me.
Okay, so maybe to clarify what I'm talking about it growing from 1 to 100 people. 1 to 100 people is 6-7 duplications. That's 3-4 weeks, maybe more for the earliest variant. That's 100 people. 100 people is just a handful of hospitalizations. You have hundreds of thousands of flu infections going on at the same time. So you want to say that 5 hospitalizations going on in the city there's just no option that this would be missed amidst 100,000 flu infections going on. I don't think it's Google. I think that's maybe 50%.
It's possible that could happen, but then it would have to be that plus the first wave of infections that are noticed are the ones coming from the seafood market and they're still not spreading from any other place until after they've gone from the seafood market. Like, wouldn't those 100 people that were infected, wouldn't I see them move out into other places? Like the fact that the seafood market.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's the next step. Yeah. So that's the next step. So now we have maybe 50, maybe 100, maybe more people going around the city. One of them is at this point is likely to reach the market because the market has 10,000 visitors. So within a few days, you should get one of them. In the market. Now the market, so that's the first factor. The market is very likely to see incoming virus traffic when there's very low transmission. That's not true for many places. For example, we know that churches, especially if you had choirs, or we know call centers. So where people make a lot of talk a lot and make a lot of noise in a closed space. There's a lot of aerosolization. There's a lot of viruses in the air. These are places that where the virus spreads very effectively. However, you won't get a virus there early because these are small groups of people. But the market, you have 10,000 people coming every day. Okay, so
what about every mall, every restaurant, every retail store? Like, why would we exclude these places? Yeah.
So malls will have incoming traffic. Train stations would have incoming traffic. So all of these would have a lot of incoming traffic, and that's where we go to the next stage. So the next stage is you need the virus to stay and replicate fast. So for it to stay, you need to have a permanent population. Okay. The train station has, I don't know, 10 people who are permanent workers who are.
Wait, why does it need a permanent population?
So people who go there every day. Okay, because if you have, so cool, you have the person going on the train at that specific hour. Okay, he will be infecting much more than other people infecting, but that's it. He did his job, and from there on, the infections go back to the low infectivity areas. But once you infect someone in the market, they go back every day into this closed, poorly ventilated area with lots of wet, cold surfaces, lots of people shouting, all the things that we know are highly conducive to COVID spread. And then you have, within this small space of the market, you have very high exponent.
Sure,
okay,
wait, so two quick things. So we get into the wet market, because the pictures I've seen, I don't think convinced me that this is as closed an area I feel as you sell it as. And then the second thing is for the, I guess the first thing for the train, wouldn't the train have wouldn't the same people take the train every day? Like, wouldn't those be like ordinary travelers, or at least like Monday through Friday?
Sure, but not the same people. Okay, you want to have the same people coming back to meet each other, so you will have this group infecting each other.
Why wouldn't the train have the same people like every day?
So because they don't sit in the same car every day. So yeah, okay. So the people that got infected yesterday, some of them may come tomorrow and infect other people. But you won't have this close population within which you have very rapid exponential growth. Okay. Do you understand the difference? So
I don't understand, because I feel like the same group of people, maybe not like in the same rows or in the same seats or whatever else, but I feel like more or less the same group of people every day would be coming to the train, maybe slightly different rides, 6 minutes earlier or later, but for the most part, it'd be a similar group, Monday through Friday at least, or whatever, for work days.
Right. So the difference is once you have this closed group of people, you have the 1,000 people that come every day to the same place. So on the second replication, you have everyone within this group. Everyone that was infected is within the group. And the second replication, again, everyone is infected is within this group. So this group will be infected very quickly. The train passengers will not be infected quickly, because every day you are infecting different people. Some of them don't come back. Some of them go to a different car. You will get within the small time that they are in the train, you will get them infecting more people than they infect otherwise. But you won't have this population that you can say, okay, this is a very specific population that is getting into a high infectivity rate, right? If you look at train passengers, you won't get them 90% infected within a few weeks. HSM in the market, you will get everyone infected within a few weeks.
Even
so
though,
this would be a
but if you wouldn't people who
clear
visit the
pattern.
market, if somebody visits the market, I feel like a person visiting the market would spend less time in the market than somebody getting on the train. No?
I don't know, I guess they're both about 1 hour. I mean, I don't know, half an hour, 1 hour. But why is that important?
I'm just trying to think of like, let me reformulate what you're saying. Are you saying that the market is a higher likelihood of being the origin of like a mass spreader event because there are more permanent infected people at the market to infect others? Is that the argument? And so the train only has like a few conductors.
There
and
are
not as many
three
permanent...
components.
Okay.
You need to have three components. One is that the virus is constantly coming in by visitors. The other is that you have the permanent residents that can grow exponentially within it and create a high positivity rate that will be obvious, will become a pattern. And the third is that the market itself does have a higher exponent. Okay, so you have the poor ventilation, cold, wet surfaces, people shouting, all the things that are that happen.
Sure, I guess
so. All together create a high likelihood of this being an early cluster. And again, I'm not trying to say this is 99%.
No, yeah, I understand. I understand.
I'm saying it's not 1 in 10,000.
Sure, but obviously
more
if I
than
grant
1%.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But if I grant every single underlying thing, then obviously your conclusion will follow. So I'm pushing obviously on the underlying things. And just to make sure I understand as well, why does it matter to have like permanent people spreading a disease? So for instance, I feel like if I could go between, like, let's say there's a wet market and I know there's one person there who is always coughing and always sick. And then let's say there's a train where 5 to 10% of the people could be sick, but they're always getting off and on and they're not like permanent members. I would expect the train to be a bigger super spreader area, all else equal, than the market. Why does the one permanent person being there, why does that matter? I feel like the only thing that would ever matter is just presence of the disease and how many different people.
Yeah, but once you give 5% to the train, of course it's a super spreader event. But at this point, we have 1 in 100,000 of Wuhan residents infected, right? So you need to be able to create a cluster when you have only 1 in 10,000 people infected. So the train hardly sees any infections. It may get one person going on the train, infecting 5, and that's it. These 5 people, for the next day, you can't track them. They won't come back to the same place to create a cluster. Okay, so maybe you will say the train residents and train travelers in general will become sicker earlier. Sure, but that's not.
But you would expect them to create
clusters. They're going to be 1% instead of 0.1%, not 50% compared to 0.1.
Sure, but you would expect them to create clusters somewhere, right? Like at their places of work, at schools, at any place. But that didn't happen ever. That seems incredibly suspect. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So what we did is we went through all the locations in Wuhan. There was this Worreby paper, which was featured prominently in the debate and given a lot of weight. And they said that the Huanan market is in position 1,600 in terms of likely to be a super spreader event. They did it based on very faulty data, which is mobile check-ins, but let's ignore that. If you look at, we look at all the places that they put above the market at 1,600. None of them had the conditions that would create a super spreader event. Some of them don't have enough visitors. Okay, so if you have, you could have a place that has many people, but okay, so you have 1,000 people, maybe a workplace, but you don't have lots of visitors. So it will take a long time until the first infection will happen there. You could have places that have a lot of visitors, like train stations, but you don't have the permanent population. You could have places that have both, but are very, for example, you have open air markets. So one of the places they put far higher than Huanan market was an open air market. Of course, an open air market would not create a cluster. So we went through all these 1,600. They did not have one there that is more likely than Huanan. And again, I'm not saying this is definitely the place where it's problem. I'm just saying it's not 1 in 10,000. So so it is definitely somewhere that is very conducive to become an early cluster. I do recognize it looks weird that it's also one of the places that has wildlife, but let's address that from a different angle. So 2 things. One is when you look before before COVID, markets were not considered the likely place to be to do a spillover. They were mostly focusing on places where the interaction is much more close with the animals. So places like restaurants where they actually cut the animals.
Do you think it was just unlikely then that it was just unlucky? I guess that there was a researcher who in 2014 visited this exact wet market and then went to the exact stall and took a picture where he thought that COVID might leak from, or not COVID, but like a disease might leak from, because this exact wet market and the exact stalls with, I think, the raccoon dogs had literally been photographed as a potential spreading area, I think like a decade earlier.
Yeah, so that's actually two cute probabilistic inference lessons here.
Okay.
First of all, what you see here is someone from the lab going directly to the market. Okay, so if like all my models are wrong, you actually see a reason why people will go from the lab to the market. So that's like it was presented as if some crazy coincidence for someone from the lab to go to the market, but we see a good reason for them to go there because.
Oh no! Wait. So one, it wasn't crazy that somebody would go from the lab to the market. That's possible, although I don't know if that connection had ever been made. The issue is that one, there's never been in any of the seropositivity stuff or any of the testing of any of the blood, there was never any positive infection ever from anybody in the lab that we see. Okay, now there might be ways to explain why that would be.
There's no testing. We don't know that.
Sure, we could. Well, there was testing, but we could say it was rigged or trying to hit it or whatever. But so we have no seropositivity for anybody ever at the lab. And then two, the issue wasn't somebody going from the lab to the wet market. Is how did they get from the lab to the wet market to the home to back to the lab and never infect anybody outside of the lab? They only dropped that infection off at the lab and then went home, and nobody else seemed to have caught stuff. I think that was the big issue with it. But yeah, back to the point of it seems like having that stall photographed itself with the raccoon dog in it.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that this is one way it could happen. This is by far not my best path, but it's definitely something that could happen. The other thing is we don't know how this what process is between us and the evidence. Okay, so we see this photo of an animal. We of course, yeah, does make sense that people that are going to investigate to study zoonotic sources would go to places where wild animals are. So it's not a big coincidence that they would go to the market. However, we don't know what other pictures they have. Where else did we go? In retrospect, they're bringing us this picture. How big is the search space from this? From which this evidence came from? I don't know. I don't know if it's a big coincidence. It's very hard to assess these kind of retrospectively cherry-picked evidence.
Sure.
It could be interesting, but
that's fair. So it could be that he could have flown to Wuhan, went right to this place, took a picture because he thought this was a super high-risk area, and that would be pretty compelling. But you're saying that it could also be that they visited 200 locations in China. He has 1 million different pictures, and then this is just the one he published saying like, well, look, it happened here, right? And I guess we don't know the original source, and if we had access to that information, it would adjust. That's a fair point, sure.
Yeah, I would just correct, not 1 million places in China, many places in Wuhan, because he was in Wuhan because he went to visit the WIV.
Sure.
Okay, the fact that he went to Huanan market in Wuhan, that makes a lot of sense because he's going to visit the WIV and they're going to take him to nearby places where wildlife is. But what other places in Wuhan they've seen? I don't know how many pictures he took. I don't know. It's very hard to say.
Sure.
Okay, so that's the next thing. Third thing is we actually see that these kind of wet markets, seafood markets. In the West, more meat packing factories, all these places have consistently created early clusters after zero COVID. Okay, so you have many places where they maintain COVID zero for a few months, and then the first cluster they see is exactly in a place like Huanan Seafood Market. So
when you say like food packing markets and everything, I mean, like, I'm curious in the totality, and I haven't looked at the epidemiological data, but like in the totality of everything, is it the most common thing, or is it like overrepresented that these diseases are starting to spread in like market type places, like meat packing type places?
Yes. So yeah, so we provided in the presentation there, if I can send you the link if you want, we presented a list of many places. I think we eventually had like 6 or 7 places, cases where after a long period of zero COVID, the first cluster is in a seafood market or similar location. Now you need to understand, zero COVID doesn't happen that often, right? This is something that like the first cluster after zero COVID is not a common event. Maybe it happens a few hundred times all over. So having a few % of those being in similar location, without explaining why, you cannot claim 1 in 10,000 coincidence for something that you actually see happen multiple %. Okay, you can go to each one and say, okay, the reason here is different than our case. The reason here is different than our case. Okay, but you can okay, so you can maybe bring it down to, instead of 5%, you can say you can say Huanan is very special and it's 1%, and I would go and say why Huanan is actually more susceptible, and it should be 10%. But you can't go to 1 to 10,000 when you have actual empirical data that these places tend to create early clusters.
Well, when you say you can't go 1 to 10,000, are you saying that we should start way higher, or that's what you mean, right? That it's unfair to start at...
No, I mean higher in terms of probability. I mean...
Yeah. Well,
you want to assess the coincidence of the Huanan seafood market being the first cluster, the probability you should give to it is at least 1%. That's the minimum you can start. Like, claiming anything beyond that, you don't have enough understanding. We don't have enough modeling of how early clusters form. Every virus is different. This is just not something we have enough understanding to claim that we know with 99.99% certainty that it cannot happen other than by chance.
Sure, but I guess I just don't know what, like gain of function leaks from labs. Like, this has never happened in all of human history. Where there's been, so that's hard. And then obviously, I don't even know if we could even model cryptic transmission, because definitionally it's cryptic. So how could you model cryptic transmission from a lab to the wet market that doesn't affect anyone else? I don't know how we would model that. Not to say
it doesn't. It grows to 100 people. This is the standard. I'm saying this is completely standard. I'm not saying I have a perfect model, then I can say this is exactly what happened. I'm just saying.
But that thing intuitively to me, and I could be wrong because I'm not. Maybe I'm missing some things. But to say that 100 people could get infected cryptically and then it all dies out for the first version, for the first.
It doesn't die out. I didn't say it dies out. I said one of them goes to Huanan seafood market, and once they're there, they grow 4 times faster.
Sure,
okay?
But none of the other 99 people's infected
within a few
anybody.
weeks they overtake. Within a few weeks, they overtake the rest of the city. Okay, that's actually what we have. It's not like we have all the cases linked to the market. We have a third of the cases linked to the market. 2/3 are not linked to the market. Some of them are linked to other markets even. And nobody knows. Nobody knows where these people got infected. So
I guess the thing that would help, it would almost be dispositive. Like, if there was just like one other strong cluster that emerged, like decently far from the area, like not like right next door, like it would be so strong, I think, in the favor of some other type of leak, not a zoonotic leak from the wet market. But the fact that there's like not even a single one, I just feel like it hurts so much, because we're talking about 100 people or however many getting infected on the train, and then those infections staying low enough such that the wet market was such a place that it could spread, and that overtakes all the others. And when we say overtake, we really mean it's the only one basically that shows up, because there's not a single other early cluster that emerges independent of like the market area.
Right. So, I mean, but we actually know that 2/3 of the cases are not connected to the market.
Not connected directly, but all of them are
like
from...
Yeah. So of course there's going to be, once you get to a very efficient super spreading location, it will grow very fast. It will become the first place noticed. And yeah, of course it will be the first. Remember that this happens very fast, right? Once you infect someone in Huanan seafood market, these people, they work closely together on ventilated area. They also go and play after hours in this crammed mahjong room. You get everyone infected very fast. So yeah, so you will have the first cluster. I'm saying HSM is a reasonable place for that to happen. It's also very possible that there were other clusters. They weren't noticed because they're not interesting. So
I feel like other clusters, I don't know how you would not notice another cluster, because people would start to be hospitalized, right?
Right. So remember, people are constantly being hospitalized for the flu, so it's happening in parallel. And when you interview the doctors who raised the alarms, many of them said the reason they raised the alarm is because people told them they work in Huanan Seafood Market.
No,
And
that's
these
not.
people
Wait,
were
wait, that's not true. The first doctor that noticed it saw similarities to the pneumonia infection of SARS-1. It wasn't there. It wasn't because of the initial link to the seafood market. It was because the doctor.
So
was,
I need to know who you're specifically referring to, but I'm not saying everyone was saying that, but definitely many of the people who reported the early cases said that the motivation to report it was because they noticed the.
So that it might have been
saying that they work at the market
early on. Sure. So Dr. Zhang Zizhang, I don't know how to pronounce his name. But so
she specifically says, I can give you the quote. She specifically says she reported because it was market cases.
I know that
says.
It is impossible for that to be the case because the first couple that she identified was an elderly couple that had no known link to the seafood market. That was the first two that she looked at.
Sure, but when she reported is when she had the former cases. Is that important for you to do it now, or do you want me to send it later?
Well, I'm saying the very first two that she identified, the very first two where it was an elderly couple with no known link.
Yeah, but those were not reported. So if you want, I can look up the exact details. But
sure,
it's not,
or you can email it to me after. Sure, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll email this.
But it's kind of important because I think this is because you guys will you write off all of the early reporting as kind of being a sample bias, but I feel like But it could also be the case that organically arose because that is where the cases were kind of originating, right? Because the next, a worker from the Huanan Seafood Market was admitted on the 27th, the next day. And then on the 20th and the 29th, there were more patients from the Huanan Market who were admitted who started to have this like pneumonia stuff. But if we just say it's like a bias, a sampling bias or whatever, like 3 days in, yeah, you would expect to see it in other hospitals because they can also go back retrospectively and test because blood samples and stuff are stored, but nobody tested positive anywhere else, right?
Right. So it depends what you're referring. So the blood bank tests that turned out negative, they should not have turned positive because they had a few. I don't remember. I think 80,000. I think they had 80,000 samples, and the time they were testing them, they were not more than 1 in 80,000 people infected. So they were not expecting to have more than one. So that negative is not interesting. We actually have an interesting, the first positive happens in mid-January.
Wait. 1 out of 80,000 infected. What does that number mean? We're not talking about 1 out of 80,000 of the entire population. We'd be talking about tested people in hospitals, right? So what percentage of people in hospitals would have been infected in the early part of COVID?
No,
right?
this is about the blood banks. Okay, so like one of the things that Peter brought as like strong evidence is that December blood bank samples were all negative. Okay, now remember it needs to be 3,000 because you need to count only the ones of that relevant period. Okay, so you only have 3,000 samples from late December, and none of them are positive. But in any case, no one is claiming that there's more than 1 in 3,000 infections at that point. Okay, so when you go back, you need to go back 3 weeks for antibodies to develop, right? So when you go from late December, go back 3 weeks for antibodies to develop. What you see from the blood banks is exactly what you expect.
Is it really 3 weeks? I would imagine antibodies are developing within like a week. No, is it really 3 weeks?
No, so the ones that you test for, these are the ones that grow after 2-3 weeks, and also you need to remember that people do not donate blood when they're sick.
Sure.
Okay. So anyway, you have this delay additionally. Okay. So the blood bank is not interesting, but in general, I think if we start going into the 500 pieces of evidence in each one, what I think is important is to understand that when we're talking about HSM, we're on an uneven playing field because I only need to sow little doubt when people are claiming 1 in 10,000. And people cannot, well, at least the way Scott mapped it, no one is believing zoonosis if Huanan is not 1 in 10,000. Okay, if you turn Huanan to what it really is, which is maybe, I don't know, 1 in 10, then everyone becomes a lab leak proponent. So my job, I think I have an easy job here. I don't need to go and explain every piece of evidence. I just need to show that these guys don't have the confidence, the 99.99% confidence to make the claims they're making. And these are the kind of advantages you get when you know how to do probabilistic inference. You know where to focus your efforts, where you can invest more time to study the evidence, and where you won't gain anything. There's nothing to gain by studying more and more and more early case data, which is heavily biased. We know it's a very small percent of cases. We know it's there were incentives in how it was collected. There's a bound to how much you can gain from that. So that is, I think, the main thing about the market. On top of that, since the debate, basically all the market evidence collapsed. So I don't know if you're aware of it, but a lot of the reasons that Peter gave for why the market is the spillover location, most of it is collapsing. I'll go quickly through this stuff. So one thing.
Oh wait, before we go through this evidence, I'm just kind of curious because on that third point,
course.
because one thing that also wasn't very compelling to me was you claim that the wet market is like a good facilitator for like viral transmission. I feel like in all the pictures that I look at it, I don't know if I would say it's necessarily open air, but I feel like it's hardly like enclosed. Like these seem like very, very, very high ceilings and like doors open and everything else. What is the argument for why we feel like this is a highly conductive or conducive area for facilitating viral transfer?
So maybe it's best that you have the presentation in front of you. I'll send you the link, and then I'll send you to a specific page, because that was actually a finding we just saw on the last day. So you got the link.
Okay.
Okay, now I need to find where it is. Yeah, okay, so go to 23.
Okay.
You're sharing it? I don't.
Do you need to see it on?
I guess I don't. I guess I don't see your screen here in Zoom. I just see you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the wet market, and the next few slides they show different views of the market. So let's go to 24. What you see there is the road between east and west. Definitely a well-ventilated location. Cool. Move to 25. Now you're going a bit into the inner part of the markets, and then you can see that it becomes more crowded and less ventilated. And the interesting places. So if you look at the pink in 26 and the green in 27, these are the areas which had the highest positivity. Same for pink and green at 28. Okay, so all this areas like in the southwest corner, this is where we had the most positive cases. These are the least ventilated areas. Okay, and
sure, but I'm curious though if you have pictures of, like, if I was to look at like a mall or any type of like department store or anything in Wuhan in this area. My intuition, I could be totally wrong, but my intuition is they're going to be a billion times more crowded than like these open facing like stalls that are facing out.
Yeah, but not with permanent residents, right? You could have areas in the mall where many people.
All the workers would be permanent residents, just as much as any of the workers in the seafood market. No.
These are what you see here are stalls where people work and visitors come to buy, right? I don't think you have something like that. Place that's so crowded and so
you have like
ventilated,
cashiers,
and have many visitors,
like cashiers and everything, right?
But I think you're jumping into something else. We can get back to that. The point I'm trying to make here is the areas where they actually collected the positive samples. These are the least ventilated areas in the market, and they look pretty bad, right? These are not places you would think are very are ventilated, are the places where the virus can can be cleared quickly.
I
And
mean,
on top of that, we have
if I was
we
visiting
have
and
the
looking
red-
around, I
red-
wouldn't think that these are even on the top 10 list of like least ventilated areas, though. Especially if I'm standing basically outside and then outside a stall. It's a little bit more
course, of
crowded for
course.
sure, but like not even close to like a mall or like stores or restaurants.
Yeah, I guess like low tier restaurant I imagine is more. But again, I'm not saying this place is the most least ventilated place in Wuhan. I'm saying within the market, which has its own factors for why it is likely to trap a virus and amplify it quickly. This is the place that is most likely to do it. Now, it's also the place where you have the most wildlife, and this is not a very surprising coincidence, because where you have like the more sketchy, illegal stuff going on would probably be the least attractive place in the market, right? It would be the place that is that would look more like this, and not like the place that is in the open street when police walk around and everything, right? So this is less of an interesting coincidence as one would imagine. And what else do we have? I had. And what was okay? So go ahead. I had something else interesting about that. I forgot.
I'm kind of curious if we're going to say that the areas where the highest amount of positive tests came from are the least ventilated ones. Why wouldn't we see the same thing repeated up in 10, 11, 12, 13, like on all the left stalls over there? Like, why didn't we see the same thing repeated there?
So see what repeated? Sorry.
Like, why didn't we see more positive environmental tests coming from all of the other, like?
We had positive samples all over the market. Just this corner, which was least ventilated, was the one with the highest.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the positive samples. So the positive samples came from areas where other humans were more likely to be. But also, why weren't they more concentrated in all of the other, like going north of your row 6, 7, 8, 9? Why weren't they all also concentrated in the left on that whole side if all of these are like poorly ventilated, more like crunched in areas?
So I'm because I don't see your screen. I'm not sure what you're pointing to.
So I'm sorry. So I'm looking at on 28, right?
28, yes.
Mm-hmm. So on the left, you see you have the smaller rows on the left at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Right.
Like
Right,
if you go up to like 11, 12, and 13, why don't you see like a whole bunch of clustered infections there as well?
So 11, 12, 13, you can see this is already more open to the ventilated area. I think you have. You can see pictures from there. So in 25, you see a picture from there. Oh shit. And okay, I lost the screen. I think in the earlier slides you have some pictures from the higher part. Again, you have positive samples there, just lower.
Sure.
Okay. But I want to do something else that you may find interesting. So. What do you imagine among the people who believe zoonosis is the source? How many of them, like, how strong do you think do they feel that Huanan Seafood Market is the spillover location?
From people who have researched it a great deal, or just like a general consensus?
Yeah, not talking top experts. Yeah.
I couldn't say. I haven't researched any other potential starting point. I don't know. My guess would be high, but I'm not aware of any other opinions in the field about it. I didn't see any papers about other origin points.
Yeah, so this is very interesting. So actually, the people who support zoonosis, like the prominent supporters, they do not think the seafood market is the spillover location. And that has a very interesting probabilistic meaning, because, okay, so if you say HSM is a 1 in 10,000 evidence, but then the people who you think are reaching the same conclusion are not supporting you. Okay, you can say, okay, lab leaks, these are people with lab coats, whatever. And they
wait, real quick, just so I can understand what you're saying. When you're saying there are other scientists,
I'll explain.
When they say real quick, when they say that this is not necessarily where the spillover happened, are they saying the spillover happened with the workers that transported the animals to this wet market, or from a different?
They don't know. They just think they think the same thing that we're saying. They think that it's an amplification location, but not a spillover location. Okay, so just it's spillover somewhere. Might not even be in Wuhan. We don't know. Spilled over somewhere else, and HSM amplification location.
Oh wait, can you give me who can you give me a couple researchers?
Let me give you some quotes. Let me copy some of those. Okay.
Or like some names or a paper or two, because I haven't seen that in any paper.
First is the WHO report. That's like the most serious. Okay, let me just copy everything to your chat. So this is WHO is the most serious research. And you can see the quote I just sent you. Oh, it's too big. Okay, hang on, I need to cut it. Okay. Okay, that's WHO. So you can show that. The next is Ralph Baric. Okay, maybe are you showing it to the audience now?
I can drag it down here. Okay. Wait, does this? So this is January 14th. Oh, okay, from January 14th to February 10th, 2021. Is anything here updated, or is this like the consensus still to today? Do you think you're saying?
So they didn't. There was no update published. Over time, there is more evidence that the market is not the source. We can go over that if you want. But I think it's it's good to see what these people. So the WHO say they think it's an amplification location. That's the quote I gave you. Next is okay. So the U.S. intelligence, they're divided. So some agencies say lab leak, some say zoonosis. But if you look at the ones that say zoonosis, none of them mention the market as the reason. Okay, so if you
one piece at a time. So just looking at this WHO report, right? Sure. So just reading this quote, many of the early cases were associated with the Huanan market, but a similar number of cases were associated with other markets, and some were not associated with any markets. Transmission within the wider community in December could account for cases not associated with the Huanan market, which, together with the presence of early cases not associated with that market, could suggest that the Huanan market was not the original source of the outbreak. Other milder cases that were not identified, however, could provide the link between the Huanan market and early cases without an apparent link to that market. No firm conclusion, therefore, about the role of Huanan market in the origin of the outbreak or how the infection was introduced into the market can currently be drawn. So this seems like an indecisive thing, not saying that they believe it came from somewhere else, no?
No, I'm just saying, people claiming that there's a 99.9% confidence about the market, they're not agreeing with the scientific consensus. Okay, they're making a claim that is extremely overconfident. Like no rational person would say, I have 99.9% confidence of a fact. Yeah, but the leading scientists, they tend to say 50%.
Sure, but I think it also depends on, so like just if we were only talking about one or two things, I think that would be probably overconfident. But in the totality of considering the evidence, so like this plus the architecture of the virus, plus other factors would move you up towards, maybe 99% is too much, but like would you move you towards?
You're talking about lab leak, or I'm just talking now about whether Huanan is a spillover location. I'm saying even people who don't think lab leak, who think zoonosis is the source, they don't think Huanan is a likely spillover location. They say it could be, but probably not. So that means that people.
Well, wait, this report doesn't say probably not. It just says they have inconclusive evidence in 2021 of January.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not important. Even if they said that 90% it's the source, it's still very, very far from 99.99. So I'm fine with 90%. 90% would still get lab leak. So you're saying something that the scientific community is conflicted upon, and you're claiming I know 99.9% that it's true. That's not something that any rational person could do.
Sure. I mean, well, realistically, like if we were betting on odds, I probably wouldn't say 99.9%. I'd probably say I'd say 90% or 95 maybe. Probably not 99. That's a pretty
beautiful. Once you say 90%, you're at lab leak, because everyone else that put odds at the market, they put 1 in 10,000, 1 in 5,000 in order to reach lab leak. If you remove that piece of the puzzle, they all turn lab leak. Okay, because all the rest of the evidence, it leans lab leak, right?
I don't know if there's any other evidence that leans lab leak at all.
Okay, we can discuss this, but let's finish just the market. So,
okay.
So that was WHO. The next is Ralph Baric. Ralph Baric is considered the world's leading coronavirologist. He gave a testimony at Congress, and he says the same thing. He says, we see all these studies claiming that they can pinpointed to the market. I don't see it. It doesn't look strong enough. It seems like an amplification location, right? Do you have the quote on the screen?
I'm trying to. I think it's loading the testimony.
You can just bring the quote.
What page is this on?
That's written in what I gave you. It's not where I gave you. Where is it? Let me search for that. Oh, this is like this PDF that can be searched upon.
Yeah, I think my thing is saying extracting text from PDF, so I imagine it's doing a read of the text or whatever.
Yeah, okay, I'll send you that offline. You can trust me. I didn't invent the quote. Okay, so I'll send you the location later. And the last is the intelligence community, the people who support zoonosis do not give the market as a reason at all. So yeah. Send to family, send Barry quote. I'll send that to you. Okay, so so that's I think where the market is. We can discuss about market evidence against the market, because a lot of the evidence that was presented as foolproof in the debate, and we said there's not enough confidence to say such extreme claims. All of it was eventually returned. We can talk about that, or we could talk about other evidence or whatever you want, or.
Yeah, we can move through anything. So this will be one of the things that that I kind of push on in terms of this type of rationale, is I feel like the underlying evidence is really important. So like my understanding as of this point right now is I believe the scientific consensus, most scientists believe that it did come from the Huanan seafood market. I think that underlying claim is a little important, and then you're contesting that claim, but I think it's kind of important to get to the root of how we contest that. So I understand I have a WHO report from February of 2021, but there's been a lot of research that's been released since then. So I'm not convinced that this WHO report is saying the scientific consensus is that it leaked from some other place. I think this report was saying was that at this point in time, there's not enough to strongly conclude that it came from the Huanan seafood market. And then I've got this Barrick testimony from the House. Unfortunately, for reasons we might disagree politically, the U.S. House of Representatives is an absolute joke when the Republicans are in charge. I wish I could see exactly what this guy said in his testimony. I see the quote that you're saying is that and the thing we have really solid data for is that the market was a set of application in late December, January. That's still 2 months from the origin date based on a molecular clock, which means it was circulating somewhere before it got there. So what does this claim is that there were early infections in October? I'm not aware of any paper that makes that claim, if that's what the transmission would have looked like.
This is based on genetic clock. Okay, so when you look at the diversity of viruses, late October seems like a good guess.
Is cryptic transmission for 2 months something that we expect to see with SARS-CoV-2?
Oh, it's more like 5 weeks.
Is cryptic transmission for 5 weeks something we expect to see with no other clusters emerging? It was just the Huanan seafood market was the perfect place. No malls, no restaurants, no schools, no workplaces, no other market.
All the places you mentioned are not places that are very conducive to create an early cluster. Some of them would be amazing, super spreading locations once the virus gets above some threshold in the population. But if you want to create a cluster with just 100 cases,
I'm wholly unconvinced that I don't think that the seafood market, if we're saying that clusters are that hard to start, I'm wholly unconvinced that the seafood market is going to be the place to start. I would instantly go to malls, and I would argue that that's like way more likely in every conceivable sense than or trains.
The main issue with malls is you don't have the local population infecting each other, right? So in Huanan, they are very close together, interacting in the same place, shouting, and you additionally have the mahjong room where they socialize after hours. And we know that many of the early cases were said to be infected in the mahjong room. Okay, so it's not just making up this mahjong room. This is when you actually look at what people say. They say the early cases got it at the Mahjong World.
I'm not aware of any evidence for
Not
that.
something you have at the mall, right?
I don't know if anybody said that the.
Oh yeah, I can give you. So in my look for Mahjong in the presentation I gave you, it's in.
Also, wait, real quick for COVID, or I'm sorry, for this House for this House report, was this I see the date up top is 2024-04. Was this an April 2024 presentation to the House of Representatives, to the committee?
Yeah.
It was okay, because
I think so. I mean, I don't remember, but it sounds right. It was pretty recent.
Okay, so
the Mahjong quote is slide 51.
Okay, I'll go check that out. But so just in reading this, like one of the claims that this Barrett guy is saying was that for early cases, 85 to 90% were asymptomatic. Was that true of the very first version of COVID? I thought that a much higher percentage of those maybe weren't hospitalized, but I thought a much higher percentage of those had people exhibiting symptoms.
I don't know what this is about. That doesn't sound right.
So scrolling up, I'm just reading from before the quote. So I'm on page 102 of that House committee thing.
Okay, let me find it.
So the 2 months from the origin date based on molecular clock, which means it was circulating somewhere before it got here. And the question is, where is it?
Did you say 102?
Yeah, like middle to middle bottom of 102.
Right. Okay. So where do you see? Oh, okay. Someone trying to chase influencers.
So then on page 103, yeah, he makes this statement.
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't sound right. I don't know what he meant here.
That sounds aggressively and egregiously incorrect. Like ideologically incorrect.
Maybe he meant that at that time they were only the only way they knew about cases was through hospitalizations. But I don't think he thinks 90% are asymptomatic.
Well, the issue is that this is in response to, I don't know who's asking the question, but the guy asking the question is saying, and he's bringing up the good point, is that if we claim there's asymptomatic transmission for 2 months, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of cases. And then his response is, well, 90% of those are asymptomatic. But even if that was true, that'd still be 10,000 symptomatic cases. So I don't know who this Barrett guy is. I would have to go and check. Is this guy, if I look this guy up, is he going to believe a whole bunch of other crazy shit about how like mRNA vaccines are poison?
This is the world's top coronavirologist. No, this is not someone that you will. I think so. Yeah. So
this is the top. I could be totally wrong. But
maybe it is possible.
Sure.
Maybe it's possible that there is a high asymptomatic rate in at that time. Probably not 90%, but it could be high. We do know from.
Wait, just real quick. You said this guy's the world's top coronavirologist?
Yeah. If you search Google for world's top coronavirologist, you get him and possibly Xi Zhengli, the Chinese one.
I feel like I've read a decent number of papers now from cover to cover on this. I feel like his name wasn't coming up a ton. There are a few names that I see in a lot of these papers. Rambod Anderson, a lot of Chinese names. The Wumbali, whatever, I can't pronounce the guy's name.
Yeah, he wasn't involved in much of the.
Warbe.
He wasn't involved in much of the studies, but he has a major coronavirus lab, I think, in University of North Carolina. He's a major. There's not many people who are more knowledgeable about that than him.
Yeah, just as a quick thing, so I checked this guy out on Instagram and I see in 2016, Dr. Burke revolutionized holistic healthcare in North Carolina by introducing neurofeedback therapy or through My Brain Doctor, showcasing his dedication to advancing patient well-being. Certified in neurofeedback, acupuncture, nutrition, and various therapeutic techniques, his expertise spans a wide range of chiropractic methods integral to concussive care. I don't believe this guy is a top world virologist.
I would, if your angle is to discredit Ralph Baric in terms of his expertise on coronaviruses, this is not a good angle for you.
Okay,
but,
well, I would take that angle also because he said 90 to 95. But he also said the early 85 to 90% of cases early on were asymptomatic. That immediately stands out to me as being a totally not true number. And he's arguing for cryptic transmission of hundreds of thousands of cases without showing up anywhere in any hospital tests. This all sounds entirely impossible to me. But
okay, so It could be that I'm wrong. It could be that the asymptomatic rate is higher than I thought. We do know from the serology in Wuhan that we had 600,000 cases when they went into lockdown. So yeah, so the cases were definitely underestimated. I don't know if 85, 90% is the number. I mean, maybe he's defining asymptomatic in a different way than I am. But he's not, this is not a person who just says nonsense. But just to, he's one of the authors of the diffuse proposal. Okay, so he's
yeah, but how many people authored that diffuse proposal? Was this like hundreds or thousands of proposal authors, or?
No, I think 20 or something. I don't remember. I need to look.
Okay.
He gave WIV the idea to cert FCS. This is, I mean, all these are the areas of that he's most interested in. All these the things that actually ended up in SARS-2.
Okay.
By coincidence or not by coincidence. Yeah.
Somebody said in chat that the guy that I found here, this might be a different Dr. Robert Barrick, that maybe this guy is not the same one.
No, it's Ralph, not Robert. This is Ralph Barrick.
Oh, okay. But then I might have misheard you there. Okay, never mind. Then this might have been.
Yeah, that did not make sense, the acupuncture stuff.
Okay. Okay, this guy looks much more like the person you were talking about. His work involves coronaviruses, including gain-of-function research aimed at devising effective vaccines against coronavirus. Okay. This is probably the guy you're talking about. Oh, and he works at the University of North Carolina, so it makes sense that he authored that diffuse proposal. Okay, makes more sense. All right.
Okay. And I also have chat support in parallel, and I'm getting that there are 5 authors on diffuse, 3 main authors, and Barrick is one of them.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so what else would you like to do? Interesting things to discuss is
you said
evidence.
Well, you said something you said before was you felt that even outside of the source of the virus, you felt that there were other arguments that if you eliminated the wet market, that there were other arguments that you felt cut in favor of a lab leak. What were some of the other arguments?
Okay, so there are a few about how this does not look like, this is not the pattern of zoonosis. One is that we don't see an animal. There is only one source of all infections in the world, which is not what we see in pandemics. Usually in pandemics, you have the animal infecting multiple people. I mean, the animal population infecting multiple people, which is what you expect because the virus infects lots of animals and they interact with people in multiple interfaces. So you see multiple spillovers. You see it in epidemiology. You actually see them being infected, but you also see it in the phylogenetic tree, right? You see different genetic sources that cannot be merged into a single source.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have that in SARS-2. Everything goes back to the one spillover in Wuhan. Yeah, so we don't have the host. We don't have multiple spillovers. Let's see what else. What else is good evidence?
How do you account for like the question about like we're creating a secret viral backbone using non-predicted proteins for bindings, and then all of this is the explanation that it's just there's a chance that there was top secret research done that nobody published anything on?
Okay, so I'll go to that in a minute. The other things that we have is that the virus is very well adapted to humans. So it seems like it is most adapted to human ACE2 than any other animal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's an interesting coincidence.
Well, I feel like the evidence for that cuts against, because when you're talking about the adaptation, so one of the almost immediate adaptations that shows up is the evolution in the region binding domain part of I think it's the S1 subunit. You see that the D to G 614 mutation, that happens almost in a single generation. Yeah. And if you were trying to pre-adapt something to human tissue, it seems like that's a thing that would have been solved in the lab almost immediately. So the fact that that wasn't solved, but solved almost immediately once it jumped to human populations would be an argument against creation in a lab and adaptation to humans.
Yeah, so the D614G is definitely an adaptation that happened after spillover. It's not to say that this was the best possible human virus, but it's saying it of all animals it was tested on, it was the best for humans. So it doesn't have to be that you you managed to find all the perfect mutations in the lab, but definitely this is something that looks like had humans in mind initially.
Well, when you say, well, it's not so much about finding the best mutations in the lab. It's that if you're trying to adapt something, because unless the papers come out to say otherwise, there were 6 key sites that were identified specifically in the region binding motif or whatever that were not predicted proteins.
Receptor binding motif.
Yeah. These weren't predicted to be the most optimal ways to bind ACE2, but they ended up being the ones that showed up in SARS-CoV-2. So how could a computer model and then testing have validated that without also stumbling upon the D614G mutation?
That was another piece of evidence that was overrated. Simulations are simulations. Some people showed simulations where it does perform best on human ACE2. So we don't know which software they used in the lab, and we don't know what were their models for filtering for best ACE2 match. But saying that this is not that simulation will definitely preclude it is not correct.
I agree with you there. There could be other explanations. I'm just saying that I think that if anything, that would cut against lab leak rather than cutting in favor of it. I don't think it cuts in favor of it at all. If anything, it cuts against. We could say it's neutral, but
okay. I'm not gonna. Yeah, this is not one of the main pieces of evidence. So these are like the zoonosis pattern, and then the strongest evidence is the genetic manipulation, and that is the presence of the FCS, the way it was inserted into a well-preserved area of the virus, exactly at the S1 S2 junction with a non-viral.
So can I ask in terms of that? Why I don't think there's ever in the history of all of research been an out-of-frame insertion of 12 nucleotides. Why would they do it with this virus that they're making in a lab?
Right. So the claim that is out of frame, it's like the DNA claim. This is not choosing the best explanation for what we see. So what we see, okay, right. So what we see is you can interpret it out of frame, but right next to the insert, there is an SNV, a single nucleotide variation.
Polymorphism.
Sorry?
The single nucleotide polymorphism, right? That's
like one simple mutation.
Yeah,
and without that simple mutation, then it's not. It's an in-frame. It's an in-frame insertion. And in that area of the genome, you have about 10% SNVs.
Wait, an in-frame insertion of 11 nucleotides then?
No, it's 12. But if you the last one is already overlapping with the previous with the bat viruses, and the first one you just need to turn it into. Just need to assume it's an SNV and it's in frame.
Okay.
So
there's also,
this is a 1 in 5 coincidence. You can have an SNV at the beginning, at the end. It could be before the virus got to white WFV. It could be after it got out. This is not an interesting evidence. Yeah.
I guess, but then the question would be, we see a whole bunch of these like 12 nucleotide insertions that show up in different, I think even in sarbecoviruses they've been found now. But the idea that must have come from a lab when we see 12 nucleotide insertions in a lot of places, and the fact that it at least appears to be out of frame, although maybe we could say there was just a SNP that happened in the first thing and it's actually an in-frame insertion. And then the fact that we can probably say this probably wouldn't have been highly infective in humans had there not been that FCS, right? So we wouldn't even be talking about this. It seems like you probably need the FCS for it to be highly infective. So that's like a pre-requirement. I don't feel like this cuts in favor of lab leak at all here.
Yeah, right. So, that's another thing where, probabilistic inference is helpful, because this is something that people do very often. Is when a person says this is good evidence because it's hard to. I think I'm saying it's rare under your hypothesis, and the other guy says here's one case when it happened. Okay, but how often does this happen?
Fairly often.
And
It's
we
not just
we
one
have
case.
millions.
Yeah.
No, we know how many. We know we know very well the number of insertions in SARS-2 viruses because we have millions of sequences. So we have, I think, something in the range of 50 inserts out of millions of mutations, right? So you need to find a good reason why this specific type of mutation happened here, and not, and they didn't instead just mutate through SNVs like the million of other cases we have. Now, if I was to use the HSM logic, I would say the probability of an FCS being a clean insertion with CGG and all of that is 1 in 10 billion, and therefore that's therefore lab leak is proven. But no, that's not what we do. We say we don't know why the insert happened. It's very rare. There could be some evolutionary reason that is not yet understood. No one was able to find it.
Well, what do you? I don't understand. Well, it makes it more infective, right? I mean, like there could be FCS insertions that theoretically happen in other places that just cause the virus to die because that 12 nucleotide insertion is just not. It doesn't help with the fitness of the virus, right? So it goes extinct immediately.
Yeah, sure. Having an FCS, that in itself is not amazing evidence because you need to have something that makes a pandemic. That's a given. The fact that it's an FCS and not something else is interesting because WIV were researching specifically FCSs. By the way, that's one of the things we found after the debate. Initially, the diffuse report said any cleavage sites, and later it turns out FCS were the main interest, but never mind.
Well, but I don't think any of the research had them manually inserting FCSs like this at this part of the virus. Also, keep in mind this is we're talking a novel.
S1S2?
Yeah. And a novel
so
backbone.
That was something that was a big deal at the debate that the diffuse says it's S2, but then we have the full diffuse correspondence before the final publication, and they specifically say S1, S2 there. Okay, so that's another thing that was post-debate and was supporting lab leak.
Sure.
I'd
be interested to see that linked. Also, given that. Because also the lab that would have done this work would have been the one in North Carolina, right? Not the one in Wuhan, number one. And then number two, the diffuse proposal was technically never accepted, although they could still work on it in secret. But then number three, all the researchers would have had to have been working on it in secret while also publishing other stuff. And then number four, they would have had to have stumbled upon stuff like this that was highly infective, that they weren't publishing anything on, or they didn't notify anybody on. And then five, on a novel virus backbone that wasn't being used in any other research or documented anywhere or released anywhere afterwards. Which is not impossible, I guess, but...
Right, so all the things that you said, they have very good explanations. Some of them only revealed after the debate. We can go over them one by one.
Okay.
But that's actually a good time to raise an interesting point. So when you work with exact sciences, we have this this requirement of theories being able to provide predictions, which is something that is very strong. We all know to quote the relativity and the prediction about Mercury's position during the eclipse. And when you deal with complex mechanisms, it's hard to make a prediction because so many things could happen. However, what you do have is so we had this debate, and then let's see all the evidence that came out after. All the evidence that came out after was directly contradicting claims made by Peter in the debate, and I don't think there is one piece of evidence that came out that contradicted something we said. So again, it's not something I'm going to say this is predicting the Mercury's position on an eclipse, but that's something interesting to note. And I think it's like something like 6 or 7 pieces of evidence, all of them very strongly rebutting the hypothesis that Peter presented.
Okay. I will say after this convo,
you want to go over the specifics you mentioned, the secret viruses and all of that?
I don't know if I have the time to go over it right now, but if you email me all of it, I'll read it through start to finish, and then we could revisit and have another chat with it, because I am writing up something on this, and I'd be interested to go over all of it. Yeah, I would be super interested if you'd forward me that, yeah.
Okay, so let me see, I got everything. So you want to see the evidence that they're doing S1, S2. FCS is specifically interesting. You want evidence about secret viruses not published.
Basically everything. You said that new stuff came out, especially after the debate with
Okay,
Peter.
all the new stuff.
Yeah, I'd be interested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but you also mentioned like all the evidence you think is strong. I can provide you the rebuttals for all of that? You want to run through those again? Make sure I didn't miss anything.
The new evidence that came out. You mentioned something about. Oh, I'm curious. You mentioned something about there's just a SNP basically prior to the 12 nucleotide insertion. So what appears to be an out-of-frame 12 nucleotide insertion is actually an in-frame one with just a SNP occurring before that makes it appear different. Yeah, I'd be curious to see that. Did the S1, S2 subunit, did that exist before SARS-CoV-2, or is that a novel feature of the SARS-CoV-2 virus?
I'm not sure I understand the question. The existing of the S1, S2 junction or the FCS and the S1, S2 junction?
The FCS and the S1X. No, the spike.
No, that's new. That's of course that's what makes it SARS-2. Without this, we don't have a pandemic.
Yeah. Wait. So then, how was there? Oh, you're just saying that they theorized putting an FCS that would have created the S1, S2 in the paper in the diffuse grant, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and you then get in Wuhan a virus with an FCS and the S1, S2 in a clean insert with a non-viral genome. I mean, this is. I mean, if I wasn't into probabilistic inference, I would say that is a 1 in a billion coincidence. But sure. I know that you can never be so confident. But this is pretty strong evidence. It doesn't get much to that.
Sure. I'd be interested in seeing that number one, like what that looked like. But then two, how do you explain? Because I believe that FCS started to show up for the bat populations in like the Banal 52 one, and then in the there's another SARS-CoV virus. Do you think these were just like reverse infected or recombinant things? Yeah.
There are no FCSs in SARS-CoV viruses. So all the three Banal viruses and the RATG13, they do not have FCS.
They don't have the FCS thing? Oh, okay, they're just a high percentage match or whatever, the 96% match without the FCSs.
Yeah, for everything but FCS. That's what makes it more interesting, because you have this completely preserved spike protein with very little variation compared to nature, and then you have this 12 nucleotide inserts just popping up out of nowhere. This is yeah.
Sure.
Let me see if I can show you the genome, because it's very nice. Don't know if I have it here. I know what to show it. If you go to so in this link, this is a response to Scott Alexander. So scroll until you see like an image with lots of letters and colors. Let me see if I can see your screen somewhere here.
You can go to youtube.com/destiny or kick.com/destiny, but I'm scrolling until I see a lot of colors.
Yeah, I have you somewhere here. I don't know where it is. I need to find it. Let's see. Like an image. Okay. Oh, it's a long delay. I see. Okay. So not very helpful. Anyway, scroll to like where you see lots of letters and.
What am I looking for, like a nucleotide sequence or?
Yeah. With comparing two sequences.
Can you tell me a word to Control F beforehand, or?
I can find one for you. Look for HKU. Yeah, there you go. That's the one.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so I see on delay. I don't know if so. I assume. Hope you're seeing what I'm looking for. So you can see. So it says SARS-2 versus closest relative. You can see like the entire sequence is very well conserved. You have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 non-synonymous mutation and lots of synonymous mutations, which is an indication that this is a highly functional area of the genome, which evolutionary pressure prevents mutations. And then you have this 12 nucleotide insert, which is very weird, right? There's two things here. First, you have these 4.
Well, wait, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, sure, of course.
If we say that this is a highly preserved part of the genome,
you're not looking at the right one. You're looking at the HKU. Look above that.
Okay. If we say that this is a highly preserved part of the genome, then if for an FCS to show up here to increase the fitness of the virus, wouldn't we expect this to always happen in the form of an insertion?
No, if you have, we actually know we have subecoviruses with that are a few SNVs from FCS. They could have easily mutated to that. There's nothing.
Well, I thought
there's no reason.
Well, I'm
there's
saying,
no reason not to do it that way.
Wait, you just said if it's a highly conserved area. My understanding of a highly SNPs,
okay, I understand.
Yeah. Can you explain that? Because it feels like
So this would happen. The FCS would not happen in bats because there's selective pressure against FCSs in bats because in bats it's an enteric virus and not a respiratory virus, and in the gut it's not good to have an FCS. So this will be happening in the host animal.
Real quick, I'm sorry, this is getting really into it, but why is it bad to have an FCS in the gut?
That's beyond me. I just you reached the edge of my knowledge about bat virus.
Okay.
So it shouldn't happen in the bats. There's a strong selective pressure against FCS in bats, and that's why we don't have the FCSs in nature. But once it jumps to the host animal, the intermediate host, there it can start having the selective pressure for having an FCS and then becoming a respiratory virus and getting to animals. So definitely there's no FCS will not happen in bats, but once it gets to another animal, then you start to have the selection for FCS. Anyway, so you see here so first of all, you have 4 at a time, which is again a coincidence. Second is that it's an insert, right? If you see in the comparison, it's all blanks at the reference sequence. So you have like 2 coincidences here. The third coincidence is that the sequence you have there, the CGG one, it's something that is not found anywhere in this virus or in any related viruses. This is not a sequence that is common in viruses, so we don't know where you get from.
Wait, real quick.
It happens that you have foreign sequences inserted, but it's not the common
I'm just
way.
curious.
The common way is just to have a duplication. You have an existing sequence, and then it's duplicated from another part of the sequence because the ribosome, I think, slips while reading the RNA.
Why is it that you would have, if you were working with a lab to do this type of insertion, why would you use one less commonly found than one?
Good. So just to finish this one, you can see, if you see the right next to the insertion, you see an A and T in gray. That's the SNV that makes it in frame. Okay.
Theoretically, right?
Yeah, that's the more parsimonious comparison of the 2 viruses. Okay, so why they did this? Okay, that was something that the debate. My position was, we don't know what is the motivation of an engineer. They could be trying so many things. Just claiming that PRRA is unlikely, you could say it's not the most likely.
Wait. Can I wait? Let me hold on real quick. Let me challenge you on that one.
Sure,
Are you?
Of course.
Do you have? What's your background for work?
What do you mean?
Do you do like computer programming stuff, or do you do like any kind of engineering?
I was when I was a child, I was into computer programming. Later on, I moved more to mathematics, probability, business, of course.
Gotcha. Okay. So I don't know much about lab stuff. I've learned a little bit in the course of doing this debate, but so when I hear the thing of maybe they were just trying random stuff, my understanding is if you wanted to do a type of insertion, if you wanted to do a type of recombinant technique to create something that it wouldn't necessarily be maybe for some things, but in a lab, you wouldn't be able to say oh, I just want to swap this and this. What you would have to say is there are certain techniques that exist that allow you to manipulate certain parts of a strand of RNA, that allow you to insert certain things that work in certain, because these are certain methods and things that have been tested and verified. You can't just swap out anything with anything else, like changing the letters on a computer or whatever. Is it the case that if no other researcher, and I just don't know the answer to this, but I would be curious in talking to somebody that works in a lab, is it the case that no other researcher that's done this particular type of insertion, would the technique to do this be trivially easy, that a researcher could just randomly throw in a 12 nucleotide sequence just to see what happens if this is not a documented thing that any other type of researcher in a lab works? Because
it's not, you don't just do randomly stuff. You need to have some some reasoning. It's not terribly expensive. I think like a few $100s per trial like this. But yeah, you don't just do random stuff. You have some methodology. What we said is we don't know what they're looking to do.
Sure.
We've shown many possible motives. We just said we don't know because we don't know. Sometimes you need to accept uncertainty. But what happened is that after the debate, we had the Ralph Baric testimony, and there he describes that one of the motivations for the Fuse and the research they were interested in 2019 was feline coronaviruses ADE. ADE is antibody-dependent enhancement. This is a mechanism by which viruses defend against immunity. They penetrate immune cells. And they were very interested in studying whether they had this AD and feline coronaviruses.
Wait,
and
real quick, I'm sorry, just because I had a different understanding from studying vaccines. My understanding is antibody-dependent enhancement, ADE, is what happens when the immune system finds a way to basically bind to certain proteins of a virus that's supposed to make it ineffective, but in actuality, it makes the virus more fit to invade cells, not necessarily anything invading immune cells, but just a way that the virus adapts such that when your immune system responds to it, the antibodies are actually assisting with viral replication. Or maybe there are different types of ADE that it could be, but
no. So I think ADE is specifically about fighting against immune cells. I don't think it specifically improves other effectivity, but I may be wrong.
Okay.
So they were interested in that. And for the feline coronaviruses, you do have an issue with, you do have sequences with the PRRAR. So you have this exact sequence there. And they were, they actually specifically talked about the fact that cleavage is not a linear function, right? It's not the better cleavage you have, the better it is for the viruses. Because if you can have too good cleavage, that damages infectivity. Right, so it's a complex mechanism, and they actually had the cases in feline coronaviruses where, when cleavage was worsened, it became lethal. Right? They had these two cats in the same household that one mutated to have a worse cleavage site, worse FCS site, and it became lethal for that. So that was something they were interested. They were generally interested about cross immunity, about if they develop a vaccine for SARS-1, what would happen with SARS-2? So these are all the things that actually turned out to be in their interest, and is exactly what we see here. We see this PRRAR sequence, which we know from feline coronaviruses, relevant to the exact things they were looking for. So
sure.
Yeah, so as time goes by, we see how this virus is exactly what you'd expect to see from Wuhan. Originally, our position was you can't be confident to say this is not what WFE would do because you don't know what's in people's
well, yeah, but
plans,
I feel like even on that, I feel like it could cut either way depending on how you look at it. So when you talk about the cleavage being better and being worse for the adaptivity of the virus, I could be wrong, I don't remember exactly, but that might have been the first big mutation for the Delta variant, because what happens is if that FCS is too effective and it cleaves it too hard, when you start losing a bunch of those S1 crowns, the only way for the virus to get absorbed is like through the endocytosis of just S2. It's a shitty way of binding. But when the virus mutated and then you saw that the FCS was cleaved, but more of those subunits stayed attached afterwards, they didn't get cut off completely. Like you were saying, the infectivity massively increased. But I think this was a later evolution of SARS-CoV-2. If this is something that they knew from the cat stuff, why wouldn't this have been a thing that was initially included to make it so that the furin cleavage site wasn't causing them to be cut so hard in the beginning? Because that was like a later mutation that turned out with SARS-CoV-2 to make it more infective. I think that was the difference between Delta. Not saying it necessarily comes from another, but I'm saying like, well, couldn't somebody argue that they should have done that? Yeah.
So I think Delta has an extra R in the FCS, and that actually improved cleavage. Didn't worsen. I'm not sure. I need to verify. But again, at this point, what you're saying is you're trying to put the engineering competition with 1 billion people generating mutations all over the planet. Of course, the evolution will win eventually. So they have good ideas how to imitate things that could happen in evolution and test them out. of course, there will always be things they didn't think about. I don't think you should expect it to be the perfect final virus.
True, but to be fair, I'm not saying the perfect final virus. Like that, the D614G mutation shows up in a single generation. Like I think it's generation 0 when you infect a host and then see how it spreads. Like I think it shows up almost immediately. So it just seems like if it was a thing that, was made in a lab, it just seems like there are things that you would expect to see very quickly. Would be my guess, but yeah.
I'll get back to you on that.
Sure.
I don't think this is that critical, but I'll check about that. So we want
sure
the cleavage and the 614G.
And then I guess kind of like, yeah, so when you email me this, I'll go over this and then we can revisit the conversation too. Do you have, I know you don't have to have this technically to have presented a reasonable argument, but I guess like in your mind, do you have like a coherent start to finish? What do you think is the most likely explanation for what happened start to finish that accounts for like the odd pieces of evidence or whatever?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, my chat tells me the 614G did take some time, but I'll send you a more accurate answer later. Okay, so start to finish what happened, and I think what's important to notice as I go through this, at no point am I going to claim anything that is not just what people do.
Sure.
This is all a very reasonable progression.
Sure. And I'll say, like,
okay,
even to your credit or anybody else's, like, you could have unreasonable. There could be things that are, well, not unreasonable. There could be hard to account for facts.
Yeah, just
right?
not too many.
Yeah,
not too many. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you do have a once in a century pandemic.
Yeah, regardless of whether or not the answer is zoonotic or lab leak, it was obviously a somewhat unlikely set of events to get here. Because, yeah, like you said, it's not like this is happening all the time on either end. So, yeah.
Yeah. By the way, this is something we like to do when we want to sanity test our hypothesis, is trying to think, okay, based on our assumptions, how often do we expect this to happen? And if we say, okay, even if we get that one hypothesis is 50 times more likely than the other, if this leading hypothesis says, I don't know, this pattern of events needs to happen once every million years, then we messed up. Then that's not a good hypothesis. Maybe it's better than the alternative one, but we're still not there. So on top of comparing hypotheses, you also need to show that your leading hypothesis is something that matches reality. Okay, so the process is, okay, so we know from Diffuse what they're interested in. They're looking for a virus that is 10 to 25% different than SARS-1. They want to find a virus with good human ACE2 match. They want to add an FCS to it. They want to play with the N glycans. Okay, they supposed to do it in cooperation US-China. They didn't get it funded. Then China, WIV decides it's still a worthwhile effort. They already have the collecting capabilities. They already have lots of viruses. So they start doing a similar process. They do all of it. They have enough viruses with ACE2 match. They find the best one. They add the FCS. They start culturing it. They infect animals, which is, again, something we see in Diffuse, which was originally thought to be unlikely, but we see it in Diffuse. They infect animals. A lab worker gets infected, might even not know about it, not even have more than standard cold symptoms. He infects a few people late October in Wuhan. It grows cryptically in Wuhan, gets to around 100 people. One of them goes to the market, infects a vendor. The vendor infects other vendors. The vendors meet after hours at the mahjong room and create within a few days, dozens of infections. Within 1 or 2 weeks, the entire market is infected. You start getting hospitalizations. The doctors notice the connection between an unidentified pneumonia and market exposure. They report it. Everyone starts looking for market cases. Specifically, at that period, they said you cannot report this as the new pneumonia if it's not market connected. It continues to grow outside the market, all over Wuhan. COVID.
Okay. All right. I will. I look forward to your email, and I'll go over the new pieces of information. Is there any other stuff you want to bring up, I guess, for this conversation?
We didn't mention the lineages, lineage A and B in the market. That was again a big thing.
Convoluted part. I could barely follow either argument. That was a really complicated. I think I kind of sort of get it. The fact like it could backwards evolution or not, and it could but that was
But something cute to note about that is that Peter did a very nice work of rebutting lab leak claims about intermediate viruses between A and B. So there are two possible intermediates. There can be CC or TT. Never mind what it means, but you have two possible intermediates between A and B. And he was very effectively rebutting all the CC ones, showing they're due to an error in analyzing the sequences. But he wasn't ever able to refute the TT one. And after the debate, we actually people found additional 2 TT sequences. So we now know for sure there's an intermediate AB sequence, and it is exactly the one that would be predicted if based on Peter's analysis. And that basically kills the 2 spillovers because we have an intermediate genome. That means that B developed from A. There was 1 spillover, and the whole hypothesis of how the market was the source collapsed. You can make up a new one, but at this point, the market is very shaky, and even Zoonosis supporters don't feel the market is strong. What they miss is once you get the market out, all the evidence is lab leak, and that's what you should be supporting.
Okay, I'll look forward to seeing that, and we'll see how compelling I find that, and then we can revisit it.
Beautiful. That was very enjoyable. That was much better than I expected, based on how you treated me in the original. Original. Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. I always scream at stuff when I'm just looking at it, but unless the other person wants to scream at me, I'm not usually screaming at them. Also, I just realized, it's super random, I guess, small world. Is your sister like a political commentator person?
Yes.
Okay. I've argued with her a couple times, so small world, I guess. But
did you? I actually don't. I don't follow her stuff because family. I prefer to not get politics and family involved. So I didn't know you interviewed her, but good to know.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay, cool. Well, hey, thanks a lot. I appreciate the conversation. I look forward to your email, and then I will respond. Yeah.
Same here.
Cool.
Okay.
Thanks
care.
A lot. Bye.
Bye.
Based. Wow. Such sciences. Is the Chainsaw Man clip stuff I'm seeing, is that like new, or is that an old anime? I feel like I heard about this anime a long time ago, but I feel like the stuff I'm seeing come out now is like wild in terms of animation quality and shit. Jesus. Oh, there's a movie coming out last year. Okay. How new or old is Chainsaw Man as an anime? Is he actually made out of chainsaws?
Hey, Miss Makima, do you think I... Do you...
Like, who's the studio for this? Even there's a lot of detail for Jesus.
Miss Makima, do you
Mappa.
think I have a heart?
Wait, miners attract...
Yes, you do. The name's Reze. I can teach you everything. Let me teach you.
Whoa!
I might fall for this girl. Bomb is coming. Jeez. Everybody's after my chainsaw heart. What about my heart? Genji's heart? Does nobody want that?
Boom.
Is his face a chainsaw? Why? And his arms? Does he need gas, or does it just like work off of spirit power? He's a devil. And his legs are chainsaws. Okay. This might actually be happening.
Good morning, John.
Oh my
Don't
God.
really feel up to the moment, generally. I don't think anybody's a huge fan of moments where it feels like suddenly everything's possible and that there aren't any good answers and there's no way to sort of access what the future will be like or even how we got here. So instead, today, I want to talk about life on Mars. And I'm just going to go off the dome here, if you don't mind, though I do have some notes. And I just like, it's possible that with the whole world being what it is right now, you did not hear about this, but NASA announced, and there was a paper out, that after a full year of work, Perseverance, the rover, has detected some things on the surface of Mars that we do not know how to explain without there having been life on Mars. Now that's very different from saying that there was definitely life on Mars and very, very different from saying there is currently life on Mars. But to put this all in context and to talk about like how science works, I'm going to give you the past, present, and future of life on Mars, including this recent discovery, which I think could be quite a big deal. The first spacecraft we ever sent to the surface of Mars was in the 1970s, and it carried a little biology lab. So Viking 1 and 2 weren't just there taking pictures, though the pictures were important because, like, look, they did not know if they might see like lichen. They knew that Mars was pretty barren. They knew that the atmosphere was very thin. But there were pictures, though the pictures were important because, like, look, they did not know if they might see like lichen. They knew that Mars was pretty barren. They knew that the atmosphere was very thin. But there was plenty of talk back then about whether the pictures would show life. And there were definitely biology experiments on the Viking landers that were designed to detect life. So this was from the beginning taken very seriously. I mean, even before we were on Mars, there was lots of talk about whether there would be little green men. They were not looking for signs of past life. They were looking for currently existing life. They grabbed a little bit of soil and they put like water and nutrients on it to see if metabolism would start. And the first signal from that experiment was that gas was being released. And that was a big moment. But the way that science works, then you do other experiments to see if maybe that could have been done through some normal kind of chemistry, because like situations on the surface of Mars aren't going to be like situations on the surface of Earth. Other experiments on the surface of Mars showed no organic molecules. And then also we showed that the metabolism could be explained just by weird chemistry rather than by life. There could easily be just reactive compounds in the soil that would mimic the signs of life. So the verdict shifted from maybe yes to probably not. Viking was set up kind of with like one big experiment to decide everything, and that's just so rarely how science works. Now, if they had just taken pictures of some moss, that would have been it. Like, it could have played out that way. But usually it's more like you get a lot of drips, you interrogate those drips, you try and like deal with those interrogations, like a criticism, no, maybe it was done like this. And they're like, okay, we'll check for that. And that's how science works. Measurements, countermeasurements, arguments, contradictions, revisions, science. In 1996, I was 16 years old and I was at summer camp, and another big thing happened. There was this Martian meteorite that was found in Antarctica, ALH 84001, Allen Hills, 84001. And that was a rock from Mars. It had been blasted off the surface of Mars by an impact, and then it had landed in Antarctica, and we grabbed that and we did science to it, and we looked at it under an electron microscope, and we were like, oh my gosh, this thing looks like a fossil of a bacteria. And that was very big news. And I was very frustrated because I was at camp and I didn't have my computer and I couldn't blog about it. So that's where I'm at. Then people were like, look, geology can make bacteria-shaped structures all by itself. And today, this is still like in limbo. Like, it is an unresolved, probably forever a maybe sign that there could have been life. And it's like, to me, it's not even a check in either column. Now, to be fair, I skipped over the first part of the story, which is like looking at Mars and seeing, are these canals? Is this like a sign of an ancient dying civilization? And I'm also going to skip some other stuff. Like, Curiosity discovered some organic molecules in some mudstone. When I say organic, that's the chemistry definition of organic, which does not mean made by life. It means part of the large family of carbon-centered chemistry. We've seen weird spikes in methane on the surface of Mars that turned out to be maybe not as weird as we thought. There's also seasonal recurring lines of like dark stripes, which seems like they could kind of be considered flowing water on the surface of Mars. And also a huge amount of planetary science just proving that at one point Mars had a bunch of water running over it. Like, we know that now. We didn't know that when I was a kid. But for the sake of time, we're going to skip up to 2024. Perseverance rover drilled into a rock in Jezero crater, which is part of a dried up river delta that once fed into a Martian lake. This rock looked exciting if you're the kind of person who can get excited by Martian rocks, which I am. So first thing to know, this rock was formed in a river delta by mud. So there was mud there, and then over time, the water left and the rock was compressed, and now you have what's there now. And the reason that this mudstone was particularly exciting is these spots that are all over it. And outside of the spot, you have one colored rock. Inside the spot, you have a different colored rock, and on the edge of the spot, you have a different color to it. So what is happening, definitely, is that something happens in the middle of that, and it changes the rock as it spreads out. And so that, on its own, is like, that's something you should look at more. And so they did, and Perseverance is a much more complex and capable laboratory than the Viking lander. Look and check specifically what kinds of molecules are in there. And they can see first there's organic compounds, which again doesn't mean life, it means carbon-based. But they also found these two kinds of molecules. So there's vivianite, which is iron phosphate, and there's greigite. I think it's pronounced greigite. It's
Okay, is this actually exciting? I don't care that much about this. I want to do drama. What is this? Get fucked. Oh, they created the perfect thing, okay? I might move my chats above my thing and do notes on the left, but I need this thing. They just made it. Corsair was watching my stream and they made this, but it hasn't like... This thing. When the fuck does this come back in stock? What's wrong with using a normal screen? Because how? This is like a little thing that I could just stick to the side, and then I would put my Obsidian here, my notes here, and then I could put it on the left side of the stream. Can you not just buy a vertical monitor of this size? This would just connect to my... I don't think you understand how like crammed my stuff is here. I've got a camera here and then monitors here. Like I can't just stick something on the side. It would be... Just buy 3 new iPhones and duct tape. Okay, never mind. I'll look at this off stream. Charlie Kirk was the only one who knew how to make them. The esoteric knowledge will die with him. Elon Musk says Hassan needs to be banned off Twitch. Yeah, he's got to be banned off Twitch. Come on. Yes. Liberal influencer Hassan Piker tells his viewers to kill conservatives. Oh, that's an older clip.
To the president, whom he loved. He was one of the only people, I mean, truly one of the only people to go to the president whom he loved. He loved Donald Trump, like personally as well. And I think the president really loved him in a real way. But he was one of the only people to go to the Oval Office and say, sir, I totally understand and think Iran's really bad, but a war with Iran is not, you know, is something that could really hurt our country. I mean, boy, that was an unpopular position. He didn't need to express it. Oh, of course. And he did it again. He didn't have some weird agenda. He wasn't mad at anybody. He was for his country and he was for doing the right and wise and difficult thing. And he said that. He went to the Oval Office to say that. He took massive abuse from his own donors, which is also something that you don't see people. And he loved his donors. It wasn't a hostile thing, but they had a different view. A lot of them, not all, but a lot. And they expressed it to him in a very intense way. I know because he showed me. And he said, look, I understand your perspective. This is my perspective. And we're going to do what we think is the right thing, the wise thing.
In that way, too, he was the voice of young people. I mean, there are no young people in the country anymore supporting this war and wanting Israel to continue its bombing campaign. That's just the truth. Look at the polls. And he was in touch with them. And even where his own opinion may have differed from their opinion, he felt like he owed it to them to bring their message to the sitting president of the United States. I mean, that's what's been snuffed out.
Well, as he has been, unfortunately, but he was one of the very few people I have met who combined a love for everyone involved with strong views. So again, he was not animated by anything creepy or weird. I mean, you knew him intimately, so you know this is true. If you talk to him off camera, he would say, you know, I love whoever I'm talking about, but I think this is wrong. It's immoral. It's bad for everybody involved, both sides. And he would say that, and he could say that because it was sincere. It was completely sincere. But I cannot overstate the amount of attacks he took privately over this, like absolutely for real. And having lived in Washington most of my life and seen people run nonprofits, I've never met one who was willing. Stand up is too strong. He wasn't confrontational, but he would just say, no, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I think this is the right thing. The people we represent, which is mostly young people, they believe this, and I believe it also. It was brave, but loving at the same time. And I'm not sure he made a lot of headway, by the way. I mean, I think he made real enemies in doing that, but his view didn't change. Anyway.
Jesus.
Be honest, we haven't felt like ourselves since Barack Obama.
Oh no, not beating the allegations. Oh man, that the black president was the brain break for these guys.
We don't feel like ourselves. We haven't felt like ourselves in a while. And I'm sorry to get political, but I'm just going to be honest. We haven't felt like ourselves since Barack Obama. I just think he was such a slick snake. You know, he was this affable guy who was like wearing good suits and looked the part and sounded the part and dressed the part, but was so divisive in his messaging. The left, they look at you like when you say this, they don't know what you're talking about. It's like, because you don't pay attention to the other half.
We don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Can you give me an example of this? What are the ultra divisive messages that were coming out of Obama's
Our top
White
political
House?
priority over the next 2 years should be to deny President Obama a second term.
From the economy to healthcare reform, it's been a challenging first year in the White House, an anniversary marked by last week's Republican rebuke in the Massachusetts Senate race. My colleague Diane Sawyer sat down earlier today for an exclusive interview with the president.
1 week after his party suffered that bruising defeat in Massachusetts, President Obama insists all the talk of an embattled presidency is not about him.
When your poll numbers drop, you're an idiot. When your poll numbers are high, you're a genius. If my poll numbers are low, then I'm cool and cerebral and cold and detached. If my poll numbers are high, boy, he's calm and reasoned, right? So that's the filter through which a lot of this stuff is interpreted.
Though there are some concessions and self-examination about whether in the past year he spoke up enough for the people angry at government and ready for change.
Well, you know, I'd say I probably make a mistake a day, maybe two. But I think in terms of over the course of the year, as I said before, we've been so focused on just getting things done that I think that we stopped giving voice to the frustrations that people have about the process here in Washington. And that's something that I take responsibility for.
And today he says,
I take responsibility for? What a fucking idiot. How many times does he not even bring up George Bush over and 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 over again? Hello?
whatever he's going through, how about some perspective? 2 pictures. Inauguration, first congressional speech.
Right.
What would you say to him?
You're going to look older in a year. You've got more gray.
As for health care, the president still vowed no small bore solutions to big problems. He said health care reform is still central to American life.
Every health economist out there who's serious about this stuff will tell you it's a vast improvement over the status quo. That doesn't excuse the stray cats and dogs that found their way into legislation. It is to point out that as we move forward, we've got to make sure that we're focused on what is actually helping the American people deal with what is a very serious problem.
And once again, we ask him about an old promise. To all the people terrified about the deficits, $1.5 trillion more spent this year than taken in, expected next year, can you guarantee them still there will be no taxes on anybody who makes under $250,000 a year? Is that still the absolute rule?
I can guarantee that the worst thing we could do would be to raise taxes when the economy is still this weak. I haven't raised taxes on anybody. I've cut taxes. 95% of working Americans have gotten a tax cut. Partly because it's the right thing to do because of the recession, partly because it's something I campaigned on.
And so as he moves into the second year of his presidency, as he looks back, we ask him, what about looking ahead? Ever in the middle of all this coming at you think maybe one term is enough?
You know.
What I will say, Obama fucked up his... How did Obama fuck his deficit up so hard? So I understand he came in and he had to spend a lot, and then it was getting better, right? We were getting back to even. But, what was he doing here? Jesus. Like, why was it getting worse again? In 2017, 2018, 2019. Remember, conservatives will always blame COVID for Donald Trump's horrible fiscal mismanagement. But this here had nothing to do with COVID. And Obama was largely improving on deficit spending, right? It was largely improving. 2016 did get a bit worse, but it was largely improving, especially from when he came in after the collapse of the world economy. But Trump spent more and more and more and more for no reason. And then COVID happened. They like to say, well, COVID, but I'm sure it'll start to go up, though, this year, right? Like, we'll do better on our deficit.
I would say that the one thing I'm clear about is that I'd rather be a really good one-term president than a mediocre two-term president. And I believe that. There's a tendency in Washington to think that our job description of elected officials is to get reelected. That's not our job description. Our job description is to solve problems and to help people.
Loser.
Half of the country. You only pay attention to your absurd in his messaging. The left, they look at you like when you say this, they don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, tell us how horrible Obama was.
Because you don't pay attention to the other half of the country.
Tell us.
You only pay attention to your absurd news sources, which spin and spin and spin to protect Democrats, especially if they're named Obama.
Oh, true.
He's the one who started to inject race where no one had been doing it.
True. Do you remember when we were a post-racial society? When nobody was talking about race in America? That problem had just been completely fixed. And then Obama brought it back, God damn it.
He's the one who started to use his pen and the phone to shove things down our throat that we didn't want. He's the one who shoved through an entire things down our throat to use his pen and the phone to shove.
Use his pen in the phone. What is he saying? Or what is she saying? What is that?
One who started to use his pen in the phone to shove things down our throat that we didn't want. He's the one who shoved through an entitlement on our health care and our personal doctor visits that he promised he wouldn't mess with, and then he did, really hurting people, causing massive anger and open lies. He never missed an opportunity to twist the knife on the racial issue. He would do it subtly and in his own way, but it was very clear what he was doing. For the first time, we had a president who weighed in on legal cases before they'd played out. We never did that. That was a
Wow, wait in a legal. Wow, that would be horrible to do that.
Taboo that had never been crossed before him. And Donald Trump was the reason Barack Obama.
Barack Obama was the reason.
Barack Obama was the reason Donald Trump came about. That he was born as a political figure.
She's doing the thing, right? You say she's doing the thing where she's saying this is what causes people to be unhinged, but she's unhinged, right? That she's doing that thing where she's like, this is why some people lose their minds. Like, excuse me, this is why you've lost your mind. Why are you presenting this like you're some detached third party?
They say Trump's divisive. He was the antidote. He was the answer to the divisiveness of Barack Obama. And we just haven't felt like ourselves for years now.
What a demon. What? Okay. What the fuck is this? Sorry.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left, or in this case, the vile nature of the radical modern left.
Hey, it's me.
These people are squirming. I mean, it's absolutely disgusting. The leftist reaction to the Charlie...
Okay, I'm good.
He dumped his gun in the woods and hopped in a gray Dodge Challenger and drove 4 hours home. The governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, says the family did the right thing by turning their son in. Robinson's believed to have acted alone, but he left a hefty trail of evidence. Investigators found messages that he sent to his roommate.
These photos consisted of various messages stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message.
People keep saying Obama was the one who divided the country. Is there any truth to that claim? I don't remember him ever being divisive. This is delusion from the right, but you need to listen. You need to listen to their media. When you were listening to like Rush Limbaugh on the day, every single day you were hearing about these people were commies, they were socialists, they were trying to destroy the country. Every single day you got this fed to you from all forms of conservative media. So that's why you get the feeling that Obama was like crazy divisive or whatever. Keep in mind that those same horrible healthcare pushes, the same horrible healthcare changes that Obama made, that Trump came into office to try to repeal and replace, are the ones that now Trump defends and says those were his idea. The pre-existing condition stuff, he's not going to get rid of that because they're popular now. So
It's referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel.
We now know more about the engravings on the shell casings. Listen.
Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital O-W."
Hassan's interview with Jones earlier today. Why do you keep linking this dog shit? I don't know what this is. If you have a Hassan interview, link it. I don't know why you keep linking this crazy dude's video.
Oh, what's this question mark? Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this question mark?" Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao. And a third unfired casing read, if you read this, you are gay, LMAO.
Bella Ciao is an anti-Nazi song from Italy. 3 down arrows is an anti-fascist symbol that's now associated with Antifa. And it's also a video game code for calling in a big bomb. Hey, fascist, catch. Well, he's calling Charlie a fascist and telling him to catch.
Anti-Nazi? Did they have their own fascists? I'm trying to remember if that was the case or not, but maybe not.
A bullet. And the bulges, OWO, is sexual role-playing slang used by furry fanatics. So who is this guy, this Robinson guy? He comes from a normal household, raised Mormon, parents are Republican. His father's in construction, and they live in a 6-bedroom home in Utah. He grew up hunting, which explains why he was a good shot. And academically, he was a straight-A student who got a college scholarship. But he dropped out of college after 1 semester, went back to live at home.
Oh, no. He should have stayed in college. Oh, no. College would have unradicalized him.
And enrolled in a trade school, looking to become an electrician. A family member said he wasn't political until recently, when something snapped.
The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had.
Why, who didn't like them? The family or the kid?
Incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate.
They? Does he mean him? Is he just using the singular they? Maybe I don't know. Maybe they're just the family's talking, right?
And spreading hate.
One of Robinson's friends spoke to The Guardian and said he was...
Wait, can somebody link me that full press conference?
...really leftist. Pretty left on everything, quote unquote. They said he became an extremist, started ranting and raving. Robinson apparently spent too much time online. His shell casings had internet slang, and he dressed up as memes for Halloween.
Oh, it's in the news now, right?
Robinson spent hours and hours alone staring at a screen. A Christian kid in a conservative household raised by a loving mom and dad in Utah, not surrounded by radical leftists, but gets radicalized.
Wait, where? I don't see anything in here about this today. Hello? Am I on the wrong date? (9/12).
Into fighting fascists online.
Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
Fascism isn't just coming, it's already here.
This is
one issue you have to get into here, and nobody will address this, I guess. Fuck them, because everybody's a coward, including the fucking mainstream left-leaning losers. And I brought this up on my debate last night. We need to have a discussion on the factual claims on both sides, okay? If a person comes into your house and they're a rapist, and somebody says, hey, that guy's a rapist, and then another guy comes into the house who's not a rapist, and someone says, hey, that's a rapist, you can't say, bro, you can't just call, when you call this guy and this guy a rapist, it's bad. You can't do that. It's like, well, hold on. It might be accurate in one of these cases. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean anybody should go kill anybody. It doesn't necessarily excuse any political violence, but I'm just saying that we should be able to evaluate the factualness of both of these claims, no? Now, of course, Fox News wouldn't agree, obviously, that Trump is an authoritarian, even though he obviously and clearly is, and they clearly and obviously support it. But
what kicking the out of fascism looks like.
Donald Trump is a fascist.
Trump is a fascist dictator. As a fascist dictator.
Fascist chaos.
Fascist.
This is also deeply unserious because, one, Trump has literally called Kamala fascist multiple times, and Biden. And two, they use communist all the time when they talk about the left. They've been doing it for 2 decades, okay?
Regime. Look, are they a threat to democracy? Yes. Are they going to take our rights away? Yes. Are they going to put people's lives in danger? Yes.
These are all things that the Republicans constantly say about the Democrats, of course. So this is all unserious, right?
Are they going to endanger the planet by not dealing with climate change? Yes.
So how did America confront fascism in World War II? We went to war. And today, Democrat senators have declared war again.
We're in a war right now to save this country. And so you have...
And now, all of the political jargon, now all of it is to be seen as literal. Now all of it is literally calling for violence, literally calling for death. Ignore the fact that Trump said you need to fight like hell to take your country back. And immediately after, people went to the Capitol and insurrected, right? That wasn't Trump's fault. That wasn't You can't draw a direct link from that, even though you literally can draw a direct link everywhere through that. Now all of it is incredibly literal. What is this?
Anyway, who are you and why are you here?
I'm Ann Williams. I'm here supporting Obama.
Tell me about your health care situation.
We are an example of somebody. My husband and I have 6 children. We
have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
Whatever is necessary to save the country? That's a call to arms.
What? Whatever is necessary to save your...
In order to save the country.
Whatever is necessary to save the country? That's a call to arms.
When Trump says you're going to lose your country if you don't fight, like, what does that mean then? That's not a call to arms? What?
The left is losing the battle of ideas. Violence is a last resort. They're trying to silence us so they can't lose the argument. They tried to cancel us, censure us, and at the extreme level, they've tried to kill us. They killed Charlie, shot Trump, shot Scalise. They almost shot Kavanaugh, assassinated a healthcare CEO, cracked Rand Paul's ribs, and firebombed Teslas, and are attacking ICE facilities. And now they're trying to wash the blood off their hands.
Me disagreeing with you, me calling you, I want to be Hitler, all those things are like not necessarily saying go out and hurt somebody.
They called Trump Hitler, and then Ryan Ruth says Trump's Hitler and tries to shoot him. They don't see a connection? They call Charlie fascist, and then someone shoots Charlie with an anti-fascist bullet? They know.
Was that did they shoot him with that bullet? I thought that was one of the unspent casings.
Exactly what they're doing.
Or cartridges.
They're giving the crazy wing of their party permission to take a shot. They're brainwashing an online army. The message is, these men are dangerous fascists. Be a hero. Take them out.
American politics today is between these far-left fascists led by Harris and her group. We have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's got to explain this woman. There's a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist.
All of them.
They can't win at the ballot box, so they're using bullets. Charlie said it just a few months ago. Assassination culture is spreading on the left. 55% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to kill Trump. Colbert's audience was just cheering about Trump dying. Tim Walz said he was secretly hoping that he woke up to the news of the president's passing. They're on a war footing. Charlie was killed in cold blood, and a sick faction of the left are reveling in it.
Do you support his death?
I do.
You support his death?
Charlie Kirk.
You support Charlie Kirk being killed?
Yes, I do.
On the day he died, you're here at a vigil for Charlie Kirk and you support his death.
Do you support a Nazi?
No, I don't support a Nazi. Charlie Kirk wasn't a Nazi. You support his shooter?
Yep, sure do.
Notice the interviews with people on the street. That's the comparison we're going for right now? Okay.
You support Charlie Kirk's shooter?
Sure do. He does all favors.
Would you shoot?
This is why it's retarded when people like Wick are like, you can't give them ammo. They'll always find ammo. They'll always find a random guy on the street, a random Twitter account, or whatever the fuck they can.
Somebody like Charlie Kirk?
I would have killed him myself.
Jesus.
We need to politically destroy that culture. That whole movement should be crushed the way Charlie would want it to be on election day, in the marketplace, in the media, at universities, wherever it shows its ugly face. This anti-fascist political strain must be defeated. The militaristic mindset eradicated, and anyone profiting off of any of that in the public square should be expelled from polite society. You cannot accuse someone of hate speech to justify murder. Hate speech is just speech that liberals disagree with. America should be like the Five and agree to disagree. Violent attacks on free speech are attacks on the founding of America. And this vile movement is treasonous. Celebrating political assassinations should get you ostracized. Dowd was fired from MSNBC for saying Charlie deserved to die. And so were dozens of Americans just in the last 48 hours who worked at schools and in government, even in the NFL. This isn't cancel culture. This is society healing and getting rid of a cancer. And we love every American and forgive people who've lost their way. but we're not going to give them any quarter, not an inch. Charlie died for the First Amendment. He died on the battlefield of ideas, just like the colonists in the Revolutionary War. And if we don't defend free speech, America's defenseless and dies. We can win this battle without shedding any more blood. A great example of how to handle this, look at Utah.
I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights. There was no rioting, there was no looting, there were no cars set on fire, there was no violence. There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this.
Could you imagine if a MAGA sniper shot Biden in the head, or shot a congressman at a baseball game, or assaulted a famous liberal media personality? There'd be martial law. We'd have our rights stripped, our guns seized.
Did that happen in Minnesota? Did that happen after Gabby Giffords? Did that happen after Shapiro's house was firebombed? Did that happen after the pipe bomb thing? Did that happen after J6? Did that happen, like...
Cities would burn, and America First would be behind bars. But you don't respond to an attack on freedom by taking freedom away. All of us should speak our minds, louder, without fear.
What do you say to people who are saying they see the assassination attempts in your life, they see the Minnesota lawmakers, they see what happened, to Charlie?
I say you have to go forward. You just have to go forward.
Conservatives can't be afraid to go on a college campus and exercise the First Amendment right. They just can't. We can't be afraid to say men and women are different, that we believe in sovereign borders, that fighting racists and fighting crime isn't racist. And we have to go where Charlie went, everywhere, and talk to everyone, no matter where they're from and what they look like and what they believe. We have to force them to listen to us.
That was an insane cut. Oh, from Trump when he was saying that he doesn't care if either side de-escalates?
What do you say to people who are saying they see the assassination attempts in your life, they see the Minnesota lawmakers, they see what happened, to Charlie?
I say you have to go forward. You just have to go forward.
Oh, that was an insane cut. Jesus Christ. They cut out him saying he doesn't give a fuck what anybody does, and he thinks that the radical right is justified and the radical left is crazy. Good one.
Conservatives can't be afraid to go on a college campus and exercise their First Amendment right. They just can't. We can't be afraid to say men and women are different, that we believe in sovereign borders, that fighting racists and fighting crime isn't racist. And we have to go where Charlie went, everywhere, and talk to everyone, no matter where they're from, and what they look like and what they believe. We have to force them to listen to us. And we have to confront them with facts and logic and science and reason, and do it in a way that's not mean-spirited. Remember how Charlie rolled? He sat back in his chair and he smiled and he listened and debated like a real American. And he did it in person, surrounded by flesh and bone, not
I don't have the uncut video. Someone else
staring down the rabbit hole of the internet alone. That's where hatred brews.
Social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage people
Yesterday,
to log
you were
off,
at
turn
the
off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. If this is a turning point for us, we get to make decisions. We have our agency.
Yesterday, you were...
And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat,
in the revolutionary without fear.
What do you say to people who are saying they see the assassination attempts in your life, they see... What do you say to people who are saying they see the assassination attempts in your life, they see the Minnesota lawmakers, they see what happened, to Charlie?
I say you have to go forward. You just have to go forward. Do say, I mean, look, we have that maniac has gone through trial right now with a fantastic judge. That was the judge that realized that deranged Jack Smith was deranged, okay? She's a sick judge. That was the judge. Do say, I mean, look, we have
the attempts, or that we learned about. The girl was killed.
In the attempts on your life?
Yes.
Oh, what's this?
Minnesota lawmakers, they see what happened. To Charlie, and they're saying, what's going on with the political process? Now, instead of trying to get votes, you're trying to survive. There are lawmakers canceling their events this weekend.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Minnesota lawmakers, they see what happened. To Charlie, and they're saying, what's going on with the...
Is this the transcript broken? Wait, am I crazy?
Minnesota lawmakers, they see what happened. Saying what do you say to people who are saying they see the assassination attempts in your life, they see the Minnesota lawmakers, they see what happened. To Charlie, and they're saying, what's going on with the political process? Now, instead of trying to get votes, you're trying to survive. There are lawmakers canceling their events this week.
Okay, sorry, let's try this one more time. Somebody look at the timestamp.
What do you say to people who are saying they see the assassination attempts in your life? They see the Minnesota lawmakers. They see what happened. They see what happened to Charlie.
I say you have to go forward. You just have to go forward.
Give more details on what you told us, and that is we got the guy. You guys got the guy.
20.
Going to be there,
Good.
I guess, to give more.
This is a random timestamp. Okay, I'll find out. Hold on.
What do you say to people who are saying they see the assassination attempts in your life? They see the Minnesota lawmakers. They see what happened. They see what happened to Charlie, and they're saying, what's going on with the political process? Now, instead of trying to get votes, you're trying to survive. There are lawmakers canceling their events this weekend, AOC on the left and a lot of lawmakers on the right saying, I'm a little concerned about doing a public event. As president, what do you tell them?
I say you have to go forward. You just have to go forward. You watch, as closely.
Oh, this answer wasn't cut bad. Never mind. Linkers are fucking retarded. This answer wasn't cut bad. They just cut the one nice answer when in all the other ones he was saying he doesn't care what anybody does in the country. They cut the question. Yeah. This is
friends and families confirmed it. So is the message to the right, the people that are going to go, I want revenge, not to have revenge? Charlie Kirk would not want revenge.
You want revenge at the voter
That's where to go.
But unfortunately, we don't have so many ballot boxes because they have mail-in voting, which is totally rigged. There are a lot of problems. I like ballot boxes where they do mail-in voting all over the place, which is rigged. Anytime, Jimmy Carter, they had a commission. He said, anytime you have mail-in voting, it's a crooked election, okay? And they got to stop. But I can't really say the ballot box because in some cases, like California, doesn't have ballot boxes. They send out 38 million ballots. Nobody knows where the hell they're going. Then they come back. Democrats get more than Republicans. Right. It's so unfair, the system. And we're going to fix this system.
What are you going to do about?
And then there was this one.
Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious and they're horrible and they're politically savvy. Although they want men and women sports, they want transgender for everyone, they want open borders. The worst thing that happened to this country, because I've already solved inflation, costs are down. Look at energy costs. You're going to have $2.
Destiny, you've been saying the right needs to turn down the temperature. Agreed. It's kind of a cesspool at the moment. Honest take, do you think Kirk would have done that if some other right-toward was shot? He constantly advocated nonviolence. Would you want, say, Hassan or Vosh to turn down the temp if you got shot? Not to put that evil energy out there or anything. What I want, I don't want anybody to turn the temperature down. I want the temperature to turn down, right? So that's the goal. So what we want to find is what are effective ways to turn the temperature down, okay? Well, the way to turn the temperature down is to find the party that is raising the temperature and to tell them to stop, okay? Vosh and Hassan, if one of their followers killed me, then I guess I would say fuck them. But generally right now, the Donald Trump shit is crazy. There is an argument to be made that if Biden or Kamala had won the election, that Charlie Kirk wouldn't have gotten shot, just because politics was pretty boring in the 4 years where Biden was president. We weren't seeing tweets every single fucking day. We weren't seeing truths every single fucking day. There wasn't a new scam, a new scandal, a new just insane shit happening. Even with 2 wars, arguably, that started or advanced, it just wasn't as crazy as the daily fucking insanity of the fucking Trump party. So, whatever.
He was one of the only people,
Fox News alert, 2-year-old Tyler Wright. All of us should speak our minds louder, without fear.
What do you say to people who are saying they see the assassination attempts in your life? They see the Minnesota lawmakers. They see what happened. They see what happened to Charlie.
I say you have to go forward. You just have to go forward.
Conservatives can't be afraid to go on a college campus and exercise their First Amendment right. They just can't. We can't be afraid to say men and women are different, that we believe in sovereign borders, that fighting racists and fighting crime isn't racist. And we have to go where Charlie went, everywhere, and talk to everyone, no matter where they're from and what they look like and what they believe. We have to force them to listen to us. And we have to confront them with facts and logic and science and reason. And do it in a way that's not mean-spirited. Remember how Charlie rolled? He sat back in his chair and he smiled and he listened and debated like a real American. And he did it in person, surrounded by flesh and bone, not staring down the rabbit hole of the internet alone. That's where hatred brews.
Social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. If this is a turning point for us, we get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me.
This country needs a spiritual awakening. We need to go outside, hug each other, touch each other, talk to one another, and find our faith like Charlie did, get married, have families, and live honest and decent lives with purpose. This spiritual reawakening will be a turning point. Charlie was the turning point. You can feel it. You can see it happening.
Oh boy.
Jesus. Good evening. My name is Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband. I first want to thank the local, state, and federal law enforcement who worked tirelessly to capture my husband's assassin so that he can be brought to justice.
Well, so he got turned in by his dad, but okay. We're thanking them for their efforts.
I want to thank the first responders who struggled heroically to save Charles's life, and the police who acted bravely to make sure that there were no other victims on that terrible afternoon. I want to thank the officers who have protected our Turning Point USA family these past 2 days. And I want to thank the Turning Point USA board, the COO, Justin Strife, and my husband's chief of staff, the amazing Mikey McCoy, for all their work in these terrible days to be the stability for our family and for the wider Turning Point USA family as well. My heart is with every one of my husband's employees who lost a friend and a mentor. I want to thank the staffers of his amazing Charlie Kirk show, who helped him broadcast from this studio, this chair. Every day he loved it. He loved what he did. I want to thank the millions of people who have shown their love for Charlie here in Phoenix, across America, and worldwide. I want to thank my husband's dear friend, Vice President Vance, and his phenomenal wife, Usha, for their love and support. You guys honored my husband so well, bringing him home. You both are tremendous. I want to thank President Trump and his incredible family for the same. Mr. President, my husband loved you. And he knew that you loved him too. He did. Your friendship was amazing. You supported him so well, as did he for you. 2 days ago,
I'm genuinely asking. I'm not trying to fucking be a memer or meme on this side, because obviously I hate these people or whatever, but like in the real world, when people are really sad, I've heard eulogies and stuff. Do people really do this whisper? Is that a real thing? Do people do this outside of TV shows and movies? Okay, we got a couple yeses. It can be. Okay.
my husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his savior
What are you implying? That this whole thing is performative as fuck. But I don't know. That's a pretty mean take.
And his God. Charlie always said that when he was gone, he wanted to be remembered for his courage and for his faith. And one of the final conversations that he had on this earth, my husband witnessed for his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Now and
like, I always hardcore caution against like reading into how people react to things like emotionally, because different people can react in different ways, but that doesn't mean they can react in any way. This feels like, this is really weird. I don't know. This doesn't feel genuine to me, but whatever. I mean, it's no way to prove it, right?
now and for all eternity, he will stand at his Savior's side, wearing the glorious crown of a martyr. Charlie loved life.
This like look up into the sky and say, okay.
He loved his life. He loved America. He loved nature, which helped him always bring him closer to God. He loved the Chicago Cubs. And my goodness, did he love the Oregon Ducks. He'd want me to say go Ducks, so I have to since they play on Saturday. So go Ducks. But most of all...
Did she just touch the handkerchief to her nose corner?
So,
I'm sorry.
Go Ducks. But most of all, Charlie loved his children. And he loved me with all of his heart. And I knew that. Every day I knew that. He made sure I knew that every day.
Tear runs down the nose. Why wouldn't you wipe your eye too? I don't believe any of this. You know what? I'm full on that. I don't believe anything.
Every day he would ask me, how can I serve you better? How can I be a better husband? How can I be a better father? Every day. Every day. He was such a good man. He still is a good man. He was the perfect father.
Unless maybe it's like a super religious thing if you're fucking evangelical. Somebody said, my wife's family is super religious. This is unironically normal to them. Yeah, maybe for preachers or whatever.
He was the perfect husband. Charlie always believed that God's design for marriage and the family was absolutely amazing, and it is. It is, and it was the greatest joy of his life. And over, he would tell all these young people to come and find their future spouse, become wives and husbands and parents. And the reason why is because he wanted you all to experience what he had and still has. He wanted everyone to bring heaven into this earth through love and joy that comes from raising a family. It's beautiful. Charlie always said that if he ever ran for office, I know a lot of you asked if he ever was going to, but privately he told me if he ever did run for office that his top priority would be to revive the American family. That was his priority. One of Charlie's favorite Bible verses was Ephesians 5, verse 25. Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. My husband laid down his life for me, for our nation, for our children. He showed the ultimate and true covenantal love. I will never, ever have the words to describe the loss that I feel in my heart. I honestly have no idea what any of this means. I know that God does, but I don't. But Charlie, baby, I know you do too. I know you do. So does our Lord. and our world is filled with evil. But our God, you guys, our God is so good. He's so incredibly good. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose. Already I have seen the worldwide outpouring of love for my husband. I've heard the testimonies from people my husband inspired to get married, to start families, to seek out a relationship with God. It's the most important one of all. The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it. It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever. My husband's mission will not end, not even for a moment. And one of Charlie's greatest talents was his ability, this phenomenal ability to choose great people to follow him. He could always find the ones who could handle any setback. And it's almost like he knew, he could see it in you. Even when you couldn't see it in yourself, he just knew. He knew you could handle it. You thought you only had 5% left, and he knew you had 15. He knew you were ready to go that extra mile even when you didn't. He always challenged people around him to work harder and to be better. He never gave up. And I love knowing that one of his mottos was never surrender. So I want to tell you that we'll never surrender. We never will. Ever. Ever. Our campus tour this fall will continue. There will be even more tours in the years to come. America Fest here in Phoenix this December will go on.
I feel like if you're sad and talking, your voice goes shaky and you tremble. Is this something I've only ever seen in movies / TV? And generally it's poorly acted. Maybe I'm just super autistic. Well, I feel like I guess I'm generalizing. It's from my experiences. You know when you're like fucking and you're like close to cooming and you're like about to coom and you're like on the edge? I feel like when you like you would never say you have sex where you edge for like 20 minutes, right? Unless you're a super gooner or something, you know? I feel like if I'm talking to somebody and they're at the point, once they get to that point, to hold that for like a 10 or 20 minute thing, I feel like at that point they either start crying or they have to basically stop talking until they recover. I've never heard somebody be able to just keep talking at this point. But maybe in different circumstances, maybe it happens. I don't know. I don't have that many points of comparisons in real life. I've got a few, but I've never heard somebody who can push through and have like a whole conversation, and they either have to cry and like get it out of their system, or they have to take a moment to calm down. Yeah. I guess the thing I can think of the most was like Rittenhouse is clearly triggered on the stand.
Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were
like holding this and then having a 10-minute conversation. Just in my personal view, it doesn't seem possible. You either calm down at this point or you just start crying. I've never seen anybody like just carry on past at that point. But
there were 3 people.
But maybe some people can't. I don't know. I don't believe any of them.
It will be greater than ever. The radio.
Well, no, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I do believe Rittenhouse's tears are real. I don't believe anything that comes from these people, whoever these people are.
Podcast show that he was so proud of will go on. And in a world filled with chaos, doubt, and uncertainty, my husband's voice will remain. And it will ring out louder and more clearly than ever. And his wisdom will endure. My favorite too, but my husband's favorite word in the English language was earn. He would call all of you to be people of action who earn the future America deserves. So to all of the young people who felt inspired by my husband's faith and hard work, all of you already know what Charlie would want you to do. You know. You know. If you're in high school or if you're in college, go find your local Turning Point USA chapter. Join it. Stay involved. He wants you to make a difference. And you can. You can. The movement's not going anywhere, and it will only grow stronger when you join it. If there isn't a chapter, you can't find one, then start one. There is no excuse. You can start one. And as my husband used to say in this room, every single day, if you want to get involved, the best way you can do that is going to tpusa.com. That's what he would say every day from this chair. Every single day. I watched his show every day, and he would always say, if you want to get involved, go to tpusa.com.
Is she getting paid for this activation, or do they have this on like an affiliate link? I wonder if she's getting like a per sign up bonus right now. That's pretty wild, but whatever.
If you're a pastor, join our movement at TPUSA Faith. And if you're a parent, I highly recommend that you come to America Fest in December. Sign up right now for that because we would love to see you. I would love to see you. Charlie would. He'll be there. He'll be there in spirit. Bring your kids, bring your family. But most important of all, if you aren't a member of a church, I beg you to join one. A Bible-believing church. Our battle is not simply a political one. Above all, it is spiritual. It is spiritual. The spiritual warfare is palpable. Charlie loved his Savior with all of his heart, and he wanted every one of you to know him too. He wanted everyone to know that if they confess the Lord Jesus Christ who rose from the dead, then they will be saved. Hear me when I say this, nobody is ever too young to know the gospel. Nobody. Nobody is ever too young to get involved with saving this beautiful country, this country my husband loved and still loves. And nobody is ever too old either. There's no age limit. I know my husband is still here. He's watching over us. I don't remember the last time I slept. I couldn't sleep last night. And Charlie, baby. Charlie, I promise I will never let your legacy die, baby. I won't. I promise. I'll make Turning Point USA the biggest thing that this nation has ever seen. I promise. Oh, Charlie, I love you. I love you, baby. Rest in the arms of our Lord as he blankets you with the words I know your heart always strived to hear. Well done, my good and faithful servant. When I got home last night, Gigi, our daughter, just ran into my arms. And I talked to her and she said, Mommy, I missed you. I said, I miss you too, baby. She goes, where's Daddy? What do you tell a 3-year-old? She's 3. I said, baby, Daddy loves you so much. Don't you worry. He's on a work trip with Jesus, so he can afford your blueberry budget. And my goodness, am I so humbled to witness Charlie, you alongside Jesus right now, doing what you always want to do, baby. Making heaven crowded, right? That's what it's all about. Making heaven crowded. I can't wait to see you again one day. Thank you all again who love my husband, who supported him, who wrote him an email every single day during his radio show. He read all of them. All of them. God bless you all. And may God bless America.
Erica.
I like the pause for a deep breath.
Bless you all. God bless you all. And may God bless America.
Erica Kirk making remarks just moments ago. Charlie Kirk's widow with her first statement since the tragic loss of her husband, as we take a live vantage point at the ever-growing memorial for Charlie Kirk outside of TPUSA's headquarters in the Phoenix Metro. Our coverage continuing.
Wow. Somebody linked Jackie Kennedy addressing the nation a month after the assassination? I don't know how long. I respectfully disagree. It was her husband, so she might just be processing what happened. So she is putting up a performance, in my opinion, because she thinks this is the right way to respond. Okay.
I want to take this opportunity to express my appreciation for the hundreds of thousands of messages, nearly 800,000 in all, which my children and I have received over the past few weeks. The knowledge of the affection in which my husband was held by all of you has sustained me, and the warmth of these tributes is something I shall never forget. Whenever I can bear to, I read them. All his bright light gone from the world. All of you who have written to me know how much we all loved him and that he returned that love in full measure. It is my greatest wish that all of these letters be acknowledged. They will be, but it will take a long time to do so. But I know you will understand. Each and every message is to be treasured, not only for my children, but so that future generations will know how much our country and people in other nations thought of him. Your letters will be placed with his papers in the library to be erected in his memory along the Charles River in Boston, Massachusetts. I hope that in years to come, many of you and your children will be able to visit the Kennedy Library.
Okay. I don't know why this was like, apparently this is a month after he died, but.
It will be, we hope, not only a memorial to President Kennedy, but a living center of study of the times in which he lived, and a center for young people and for scholars from all over the world. May I thank you again on behalf of my children and of the President's family for the comfort that your letters have brought to us all. Thank you.
This seems far more genuine. There's another fake rank. Well, I'm pretty sure she's just reading a teleprompter here. That's my guess. That's what it sounds like. Knives, 857. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, buddy. That's 53 days after. Okay, thanks. I don't want to watch that. Conservative cancel culture will be much more effective in the real world than progressive cancel culture was. This is probably true to some extent because liberal cancel culture or progressive cancel culture was never really as bad as people thought it was. It was just the right making it sound like it. Like if you lived through 2013 as an adult male, you thought that if you talked to a kid in the park, you would get the police called on you for being a pedophile. Like that's what conservatives convinced the entire population. Like, it's retarded. This fanfic posting, what the fuck? Turning Point just changed. You can see it in her eyes. That's a woman on a path. You ghouls fucked up big time, Madam President. Destiny, didn't you literally say yesterday she's allowed to be unhinged? Like, that was unhinged, but I don't see how we can judge her grief. You can judge... fuck. You can judge people's... You can judge anything you want. So things can be, okay, welcome to the 50 millionth time I've given this speech. Things can be irrational. People can behave irrationally, but people are never random. So when somebody's grieving or when something's happening, there might be things that people do that are like irrational. What did we see yesterday? Was it a tweet or something? Like I could understand somebody, like tweeting something crazy, saying something crazy, doing whatever. Like if you're grieving, right? Like if there was a speech being given and she walked up and grabbed the mic and she's like, fuck the people that killed Charlie Kirk, we're coming for you or whatever. Like I could get it. 17-minute prepared speech where she's clearly like written a script, has made decisions about the political future of Turning Point USA, is promoting membership signups and everything. Like every word here is chosen is intentional at this point. This is not like just an unhinged, erratic, irrational behavior. This is like a calculated, planned thing. I feel like the emotions didn't sell it for me. And the video at the casket is crazy. Yeah. Just because like people can act irrationally doesn't mean that every single behavior is now conceivable. I don't know if that makes sense. Like imagine somebody is like really sad and they like slash their boyfriend's tires because he cheated on her or whatever. It's like, okay, whatever, shouldn't do it. It's not good, but okay, I get it. But then like imagine this person got cheated on and then like 2 weeks later you find out that she dissected, every single family member this guy had and all their pieces were cut up and put in jars in her basement, where she carefully cataloged and videotaped every single, like it's like, okay, well something is not okay here. You wouldn't just say, well, people grieve differently. That's retarded. But whatever. 2 hours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At today's press conference, we will hear from Governor Cox, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Sheriff Mike Smith. We also have with us Utah DPS Commissioner Bill Mason, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, and local and federal law enforcement partners. Following the remarks today, Governor Cox, Director Patel, and Commissioner Mason will take questions. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies.
Why would the DPS commissioner be involved in this? Wasn't this just like high single target burst? That's the only one I'm going to make about that. I'm sorry.
Gentlemen, we got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that
Jesus. Okay, what do you
Hello?
want? Hi.
So about the prisoner's dilemma, I would just like to add, you usually assume that the prisoners are like in the same place. I don't think you can say that here because the right dominate the media by a lot, and anytime you give them any ounce of ammunition because they dominate that media, they will just use that to further their victimhood.
Yeah. Yeah, I said this, yeah. The media apparatus is an issue, yeah?
Yeah, so it won't be the same if you're equally unhinged, it won't work.
Yeah, the media
Because-
environment has to change as well, yeah.
Yeah, but so shouldn't what you're doing now be like phase 2?
What do you mean?
And
No,
first-
no. The when you say that they control the media, therefore, like, you know, you have to be careful about giving them ammunition. They fabricate ammunition. That you will never be able to. You shouldn't waste any time trying to quell every single thing that's said on your side when the other side is like an open civil war dialogue. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of effort, and it'll never be successful. You should just be pressuring the other side to bring it down, because they'll
So
find any
what's the
piece of
solution?
ammunition they want. What I just said. Every time somebody's asked to disavow anything, they should just say Donald Trump should do it first, and then I'll follow suit.
What, knowing that it will help legitimize their position?
Their
Because
position is
they'll-
already fully legitimate to them. What do you mean?
No, to their audience.
Well, then fine. Then the position will be legitimized to their audience.
Because they act as if it's in
At
self-defense.
some point, we have to move away from the optics obsession into from the world of fantasy and come back to the real world and actually care about things that are true and real. It can't constantly be, how can we entertain this delusion to the maximum extent possible while treating half the country like retarded children? The reality is that Donald Trump needs to turn down the rhetoric, and he should. It can't be this obsessive, like, well, shouldn't we fucking lie about our position and fucking lie about what we should all do so that the retarded children audience that are all being manipulated? Like, no, that's so stupid. Like, there is a clear morally right answer, and I think pragmatically, I think it's the right answer as well. The idea that we should obsessively try to... pragmatically, I think it is the correct answer.
I mean, it hasn't been working now. I don't know how it could work if they dominate the media, if Trump is...
Wait, what do you mean it
unhinged, if
hasn't been
people
working out?
agree,
The
if they
disavowal has
fabricate
been what we've
ammunition.
tried, and that hasn't worked at all.
Well, you guys really... Well, the Dems aren't really unified. They don't... I mean, you guys are fractured on the left. You have the Dems, then you have the crazy commies, the Hassan Pikers.
Those people
I
aren't
think-
politically relevant, though. The only reason they're as big in the media as they are is because they're on social media because the right talks about them all the time.
Exactly, and they use them to point to Democrats.
Okay, so how do we tone down Hassan Piker's rhetoric or Vosh's rhetoric?
Well, if you got the whole Democrat Party to all of a sudden just try and all at the same time push the message that we're not a part of the radical left, like a proper campaign.
You can't.
Like,
We
we're
already
not
tried.
part-
We've tried that a million times. There's no way to do that fully. And even if we did, they still called Obama a communist. Like, how are you going to separate? There's just no way.
But then you won't have as much. You will see all accountability that the Republicans want from you because you can just shift it over to the radical left. Because they always use the radical left to blame it on you. If you say
Then I would rather die than have to live a lie for the rest of my fucking life to appeal to a group of retards. That's okay. I'm okay with the world. I would prefer that world. Okay, 100%. Like the idea that I have to constantly rhetorically navigate where we lie over and over again because the other side gets to rape you in any hole they want at any point in time if you accidentally leave anything exposed is such a cucked loser fucking way of approaching politics. Why doesn't the right have to constantly disavow the grapers? Why doesn't the right have to constantly disavow every insane right-wing movement? Like you're on this world where well, we have to get the entire Democratic Party unified to disavow the left, even though they've been calling you communists forever, even though Donald Trump openly praises leaders like Kim Jong-un and China and everything else. No, it's fucking retarded. At some point, we need to be able to bring it back to reality and have real world conversations. It's crazy.
No, but I completely agree. But the issue is that because of the radical left, they can try and legitimize their position. If you disavow them, you cede all accountability and you kill two birds with one stone.
You can do both. Yeah, I think you should disavow them. I do.
Yeah,
I think everybody should
too. So,
but you can do both at the same time. I've been pushing that campaign for 5 years. What are you talking about? And everybody on the left.
I'm saying, yep. But I agree with you. I'm saying the Democrat Party, the whole institution of the Democrat Party should just push this all at the same time.
Well, hold on. I've been saying this for the past 6 months. Hasn't that been literally my entire thing?
You don't represent the whole Democratic Party. There are still crazy radical left.
No, but you're talking to me right now, and that's my whole thing in the past 6 months has been that you should disavow every motherfucker on the socialist communist left. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking to you, but I agree with you. I'm saying if you want a solution for a broader political landscape, I mean, if I'm talking to you, and of course, but we have to talk about the broader landscape here. If we were talking to you, the world would be, if everyone was just like you.
Yeah, but what are you're coming on? Do you think that like people should like control the calories they eat and go on walks every day? Like you're just talking about irrelevant shit right now. Like I agree with you, of course. I push people to do that, of course. But right now we just had an assassination, and now all the Democrats are doing the apology game again. And the specific direct advice is answer like Elizabeth Warren, right? We would love for the temperature to be lowered in this country. Donald Trump needs to do it like first, and then we'll follow suit. That's what needs to be said.
Exactly. That's why it would be so important to just push that example really hard in the public. We condemn the radical left. You get them finally out of the party. You can have a unified messaging.
Well, no, but it's not appropriate to say I condemn the radical left right now. That's inappropriate because they want the blame to be on the radical left. But then they also play the word game because for them, the radical left is all Democrats. When Donald Trump says the radical left is Democrats, who's he talking about? He's talking about the whole Democratic Party.
Exactly, but if you get the Dems to push it, at least you can cede accountability to the radical left, and you don't like the radical left either. So it's not like you take a losing position here. You kill two birds with one stone, literally. You get the Hassan Pikers out, and you can take away accountability. Like
I don't know what you're advising me to. I already agree with this. I already think that I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. Your thing about disavowing Trump's rhetoric, that's all right, but that should be something you do in phase 2. Like phase 1 should be about getting the radical left out. Get in control back of the Democratic
you can do both
Party, unifying.
You can do both at the same time, and you have to be able to dynamically respond to things. You can't just have one mission at any point in time when it comes to politics. You have to be able to contend with multiple things at once.
But I think we can both agree here that if you have radical left backstabbing you at any moment they have, it's not going to help your cause at all.
Yeah, I agree. Which is why sure.
Exactly, but they will continue to use radical left as an example of the Democratic Party.
I will cuck myself out to the Republican Party for as long as it takes until the Democrats every single one disavows the radical left. Is that the answer? So until every single Democrat and all the New York Times and WAPO all stop platforming Hassan, I'll just keep cucking and letting myself get anally raped over and over again by all the right-wing bullshit talking points. Is that the answer?
No, you just cut down on the memery, cut down on the edginess, but you can still remain the same in terms of Trump
I'm
needs
good.
to do this.
I'll keep memeing and edging myself and my whole audience when fucking Matt Walsh is out here literally saying it's impossible to unify with the left.
But they control the media. That's the problem.
Good.
They
then let them fucking
they will use you as an example. You're just hurting your own cause because this isn't a prison dilemma.
I'm not hurting my own cause. You think I'm hurting my own cause because you think that the worst outcome is mutual violence. I don't think that. I don't agree with you.
I don't think that either.
Okay, then you're not. Either. I would rather kill myself than optics cuck for the rest of my life. We have to treat everybody like a retard. When the other side gets to literally play games like crazy, I would rather jump off my building. I'll go flying.
Agree.
Okay, then if you agree, then what you're telling me is you're telling me to jump. Okay, I don't want to do this. It's retarded.
I'm not saying jump, but in terms of mutual violence, it's not just the Dems versus the Republicans. It's the Dems versus the Republicans and the radical left. You will lose in mutual violence because you have two sides you're against. The right only has one side.
Okay, then that's fine, and
So
I'll sneak
you'll
over to the
lose it.
MAGA. Then I'll sneak over to the MAGA side at the same time, and then that's what America should be. Because that's
So
I think
what
it's
is
fine.
the solution? Because I feel like mine at least tries, but yours.
We've been doing yours. I've been doing what you've been saying in particular for at least the last year. I've been fighting against tankies for a long fucking time. But just because you have to disavow the left doesn't mean that you can't also say, yo, we're not going to be the ones that are constantly on our knees begging to turn down the temperature when Donald Trump himself won't do it. You can do both of these things at the same time.
You don't have to be on your knees.
Yes, if you are calling to turn down the temperature while Fox News is calling for civil war, that is you on your knees.
If you're trying to say that again,
there's no point. The Democrats have been calling to turn down the temperature for a decade, and the Republicans think it's epic and base to keep platforming Trump.
Yeah, but that, as I said, that's because they are able to play the victim card because they point to the radical left as an example to the Dems when
But they're not
That's
really the
point.
victims. That's the point. I don't want to sit here and keep playing. Then I don't want to play with that. Then go talk to another streamer. Go to something else. I don't want to fake it anymore. It's fucking so stupid. It's boring and dumb. I'll just get me at an event, okay?
So
there's
does that
plenty of
mean
rifles
that
to
you-
blow me up.
Okay, so does that mean you'll do it even if it's to your detriment?
It's not as much a detriment as it is to my psychology to have to play this other retarded game. The reality is I don't believe that your strategy would be
political
effective. You will never reach the level of disavowal that is necessary for Republicans to stop playing in Fantasyland. The reality is this didn't just happen in the last year. It didn't even happen with Trump 1. The Republicans have been building on this strategy for at least the better part of the last 3 decades.
The issue is, you're right, and the issue is it's working for them, and so they won't stop.
It's working, but part of the reason why it's working is because people are always on the defense, because retards have been convinced. People like you are saying things like, no, we just got to disavow the right people. We just got to purify our movement enough. We just got to make things perfect enough. Meanwhile, you're like on the left, you're saying that we need to successfully disavow every single fucking tanky, commie, whatever on the left, which I agree would be great. On the right, they are literally celebrating Andrew Tate. That's crazy.
And that's why it would be so good to do that, because if you separate the radical left, now you can unify the Democrats. Now you can.
That's never gonna. You're never gonna reach a point where you manage. Who do you even separate from these people? Like again, I think there should be broad disavowal, but it's not gonna happen to the level where you reach some political effectiveness. Even if you totally separated from them, they're gonna still tie you in with these people. They'll still say that you guys are commies, and they're still gonna believe it. What do you think the people on the right?
Yeah, maybe the right will say that, but at least you have a public example. I mean, this for the broader electorate here. This will be good for the election, for the future elections.
If we spend all of our time fighting with the far left, no. I think what's better for the election is have a strong liberal option.
You just publicly disavow them as strong as you can. You don't have to push anything other than that.
Sure, I agree with that. They should publicly disavow, but that doesn't mean you have to cuck out to Republican talking points. You can't, and then you keep saying, and then. It's not like one disavowal is going to eject all of them. There's still going to be a cancer in our politics. They're embedded in all of our media, in all of our staffer groups, in Congress they are. So unfortunately, not for the politicians themselves, but for the other people that run their offices. Like, you're not going to get rid of all these people for the next 30 fucking years. You're talking about a project that's going to take until we're past the next 3 civil wars to be finished.
But so what do you want to do exactly? You just want to keep on saying
I don't understand.
Shit?
Hold on. I'm going to repeat myself one more time and then I'm done. I don't know why people keep asking me to say the same thing over and over again. You do not unilaterally disavow. You say Donald Trump needs to turn down the fucking temperature. Once I hear him calling for disavow, we would love to follow suit. The temperature won't lower until he does it. If you want to disavow tankies and all that shit in the meantime, I think you should. And then I do this. I think you should continue to do this. I don't know what's so confusing about this fucking answer. I feel like I've said this 50 times.
It's confusing because you admit that the right dominate the media, and you admit that
part of why they dominate the media is because of what you're saying right now. Is because they make us play defense all the time. Why doesn't the right feel the pressure to disavow Andrew Tate? Why doesn't the right feel the pressure to hardcore disavow the Groyper movement? Why doesn't the right feel the pressure to hardcore disavow all of the anti-Semitic shit that's happening? There's no pressure on the right to disavow everything. It's always what do we have to disavow? What do we have to defend against? How do we have to purify our movement? Constantly, over and over and over again. That's crazy. That's not a winning strategy. You need a point to attack on. You need a strong position to defend, and then you have leaders in that movement. And if you want to disavow shit, they're not part of us for a reason. That's fine, but you have to have the strong movement first. It can't be a separatist thing where we just try to move as many people out that don't agree with us. I know what us is right now. Aside from Gavin Newsom, we don't have strong leadership on the left to do it. So this idea we just need to cut out more and more and more people before building a strong base first is stupid. And the strong base starts by separating yourself from the truly different people, which are the Republicans, which are the right. And at the same time, I think that also pulls the plug on some of the lefty shit because they sit here and say both parties are the same anyway, which they're not.
But you shouldn't give them an attack vector.
They are
by being edgy.
Okay.
I mean,
You're wrong. You're just wrong. I don't like. You're saying don't give them an attack vector. Well, they've got fucking 14-year-old kitty fucker Roy Moore that they're pushing for Congress in special elections at the behest of Steve Bannon, who founded the fucking alt-right Breitbart. Like, it's so fucking retarded. I don't understand how. I don't know how to make people understand. I can't at this. There's nothing else I can say.
No, I understand.
You're on a left. You're a guy in the Coliseum. You're fighting a dude who's ass fucking naked, who's a diabetic, who's dying on the field with a sword, trying to stab you and kill you. And meanwhile, you're a dude with 2 tower shields and full plate mail, and you've got like a little patch on the back of your neck, and you're like, "Oh, we can't fight yet until we patch this thing up." And the guy in front of you is like barely breathing. It's so stupid. This strategy. They always have an attack vector.
You admit that you're not in the same, that both prisoners are not in the same position, and yet you're trying to use the rational way, which is by using the same type of method they are.
They're not yet.
That
No,
won't
but the
work.
position that we're in isn't that they are better. It's just that they're always on the attack.
Exactly.
And you're calling for us to be more defensive, to defend more and more and more and more. Yes.
No, you're able to attack if you're unified. That's when you're able to attack, not when you're getting backstabbed constantly.
Sure, so you disavow, but you still
And
need...
I think we can agree there.
Okay.
I mean, I don't really know what we disagree with, apart from you just feel shameless if you don't do it, which is
The
fine,
thing
but-
is, you think that, like, if you were to put 100% of effort into separating us from the tankies, which I think the Democratic Party should do, by the way, so we don't even disagree on that. If we were to do that, the attacks from the Republican Party would go from 100 to 99.6. You seem to think that there's some basis in... The Republicans called Obama a communist for the entirety of his presidency.
Yeah, but no one believes that isn't an idiot. That
Yeah,
was for the MAGA audience,
everybody on the right believed it. What are you talking about? They all believe that the Democrats were the party of socialism and communism.
Okay, but let's say someone that's like right-leaning now, Joe Rogan, does he believe Obama is a communist?
I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Who the fuck knows what he believes?
How big is Joe Rogan's base, who are not full MAGA, but are still right-leaning? They're still on the right. Most of them probably don't think of Obama as a communist either. You don't have to fight. MAGA are a lost cause. You now need to try and get people from the center-right to realize that the Republicans are not the Republicans of the past.
MAGA are a lost cause. That's 98% of the Republican Party. So what we should do is build a strong left, build a strong liberal party. That's what we should do. And that doesn't start by disavowing everything that the Republic. But that starts with you determining yourself, what your values are, what you believe in, and then building on that. Not looking to the right and go, okay, well, who's the right attacking today? Oh, trans people? Okay, well, you got to disavow the crazy trans people. Who are they attacking? Oh, they're still attacking the crazy trans people. Oh, and the socialist communists? We got to disavow them next. Okay. Oh, now who are they attacking? Oh, shit.
No.
That's what you're saying. Yes, you're letting them.
But
This is the whole.
How can you have values if you do not disavow the radical left? How can you build values?
Because the disavowal is a byproduct of the movement that you build. It's not a focus. You don't build a movement to reject tankies. You build a strong liberal movement that is a byproduct of what it believes in, rejects tankies. It just happens. I mean, you should also like verbally affirm this and everything as well and draw distinctions. Again, I agree with this. Again, I've been doing this for the past fucking year, right? But you can't live in the criticisms of your opponent. That's what they've done that's why they've been so successful. And again, if you want a successful movement, I would argue to some extent, MAGA's been incredibly successful. They're not doing any of the things that you suggest. They never disavow. They never recognize fault.
They did in the beginning.
What? What did they disavow at the beginning?
Well, they disavowed the far right until they started getting more popular.
When did they disavow the far right ever? What?
Like in the 2010s-ish?
In the 2010s, they spent the majority of their movement in Capitol. Jordan Peterson and all these people were out here arguing that Nazis weren't even far right. They relabeled them to socialists.
No. But the electorate, like during Obama's period, most people were not, like the people now that are centrists and are now actually Republicans, they weren't the type of people that they are now back then. They were much more liberal. They believed in much more political speech. It's become increasingly radical. It's become increasingly fascist, increasingly nativist, all because they started getting more powerful, and then they started, through the domination of the media, they started just slowly putting in more radical information. It wasn't like this before.
It wasn't like this before, I agree, but part of their strategy has been attack. It's never been disavowing. I don't know where this disavowal thing comes from.
Well, if they didn't believe in it at first, then they would have disavowed it, and they did disavow it. I mean, Nick Fuentes was disavowed. I mean, he's becoming crazy popular on the right now. That would never happen 10 years ago. That would never happen 15 years ago. Never. And I think we can agree on that.
I don't know if I would agree on that. Al Gore literally had his election.
Nick Fuentes?
I don't know. Al Gore literally had his election fucking forfeited to him. Donald Trump could barely disavow. I don't even know if he did. Disavow the fucking Ku Klux Klan leader. like, meanwhile, like, the left has to disavow every single fucking, like, I remember when they talked about the fucking Weather Underground was associated with Obama. I remember all the old fucking Obama conspiracies. Remember you're saying disavow. One of the biggest attack vectors on Obama was fucking, it wasn't Farrakhan. What was the name of, it was like it was his preacher in his church. They started listening to his sermons. And I remember that whole God bless America, God damn America, the chickens have come home to roost. And then you would be on here on my stream saying next, oh, well, we should be disavowing crazy pastors. It never ends. There's an infinite amount of material for people to attack.
That's super esoteric. I mean,
listen, you're young or you're in another country. I lived and breathed this stuff. It was not esoteric. I heard that clip played a million fucking times. The chickens have come home to roost. God damn America. I heard that played so many times. This and a million other attacks against Obama.
Yep. Yeah, on right-wing media, I don't think the normie really cares about these things. The normie isn't that into politics. I mean, you know this for sure. The average person just doesn't care. If you can just show that you're a part of your principles, you get rid of the radicals so you can see the accountability that far right.
For the average person who doesn't care, you just stand on strong liberal principles. The average person doesn't know what the fuck a tanky is or a Marxist-Leninist is. You don't have to disavow.
When the average person sees Charlie Kirk get murdered and every single social media platform being filled with it's all the trans, it's the left, the Dems. Yeah, that's going to radicalize them, or at least going to push them.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with us disavowing tankies.
Well, it can, because then you can see the accountability, of course.
To what?
To radical left, so that.
What does the radical left even have to do with this right now?
Well, the right wing so when the right wing attacks you, it's because they first claim victimhood and they say it's in self-defense. They're lying, but they say it's in self-defense. And then they always point to examples. The examples they point to is always the radical left, and they try and point.
What's the first example that they pointed to? The first example they pointed to was that it was a trans shooter. That was incorrect. Then they tried to make it sound like it was some fucking terrorist-trained super soldier guy. That was incorrect.
Yeah, you just proved my point. They're trying to always point it to someone on the radical left and
yes,
then blame it
but
on
it's
the Dems.
working
Exactly.
even when the reality isn't there to support it. It still worked. That first day or two of huge media was still really effective, even though they were literally talking about nothing. Donald Trump came out the same day and blamed the radical left before we even know who the shooter was.
Yeah, so if you completely erase the Democrat Party from that position, you won't be scathed. You won't be harmed.
But there is no Democratic Party supporting trans radical shooters.
I know, but they try and point it as if you make it super open. The issue is that the left media is so fractured. The left media is, a lot of it is dominated, unfortunately, by the radical left, by the Hassan Pikers.
The left media is fractured, and I agree, but it's fractured because they're so cucked. The firing of Chris Dodd is more of a condemnation, or Matthew Dodd, or whatever the fuck the guy is more of a condemnation of left media than the retarded fuckwits at WAPO and New York Times interviewing fucking Hassan Piker. Like the reason why the media on the left is fractured is because of what you're saying. It's because they don't want to have Trump derangement syndrome, and they're trying so hard to be critical of themselves and disavow the crazies and to be fair and balanced. Meanwhile, on the right, they don't give a fuck about any of that. It's because all of them are practicing your strategy. That's why they fired the guy 2 days ago.
I mean, listen, it is just bad optics what he said during that time because everyone believes in dominated right media. I mean, I can understand why they did that for the organization's sake, even though he probably shouldn't have been fired.
So instead of firing the guy because it's dominated by right-wing media, how about everybody defends the guy and they just start rolling clips of some of the insane shit Charlie Kirk has said over the past few years?
Yeah, that works perfectly. That works perfectly, but the right will always blame the radical left.
Then let them do it. Then fight on your own side. Fight aggressively instead of trying to patch every single possible attack vector.
How are you going to fight if you're fractured?
You're fractured because you're not fighting.
No, you think it's cocked to disavow the radical left. I think it's the opposite. I think it's not cocked. I think you're cocked if you keep on not disavowing radical left. You keep on allowing them to fuck you over every day, to destroy your messaging every day. That is the cocked position. If you don't get them out fast, you don't get them out in a strong way, you don't condemn them as hard as possible, you are being cocked by them. They will eventually infiltrate your party and they will take over.
Okay, we'll see what happens, I guess.
All right. Thanks, man.
Be careful.
See ya.
Okay.
And clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate. Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
He's talking about the other family member, not the shooter guy right now, or?
The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact.
It would be interesting to see this whole chat log. I don't know if they would ever release that much information, but...
Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I'll share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consisted of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow," and a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah, but I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I'll now turn the microphone over to the director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Disagreed.
Did you first come across him as a student on a campus? Is that how you knew him?
My story is actually a bit more complicated than that. I met him when I was...
Wait, why do I know this guy? Wait, have we talked to this guy on Discord? Oh, Jubilee, okay.
14 years old. I was invited to a conference they did in Washington, D.C. called the Young Black Leadership Summit, where they invited black leaders from across the country to hear from various thought leaders, and then even hear from the President of the United States in the White House. This was in 2018 when I was 14 years old, and it was kind of a shock to me because I always thought politics was hey, you have to be over 18, you have to go to college, you have to do a whole lot of things before you're allowed to get involved. But he and his organization reached out to me and said, it doesn't matter how old or how young you are, whether you're black, you're white, or even if you disagree or agree with us, we want to invite you out here. We want you to hear what we have to say, and we want to hear what you have to say. And from then on, I knew that Turning Point USA and the conservative movement was where I wanted to be.
He did say some things that were, again, I can't stress enough, and I've repeated it since 1 o'clock when I came on air. None of these are reasons for anybody to be shot. I can't say that often enough. He did, though, challenge to the point of almost goading people about certain subjects, didn't he? Whether it was to do with trans ideology, whether it was to do with contraception, abortion. He said on one occasion, in a discussion about the nature of Islam, he said, therefore, if we agree that in the conversation I saw, if we agree that it is not a religion that can coexist with freedom, these aren't my words, this is what he said, we should ban all Muslims from the United States. that isn't, I would argue, that isn't constructive debate, is it? That is really pushing very hard against a very large sector of the world's population, let alone the US's population. Was that wise? Was that wise?
It's emblematic that on the 24th anniversary of September 11th, an event that changed the world and changed my country, changed my life before I was even born. I've never lived in a world without the Twin Towers gone, without the 3,000 people that were killed in those attacks. I've never even lived in the same world as them. It was events like that. But even beyond that, the numerous mass shootings that have taken place, the rise and fall of ISIS, thankfully the fall at the hands of President Donald Trump, that we saw radical Islam and numerous other issues that I could spend a whole lot of time touching
absolutely.
on.
And you get no argument from me. You get no argument from me that they are that radical, violent, political Islamism. No truck with that. But that isn't what all Muslims are, either in the US or anywhere else.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Definitely not. However, and that's where the nuance of it comes into play, where you have to understand that, for one, Charlie will never advocate for any religion being completely and totally banned. That's never really been something he said. I know for a fact because I've been to every single Turning Point conference, and I've been following Charlie for a long time and a watcher of Charlie's content for a very long time, as well as a personal friend of his.
Wait, why was I linked this? Who linked me this? What was the point of this?
But what we are always talking about are the radical offshoots of this, especially when it comes to those that are willing to go out there and take lives. That's something we completely and totally disagree with, and that is what Charlie's speaking of each and every time. It's not that he, for instance, we want to take this to a different issue, the transgenderism issue. He's not saying, for instance, some people try to call him a Nazi or say that, he's going to call for transgender people to be rounded up and put into camps. That is not a thing that Charlie would ever call for. He will get to the crux of the issue and say transgenderism is a mental illness. He will get to the crux of the issue and say that people with it should seek help, and that, for instance, if you're under...
Seek help, but not help with a doctor for medication, because that's illegal now, right, in some places?
18, we should not allow doctors to mutilate your body. And that's a perspective.
Oh, mutilate your body. There it is. You know what America is? And you know what America has just found out they are? America is that annoying fucking drunk white girl who thinks that she can walk up to and not only talk shit to any guy she wants, but start slapping and hitting and smacking around any guy she wants. And then at some point, she pushes some dude too far and then he smacks back. And it's like, hey, you can't act unhinged like this. At some point, someone's going to smack you. And I feel like America has gotten away with this. Every time I hear some fucking retard on the left or the right say, guys, it's just speech. It's just politics. It's just speech. What do you mean it's just speech? It's just politics. Politics is how you rule over other people. Politics is how you instill, like in law or in the country, like your political agenda, the things that you want to dictate to other people's lives. Like this, it's just such a weirdly naive thing to be like, it's just words, it's just politics. Like it's not. It has impacts on people. You are betraying either the power or privilege that you have in some position by saying that. I'm gonna end up repeating this line a lot over the next 2 months.
That he has, and the perspective that I have, and that perspective applies completely and totally to Islam as well. We're not saying, hey, if you pray towards Mecca 5 times a day, we need to throw you in a camp. Nobody is saying that. That is evil. That is disgusting. And Charlie Kirk is a man.
Like what is?
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to draw your attention. On Friday, we had Aaron Friday on the program on Good Friday, a very powerful episode. I almost never re-listen to conversations. I re-listened to this one, and it is excellent. It's really, really good. It's called, let me get the exact title, an episode every American should listen to. It's really amazing. It's performing really well. It's on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. You can follow the QR code, download it, and listen to it. If you were busy on Friday or if you were in Mass, I totally understand. And her daughter, all of a sudden came home and said, I'm a boy. She said, what? And the whole assembly line, the conveyor belt, was started to grind. They wanted to give her cross-sex hormones. They wanted to give her testosterone therapy. They wanted to cut off her breasts. They wanted to do all these sorts of things. And these doctors do this without any thought whatsoever. Yeah, sure. Here's the script. Here's the clinic. Go here. Go for surgery. These doctors need to be put in prison quickly. We need to have a Nuremberg-style trial for every gender-affirming clinic doctor. We need it immediately.
Like, I'm sorry, but you're fucking retarded. But it's just speech. It's just politics. Like, fuck you.
Man of God, and he recognizes that there is some truth in what Islam has, even though there's some religious disagreements there. They understand that it is both religions aim to be a religion of peace, and it can be reflected poorly. Sometimes, there are some Christians out there that do poor things as well. Charlie would never say, hey, all Christians need to be thrown in camps. He would say, hey, we need to get to the crux of this issue and understand what pieces of this are promoting peace and what pieces of it are promoting hate and violence.
I don't know why I was like this, but okay. Valhalla, brother, what do you got?
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are...
This is what happens when you let good cops be cops? Is the dad will call and turn in the son? Okay.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump the Vice President, and the entire White House, who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play. We will play that role, and we will lead after the federal government. Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of a timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilize these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilize these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed, that is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise.
Wow.
Thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent. We're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly. And I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to prepare to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we continue to deliver to Governor Cox and his team. Last night we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. And we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great, and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake Field Office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men and women, the evidence response team technicians, the special operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in historic time.
Wait, what is this? Does he say anything of value in this? Or hold on, somebody just DM me a thing that Rob Noah was talking about 2 years ago.
You have to give the Democrats and sort of the establishment a tip of the cap because they know how to control a narrative so much. You need to stop focusing on this attack of Paul Pelosi. It's terrible that he was attacked. I condemn all violence, political violence, and things of that nature, unless it's something in self-defense. But it doesn't appear that that's the case. We have no idea what the actual details of the story is. It seems strange and things like that. It's fine to talk about that. But let's be honest. The central point that the Democrats are making, including people like Biden, Obama, and others like that, is that this is a result of criticisms of the Democrats and the rhetoric of populists and conservatives that are upset with the way that the country's going. And that inspired this guy. There's no proof of that. And even if that did inspire this guy, don't play this game. The Democrats don't care when they inspire people to have assassination attempts of Brett Kavanaugh or to shoot Steve Scalise. They don't care when Lee Zeldin was attacked. They don't care when Rand Paul was attacked and they laugh at him. Stop playing the game. The more you talk about this, even if it does show that Paul Pelosi was something shady, that is beneficial to the Democrats because that's less you're talking about the insane crisis at the border and fentanyl overdoses, the crime rampage that's rampant through all these.
Attack based. 155 views though. Who the fuck watched this? This must have been a hardcore Rob Noah fan.
The public.
But true.
Who had a right to demand such an expeditious.
Watch Cox's response to the end of the press briefing. Yeah, does this guy say anything of value?
Solving of an investigation. The FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our
nation.
nation.
You answered the call of the dad to turn in his son. What are you talking about, bro?
And we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader. And I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is to provide them the evidence they need, as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever. Friend Charlie Kirk.
Wow, thanks.
Thank you, and good morning. I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice. Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed your patience, and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family because that's what they need, is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this.
General Department of Justice, their unwavering support.
I feel like I'm watching like an award show. Like, thank you for my Oscar. I want to thank my production assistant. I want to thank the
Preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's is of who we have been. He said, always forgive your enemies.
Okay. Are there pictures of the bullets yet? We read off all these 4 things. I'm trying to look up all these socials and all these names that dumbasses are saying the shooter was dating that was trans, but literally none of it indicates being trans or even dating the shooter. Or being gaslit again. I don't know. I don't know if there's... I've seen like 3 different statements now about the dating a trans person thing. I don't know if that's true or if that's... Some people are saying it was just a roommate. Other people are saying he lived with his parents. Other people are saying it was a friend. I don't know.
I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country.
Okay. Base. That's a statement.
Please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump. Please. I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me.
People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was
Some?
killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see.
See, this is also a problem. You know,
this is the whole problem. So he just listened to the president of the United States refuse to he literally said he didn't care about fixing the country. Oh, he's probably about to go off on a 45-second rant about how insane it is that the president of the United States was teed up to say the most basic human decency thing ever. And he fucked up. He failed the easiest QTE in the universe. And XQC is about to go off on Trump for failing to say, hey, wouldn't it be easy to say we should bring the country together? We do need people to calm down, right? Imagine if he just like started going off on like random Twitter accounts though.
The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see.
See, this is also a problem. You know what also is a problem? This tweet is a problem. This guy, this he can do this shit. Right, left, these guys don't do this shit. They don't tweet better. This tweet is shit. Fox News, how to fix this country. Trump, I couldn't care less. That is not the content. That is absolutely a complete misquote of what was. He said, what? He doesn't say he doesn't care less.
Trouble, but I couldn't care less.
Fix.
He says, I couldn't care less that this will land me in trouble. Not.
Wait, what's that tweet? Oh, wait. Fuck, I think it was just right there. Fuck.
And we're going to look into
What
that.
do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime.
Oh, that maybe actually that might have been what Trump meant there. But the following statement is just as bad. So he's saying, I couldn't care less. I understand that it's hard to listen to the stroke victim. But his next statement is basically lionizing right-wing crime or right-wing radicals and then condemning left-wing radicals. I don't think that the worst part of that quote isn't the I couldn't care less. But Trump might have actually meant that.
Was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble.
Yeah, so X is right? No, X is not right. His statement beyond this is fucking insane.
But I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime.
He's saying that the radicals on the right are basically justified and the radicals on the left are insane. That's what he's saying. That's a wild fucking statement to make.
I couldn't care less about fixing the country. Like, this is complete misconstruing the events. And they could just...
This is the full VOD.
15K likes for this post, really? Well, defend it? You know, you see, really rage quit. Why I didn't defend it? I mean, I don't know. That's great. That's clickbait. That is clickbait. That is clickbait. I was gonna get my second phone to fucking deposit some money. I was spinning some slots and I had no money left. So I went upstairs and I got some more money. Here's what it is. Yo, I paused.
What XQC went off on was right? No, because the reaction that he had was implying that the entire message and general substance of the tweet was fake. The answer of I couldn't care less, this is technically incorrect. But on the substance, what he says afterwards is correct. I interpreted this differently when I first heard it as well. But also, if it was Biden, we would just say like, oh, it's because he can't speak because he's fucking retarded. But Trump gets infinite passes, I guess, on his inability to construe a sentence without being a fucking retard.
Pause the debate for something more important. Money. Money. Buddy? What? Is that not a valid reason? He posted the libs of TikTok, and then one of the biggest accounts on Twitter, push America. So, some value to the White House and how Epstein files in hand. Maybe one of the biggest, last most influential public. Yeah, on the right, as I mentioned, one of those examples of social media influencers.
Oh, that's a good term. We need to start using that more. Cuck lighting. It's more cuck lighting if you think they actually care about the tweet. Don't take the bait. That's true, right? This is cuck lighting. Will you pretend that you give a fuck about the... It's funny, too, that the guy could be technically incorrect on the sentence inaccuracy, but he's still correct in what he's saying on the substance, because Trump is saying that the right is essentially righteous in their anger and the left isn't.
Which is the Renee Wing or the Worm? Both are pretty good. Bro, I didn't say any dumb shit. I made some valid points that were never addressed. Yep, this thing has some good points, but a lot of the arguments are just mostly based off of just personal opinion and personal worldviews. I don't believe in the cycle. Whatever some guy does, whatever something do bad, I don't believe in the cycle of doing because somebody is doing something. I don't believe in it. It's a world. Yes, it is a world view thing. It has nothing to do with anything. There's no facts about it. It's a world view. World view. Also, I gotta keep it a buck.
Okay. Why can't you just say that in the optic of what X said, he was right? The message in Twitter was misleading and rewriting the context. Not really. The message was incorrect, but it encapsulates essentially what Trump was saying. The reason why I'm not going to sit here and optics cuck is because you're cucklighting, is because you're taking a sentence and you're trying to find the minor inaccuracy, and then the response is, well, the response should be, was the response that I just had. Oh, I think that actually is inaccurate. I don't think you read the sentence right. And then you listen to the rest, and then if it's completely 180ing the statement, then you say, oh, this is fucked up. Not good. This is a fucked up tweet. But if you listen to the rest, you go like, oof, it's actually even worse than the tweet implied. To sit here and act like you should have a huge blowout over, oh, I can't believe they got the phrase on Twitter, is fucking, that makes you a retarded fucking tool. Okay, that's it. If you don't want him to react like that, then don't selectively quote that shit. X is right to go by the exact words of what Trump is saying. The clipper who clipped that is guilty as fucking validating the right-wing narratives of Trump simply being misunderstood. I hope you're on the other end in the Civil War, my friend. What a fucking retard. This is also the most cucked. Also, report that shit to me if you see it. If you ever see somebody say the retarded shit of, guys, this is what's totally justifying what they say on the right. This is fucking ban him, ban this person from your life. Don't even talk to these people. They're deeply unserious, and they all fucking voted for Trump anyway. These are like your tally clones in real life, right? When you look to the right and you see every single person being like Civil War, and then you look to the left and there's one guy who like misquotes like a tweet, but the substance is correct. And like, this is why the right is doing what they're doing, guys. Fuck these people. These people are losers, okay? They're not part of your political movement. They shouldn't even be part of your fucking life, okay? Find somebody different to talk to. Holy shit, it's so cucked and cringe.
Personal perspective of the world is, hold on, is that it is an alternate world entirely. What people do, what people say, what they post, and what officials, elected officials, influencers say. If you combine all the influencers and all the big people of it.
Do you think he's aware of his cucklighting? I used to be more a centrist, but in the back of my mind, I knew that I was stretching to find a good faith interpretation. No, he doesn't think so, because he thinks it generally is the same on both sides. But this guy is a slave to his Twitter algorithm. Well, like this guy was arguing with me that that Gavin Newsom never condemned the violence in LA, right? I think there was another point where he was arguing as well that there were two different things he was trying to argue that just factually weren't true. They never happened. Or something did happen that he said it didn't happen. I don't remember the second thing. But it's like, this just wasn't the case. But it's because he's only seen what right-wing people, what Asshole Operator and what Brandon Habanero Sauce and his urethra are fucking tweeting constantly into his fucking Twitter feed, or programming right into his brain. Or what Roachman Gold are putting right into his fucking brain.
Either side, you have maybe a few millions likes on their posts made overall, right? A few million likes, right? I'm not kidding. You compare all the biggest posts of all of them on Twitter, the biggest posts about the event that happened, you're talking about hundreds of millions of likes. And you're going to say that these accounts direct all the masses? Dude, that is crazy. The culture is in a parallel world to the world of influencers or whatever. They do whatever they want. The culture is self-shaping, self-leading, and that's the problem. What's up, yo?
This is also the weak cucked argument. Streamers make this. I feel like I've heard XCC make the opposite argument in the past, but maybe not. Because every streamer knows this is bullshit, because they talk to their streamer friends and they know when their audiences are blowing them up. The idea that you have no control over your audience, that you have no control over how people act, you have no control how people react to things that you say, and you can't help it. Who knows? Like, it's the culture just, feeds itself, is fucking bullshit. It's the biggest abdication. People like that just shouldn't be allowed to make money online. Like, if you're going to get paid all the money for being an influencer, then you have to recognize you're getting paid money because you are influential, and you have to take the pros and cons of that. So you should limit the negativity, or look at how your followers act.
Oh, yeah, fine. Can you get some photos, please? Yes, sir. Yeah. Influence exists.
Why is it that you didn't call Asmund out for the violence inciting language?
Where? I did though. I did it. When? Where? Which one did I see? Which one did I see? I don't know that. What the fuck are you talking about? I did though.
Hey, yo, what kind of food would you like?
Anything good, please. So, whenever you say that, yo guys, this guy leads the world. If he says this, the world will do this. I disagree, because the culture and what people allow on social media, what people like and what people are leading as the status quo it is self-moderating. It is rampant. They do whatever they want. It leads the world. If he says this, the world will do this. I disagree, because the culture and what people allow on social media, what people like and what people are leading as the status quo it is self-moderating.
Like, he's just making observations in the world. There's a snappy saying for this, but I don't remember. He's like finding constellations or something. There's a name for this where you just see patterns, and he thinks he's saying something profound without realizing how fucking retarded he is. But it sounds right if you say it, like, well, people on social media will do what they do, and there's really not much we can do to change that. And it's like, excuse me, you are aware that Elon Musk literally fucking bought Twitter to change the way that discourse works on Twitter, right? You know that actually happened. You know that Donald Trump literally created his own social media in order to influence what other people see on social media. To pretend that, like, why do all these people spend all this money on this shit if it does nothing? Like it's such a stupid fucking point. And it's one of those things that sounds true until you stop and think about it for literally 2 microseconds.
Dude, it is rampant. They do whatever they want. You're gonna tell me that fucking Barack Obama and some other big left accounts lead the world? What about the hundreds of millions of likes of people who fucking advocate for violence and shit like that? Like, no, they're both separate. They're both separate systems.
Would you like chicken, sandwich, or pizza?
Chicken, please.
Okay. And the same thing as usual?
Yeah, please.
Got it. Same here.
You side with the rhetoric that benefits you the most? Play the cop videos? Nah. That's not even true, though. Bro, you know that, you understand that people disagree with me all the time. All the time. Because I don't think the route that will give me, I do the right-wing glazing fucking pipeline ads and shit. I don't do that shit. I call them out for being wrong all the time. I call them out for writing bad narratives all the time. All the time. If you were to mathematically take all it takes that I glaze and so that I don't glaze, right? I glaze left arguments.
Another issue, this is like a white man issue, not to be too fucking wokey here. And it's hard for us to see, especially because we're so based and dominant in the culture, and fuck everybody else who's a minority in any sense compared to us, the king white men, is people don't understand that when you attack everything equally and you try your best to be quote unquote fair and balanced and have equal criticism for everybody, what you're doing is you are preserving the status quo. And insofar as the status quo benefits you or benefits what you believe in, then it's good. But if it doesn't, then it's bad. People think this like, oh, I'm not unfair to anybody. I criticize all sides evenly when they do or say bad things. Is like, I'll use the obvious, we'll go full wash, right? I'm sure I could find some Jews that were doing some wild shit, before they even started getting shipped off to concentration camps or death camps. And to say that like it's important that we hold Jewish people accountable when they're committing crimes in their neighborhoods, if they are indeed, like stealing from their neighbor or whatever bullshit. And we should call out the Nazis too when they do bad shit as well, for sure, right? But I call out everybody when everybody's doing anything wrong. It's like you're missing the point so much. Like you can have a path of facts that are discretely true on their own individually, but taken into, collectively into account.
Not just significantly. 90 to 10%. 90 to 10%. It is what it is. The problem is that people want people to be not on the left. People don't do this. They're like, oh, you'll be on the left. They want people to be on the radical left. That's a different ideology. It's why I don't abide by it. I think it's stupid. I think you can put a stop to only both extreme radicalized arguments while still maintaining an ideology. It's why the problem is that people want people to be not on the left. People don't do this. They're like, oh, you'll be on the left. They want people to be on the radical left. That's a different ideology. It's why I don't abide by it. I think it's stupid. I think you can put a stop to only both extreme radicalized arguments while still maintaining a left stance. I'm a leftist. I am 100. I see myself as a centrist, but these days, because of how things are, that I'm left, but it makes me look middle. It's all good. I don't care that much. It is what it is. I advocate for all the rights of all the groups and all the shit.
Oh God, it's the Asmongold. It's that stupid comic. I used to be a leftist, but now I'm a centrist because of how far left the left has gone.
I don't see a problem with it whatsoever. I'm a big ally all the time. What about
I'm just
partially though, this isn't just XQC's fault, okay? Because Canadian. What are you going to do? Part of this is the fault of Twitch.tv for providing shelter to terrorists and to people that make death threats consistently and constantly on that platform and aren't held to account on the left. It makes it a very hostile place for any center-left liberal people to exist in. And the explicit protections that they give for Marxist-Leninists, for Islamists, for terrorists, and for people that make violent death threats, it makes it look like if you're on Twitch, right, if you are XQC, and I know they think this, whether they admit it or not, these people see Asmongold is like, oh, he's like the MAGA guy. He's the maybe he's the center right guy. And Hassan, these guys are like the left wing guys. Like they think it's the same because if you go to Twitch, that is politics on Twitch. The right is Asmongold, who's about mainstreamish MAGA, and then the left is Hassan Piker, who represents nothing in the Democratic Party. Just whatever ways they can cocksuck into different spaces online and get press for it. But they don't represent the average voter at all. They certainly don't represent anybody in Congress, and they become increasingly hostile even to people like Mamdani. And they're already been shitting on fucking AOC and Bernie Sanders. So
you tell me that I'm a right wing Andy? Come on, bro. What else? The problem with the left is that they want people to be pure blood to 100% of their ideology. Otherwise, you're a Nazi or you're whatever. And that's also a component. That's also a problem with how they portray themselves.
See, like he's talking about Hassan. This is who he's talking about right now. So you're like, this is what he thinks like all the left is. So you're fucked.
It also reflects it in the voting booth. It's unfortunate, but it's the way that they do.
It's not reflected in the voting booth. These people don't win elections. They're losers electorally, constantly.
They alienate their own allies because they're not pure enough or radical enough. And people say, well, dude, then I'm done with this shit then. Fuck you then. And it makes people leave the spot and swap sides and get radicalized on the other side because they alienate everybody. Why? Why? You can be all left
Anyone
and
who
still
is
say,
radically
guys,
left or right is a weirdo.
guys, if somebody says I'm agree with everything on the left, everything, such as almost me, pretty much, right?
How do you explain Hassan getting all these interviews with mainstream outlets if he doesn't represent a strong portion of the left? He's paying a PR firm a lot right now to connect them, but like he doesn't get any views. Like he gets no engagement. He has no motion outside of Twitch. Like he is protected on the platform. That's where his viewership is. When he does interviews outside of that, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody watches him. People don't care about him that much. And that's with the online world. In the voting world, it's even worse. Like socialists and these types are just losers electorally all across the United States of America. That's why all of them have hitched their trailer onto the Mamdani campaign so hard. Although now they're kind of half considering jumping ship because he's not pure enough on fucking Israel Gaza, but he's just nowhere near as influential in the real world as he wants to be.
But I don't agree with, I don't know, gay married, let's say. Somebody would say, not me, but somebody would say, right? Just this one topic, they would say, dude, just say you're fascist. Just say you're Hitler, dude. Just say how it is. I mean, we all know you're Hitler, so just say it is. Say you are. Say you are. It's like, dude, Jesus Christ. It doesn't have to be like that. Like, it's not, you can agree with most things and not agree with one thing. But then they do that, and they alienate people. You know, oh my God, I can't believe our voters are out. This is dog shit, man. Man, suck my balls. Suck my balls. Anyway, that was my comment.
On May 26th, 2025.
That was my comment today. Anything else?
Today is between these far-left fascists, led by Harris and her group. We have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's got to explain this one. There's a radical left Marxist.
On the right side based off of all these brain-dead gotcha politics. Rooting for one side or the other and not the country as a whole is literally what makes you radicalized.
What was the beginning of that?
Of all these
Socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that.
Chat trying to act like they're on the right side based off all these branded gotcha politics. Rooting for one side or the other and not the country as a whole is literally what makes you radicalized. Again, this is a prisoner's dilemma thing. You can't root for the country as a whole when the other side is rooting for good versus evil and they're trying to eradicate your political movement, right? When they're kicking out candidates from presidential elections based on some bullshit, like with Gore, when they're stealing Supreme Court picks from you for bullshit reasons, like this is not, you're not on the same team at this point. Like the Republicans, they don't even do anything in Congress anymore. Well, that's not true. I'm sorry. That's not fair. They do constant investigations of any perceived Democrat enemy that they have, I guess.
Somebody's got to explain this one. There's a radical left Marxist.
On the right side based off of all these brain-dead gotcha politics. Rooting for one side or the other and not the country as a whole is literally what makes you radicalized.
I gotta be honest with you.
Trump.
It is irrelevant. What fuck, bro? I'm not on the left or on the right, dude. Bro, I'm on the circle.
Like notice, and I said this before. Do you remember when I said this before? When you ask somebody, "Hey, how do you feel about the election?" and they're like, you know, whatever, 50-50, whatever. If you ask somebody if you had to vote for somebody, who would you vote? Every single person that answers like that always says Trump. Nobody's like, I don't really know. I'm kind of in the middle. It's like, oh, who'd you vote for? Probably Kamala, I guess. Nobody is ever like, they're like, I guess Trump. You know, Trump. Right? Like this guy will say, I'm in the center. I'm center left even, and he's repeating every single. They have him programmed. He doesn't even realize this program. He's repeating every single MAGA talking point, basically verbatim, without realizing it.
Bro, I am the square. It's like the different. I don't even work in the same system that you do. I don't give a fuck what it is.
You were a glass
and I can still tell you.
Shut up, lil buddy. Vote for.
I'm not on the spectrum. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Yo. What was I saying? You can still call out radical arguments and radical talking points. It is under
the
my
problem is that a portion.
Hold on. It is my understanding of the. It is in my worldviews, and so you can say I'm wrong all you want to. Okay. When you make this fucking Mangian dumb fuck a hero, you are by.
Everybody did that because young people online, especially, are fucking retarded. But everybody was cheering on this fucking Luigi dude. Like, do you remember Ben Shapiro's comment section? Maybe there was some right-wing media where it didn't look like this. I don't know if the politicians on either side or the media people on either side celebrated it. But the audiences, I feel like on both sides, I feel like everybody online loved this. Fuck. Somebody show me the stats on this. It's got 307,000 views and 7,000 thumbs up, so I feel like it's probably got a lot of thumbs down. Murder is bad regardless of how upset you are at healthcare. What an easy way to only care about one multimillionaire getting shot while showing zero concern to all the people in the comments who say their loved ones died to men like him. We're sick of poor people dying. Ben, you don't seem to care. CEO of a legal company. Slave owners were also running a company legally. Legality does not define morality. Like, were there right-wing audiences that weren't like this? I feel like everybody online. It's 7K/24K.
Default radical. It's my worldview. You're not gonna change it. You're gonna change it. It's what it is. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Like, does he think? I think if you ask XQC say, I think that it was only people on the left that were celebrating it. It might have been more people on the left than the right, maybe. Although I don't even know with how much the right fucking hates healthcare and vaccines and pharmaceuticals and everything right now. I'm not even sure. I don't know.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a shit. That's my worldview. And it's gonna be hard for you to change that mindset. Oh, who is he? Well, defend it. Well, I don't know. I don't know the context. This guy puts a quote and then puts a thing, and I don't know what it means. This is always bad. This is always bad. This is dog shit. It's always bad. It's always irresponsible. The problem with Trump is that he does this shit where he makes his fucking code words into his shit, knowing what it is.
Sitting on a ticking time bomb. Markets are at all-time highs, but history shows, you know what comes now, and where he got the information from.
Wait, that was an AI, right? This is an AI ad read? How long ago was this? 3 months ago? Hold on.
If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you are sitting on a ticking time bomb. Markets are at all-time highs, but history shows, you know what comes next. Volatility and increased risk. A 10% allocation to gold and silver can help hedge uncertainty and protect your wealth. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to hedge your portfolio with institutional-grade gold and silver. Right now, every qualified investment will receive a free 10-ounce gold coin and protect your portfolio today. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Okay, so a terrible thing happened last night. Awful. And last night, Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lachinsky, a young couple who were Messianic Jews, so they're Jews who gave...
How many people did the CEO of United Healthcare kill by denying them medical treatment? It's been confirmed that more than 80% of those denied were actually eligible. Luigi is a hero for everyone. Just check social media. People feeling hopeless will act out, right or wrong. Everyone can keep worshiping the billionaires in the comments, but that doesn't mean they'll care about you. Were there any right-leaning audiences that were anti-Luigi online? I feel like online, everybody's just fucking insane. It might have been more on the left, maybe, but I feel like on the right, they still were too online, but...
What it does, what it intends, he knows he's doing this shit. He knows he's doing it. It is fucking irresponsible. It's vile, dude. And then he says, this is dog shit. It's always bad. It's always irresponsible. The problem with Trump is that he does this shit where he makes his fucking code words into his shit, knowing what it does, what it intends. He knows he's doing this shit. He knows he's doing it. It is fucking irresponsible. It's vile, dude. And then he says, but these guys are doing that. They are both equally incorrect.
American politics today is between these far-left fascists led by Harris and her group. We have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's got to explain this one. There's a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist.
Interesting. Stop getting rage baited in. Don't criticize anybody. Move on. I can criticize though. I think it's unfortunate that it's like that. But you need to know like politics.
Because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of.
Wait, what is this?
First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up in this cultural moment, and I'd do it all over again. Second, do not let this violence divide us further. The enemy wants chaos, fear, and retaliation. Don't give it to them. Instead, double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. Third, remember this. America is worth it. Free speech is worth it. Fighting for the unborn, for families, for sanity in a culture gone mad, it is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy, do it with strength, and never ever let evil think it won. First,
please don't do this with me, guys. I hate you all.
Of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed.
Some?
How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right, oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see.
See, this is also a problem. You know, also is a problem. This tweet is a problem. This guy, this guy can do this shit. Right, left. These guys don't do this shit. They don't tweet better. This tweet is shit. Fox News, the head of this country, Trump, I couldn't care less. That is not the content. That is absolutely a complete
He doesn't even know what he was going to say. He doesn't even know what the statement is. Like, if you reapply it to what XXC is saying, okay, he says, I know I'd get in trouble with this, but I couldn't care less. And then what's he going to say that he doesn't care if he'll get in trouble with? Why would you just let him finish it? Whatever.
What was it?
I'm sure he'll find the video after this.
What? He doesn't say he doesn't care less.
Trouble, but I couldn't care less.
He says, I couldn't care less that this will land me in trouble. No, I couldn't care less.
Yeah, but what does he say would land him in trouble?
About fixing the country. Like, this is complete misconstruing the events and just for getting likes and mixing fucking up the temperature. It's shit. It's trash.
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. And with
still radical. It's wrong. That is still radical. Once you start doing this shit, where, well, this is a radical because this is a radical because that. At that point, you're allowing and you're greenlighting radicalization.
There's the cuck comments.
As common day thing. It's not. I don't give a fuck.
The funny thing is that if you watch this, the guy who cut this wasn't even trying to mislead you. He just misheard it as well. Because if he was trying to mislead you, he would cut the statement off right after Trump says, I couldn't care less. He would just cut it off there instead of allowing it to play for 3 more seconds. This guy misheard it as well. I went and watched the original interview, and I also misheard it. But the reason why I misheard it is because it doesn't really contradict what he says afterwards, right? It fits in line. You could theoretically hear it either way, and it fits either way. It's perfectly explanatory. In listening to it got here, I think that Trump probably did mean it, and that, like, I couldn't care less that I'm getting in trouble for saying this. But then he goes on to say that left-wing violence is bad, right-wing violence is justified. So, like, it makes sense technically, but for the wrong reason. But you can tell with the way the guy cut this clip that he wasn't trying to intentionally mislead you, because if he was, he would have just cut it at the end of that statement.
Why you're radical? You are radical. I don't give a shit.
This is also, I'm not sure who this account is. Maybe he's a media guy, but
if you're, oh guys, I'm radical because I am Indian and people hate Indians and now I'm radical. Oh, okay. We were gonna police people that were kind of being radical, and you know what? You're right. This guy, you're right. Not you, not this guy. You're right. Like, no, radical equals bad. And sorry, I don't give a fuck what anybody says about this shit. It's not a topic. It's not even a topic of discussion. Radical equals bad. I don't give a shit. I don't care. That's how I see the world. Next.
Oh, okay, nice.
Most radicals of any side are with the measurements ugly, chopped, loser, poor, bitchless, moneyless, poor, mega chopped, and poor, by the way. All those together. Boom. That's it. That's how I think about it.
Based. Like, he doesn't even care what Trump said in the clip. He found his, like, cuck watching moment, and now he's like, good. Nice, spaced. Okay, stop. Why am I even being shown this? I totally forgot Elon said this. Just a reminder, if you were unfairly treated by your employer due to posting or liking something on this platform, we will fund your legal bill, no limit. Please let us know. Oh my God, class action, please. Destiny, why are not bringing up Kyle Rittenhouse at all? I don't know what that question is supposed to mean. Do you often say the U.S. best because of cool stuff like the moon landing and mass military, etc.? But how about on grounds that matter on a daily basis, like average buying power and econ/political stability, liberal cultural values? Yeah, we're still the best because I don't even know where you're from. And if you told me, I wouldn't be able to find it on the map because fuck you, bitch.
I mean, it's not like a... I mean, if I had a dispute with DoorDash and Kash Patel was investigating it, would I get the credit? Would I get the DoorDash credit if Kash Patel was tasked with an investigation would I get the DoorDash credit or would I not? I imagine I would not. I imagine if there was a discrepancy on a DoorDash order, the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Kash Patel, would not be able to secure my credit of $11.90. What is this guy doing? I mean, the guy that did this to Charlie's, his parents turned him in. I mean, what could Kash Patel run? This is kind of an interesting question. What organization could Kash Patel run credibly? I don't know. Anyway, Max Blumenthal.
True. We already saw this yesterday, I think. Oh, never mind.
June 14th. And then June 14th, these Minnesota legislatures were knocked out, were killed. Something to do with what's going on locally. They didn't like what Tim Walz was doing, or a former staffer of Tim Walz. Regardless, deranged actions.
As Trump's, daughter-in-law is on screen? Good one. Good one. Good one! Meme break.
Office the longest. Whoever survives in our office the longest wins 2 weeks paid vacation. But if you step outside the office, you're eliminated. Contestants won't have their phones or internet. The kitchen is stocked with food they can win through various challenges, courtesy of Sheetz. Which you better take seriously, because the winner walks away with Cash App tokens, redeemable at the Sheetz canteen for anything from entertainment to better food. The catch? Every few days you'll randomly hear this noise. That means you'll find me right here, ready to dish out your next challenge. Woo!
If I win, I'm going to the Grand Canyon, without a doubt. You don't get 2 weeks all the time, and I think that's pretty much what you need to see it, so I'm hitting the Grand Canyon.
I'm gonna go to Samoa and teach English. No, I actually have no idea. I might go hiking. I don't know.
I will be going to some sort of coastal region to be swimming with sea turtles and hopefully make some sort of a connection with them without damaging any of the reefs, because I know that that's important.
What would I do with the PTO? Sheetz is sponsoring this? Cool. I'd probably go That House from A Christmas Story in Ohio then. I feel like that'd be pretty relaxing.
Yeah, I don't really care about this, but I'm being forced to do it for the unscripted team. So I don't really care about PTO.
I don't know about you, but I really want that PTO.
Yeah, no, same.
So here's what I'm thinking. This should come as no surprise. I've known you the longest. I say we team up. I see you as my number one in this game. Emily, I see you as my number one in this game. I see you as my number one.
What's up? What's up, dude?
Yeah, maybe we should team up in there, huh?
Yeah. Maybe, yeah.
Blonde guys. We gotta stick together in there.
I think I'm gonna ride solo, man.
Hey. What's up? Hey, maybe we should team up in there, huh?
I just heard you say that.
Yeah, I can hear this
He's
too.
right there.
Yeah, you're pretty close to me.
Go, baby.
Come on.
Let's go. All right, contestants, grab a seat, settle in, and get ready to home from work.
By now, you're wondering what those tokens are for. Those are Cash App coins presented by Cash App Pools. With them, you can buy food, water, even entertainment at the Sheetz canteen located at the front office. So, to jumpstart your spending spree, this next challenge is worth 20 coins. How does this challenge work? Great question. Why don't you tell them, future me? Sure thing, past me. Thanks for taping yourself while I got this all set up.
Thanks for pre-taping yourself, too.
No problemo, pal. In order to win this challenge, first, team up into pairs of 2. Then, get your roll of duct tape. From there,
That's right, future me. And hey, let me finish for once. Why I yada? Hey, buddy. She's your girlfriend too. Wait, who's playing? No, the guy's name. The guy taped to the wall. Oh, brother, if you're in charge, they're not gonna last a week.
Was that part of it?
That did not look staged at all.
Okay, all right. All right. All right. Hey, I'm gonna go get some help real quick, all right?
Emily, let's get help. Let's go. Please come.
Oh my God, what the fuck is that?
Wait, he's definitely.
He's going to get help.
said he's gonna fucking
right
help
now. Bye, you guys are out. Bye, bitches. You're out of the game. You're out of the game. Yeah, the game is over for you two. Bye.
I don't know.
Okay, they're out.
I don't know. They're getting
They're
help.
out of the
They're
game.
getting- what do
They're
you
out
mean
of the
they're
game. Jack and Emily are out of the game.
Elise,
That's
a guy
too
is dead.
fucking down.
A guy
Are you
is
kidding me?
dead. The game is fucking over.
Wait, oh my God, yeah, you guys should go help. Wait,
Yeah.
go get help.
Are you fucking insane?
You're the one making the push for it, Willie. Why don't you start it?
We're not going anywhere.
I don't want him.
That's what I thought.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
So we all agree. He never said the game was over.
He
right?
did. The game is.
We're all thinking the same thing.
The game is over.
The game is still
on.
going. Okay, so we keep
I think that the
playing.
game is still on.
All right.
Fine.
Whoa, hey guys, come on.
Realistically,
Hold on
we have
sec.
like a day worth of food.
Willie's
maybe.
got a point. All right.
Fine, then get your tokens then.
Well, no. We agreed that we're a pack now, right? So we should
We did
act.
not
Let's
agree
act
on that.
a pack.
Let's
We're-
act like a pack. Right? I think we should pull the coins together. Not one person should not have all the coins. We should elect that person if there is that person, and I think I would be a good
Oh,
candidate.
shocker! You think it should be you?
Okay,
no
really.
fucking shot.
It doesn't
We're gonna
have
give
to-
you
doesn't
all
have
our
to be
coins.
me. I don't care.
No,
What about
I will
Billy?
keep the
Oh,
coins.
Billy, your best friend.
I'm really weird.
You grew up together.
You guys are the liars.
Our best friend
we
for
do
forever.
not.
Okay, what about Steve?
You're making this
What about
shit.
Steve? Steve Crawford. Does anybody have an alliance with him? No. Do you have any friends in this game? Do you have anybody in your life? No, nothing. So he's perfect. He's perfect. He can't betray us because he has nobody.
If he gets the coins, he has to give them evenly, like every day.
Yeah.
Yes,
he's
don't
just
talk to him like he's a child.
He's
He
just
gets
watching
it.
them.
He understands. Okay, all in favor of Steve.
If he just watches,
As-
This is so dumb. Why does like one
Do we
guy
have-
even have to
Okay,
hold?
that is a majority.
Because we don't have a
Also,
host anymore, Willie.
Liam's over there.
He didn't have the
Yeah,
points.
no,
I'm
he's
assuming-
got a hand
I'm
up.
counting that as a hand.
His
So
hand's
that's
up.
the majority. Everyone
Fine.
agrees. Steve. Steve, you want me to hold on to that for you?
Are you
What the
fucking
fuck?
kidding
What
me?
We
the
just voted
We
on
just
it.
said not
Yeah,
you.
I was
What are you
there.
doing,
I led the
Steve?
vote.
Steve,
I know
why
you
would
did.
you check the
Steve,
coins?
We didn't vote for this. Steve, who do you want to hold this for you?
Oh my God. This
Okay,
is fucking bullshit, man.
Whoa!
Hey, Steve.
Are you kidding me?
Are you okay?
No, I'm not.
Dude, are
You
you
just gave him a
insane?
coin for
I just
punching
gave
Elise.
Steve a coin. You
For punching Elise.
fucking crazy you sound. Steve, did I just give you a coin to hit Elise? No. Looks
Oh
like
my
British.
God.
And he did it again. He does whatever the fuck you want, and then you give him a coin.
Wait. Has anyone even checked if he's actually dead?
Okay, it's a good question actually. Steve, do you mind checking if Strider is dead, please?
Thank you.
Okay.
This is so fucking dumb.
You guys elected him.
Oh my God,
Steve!
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm not standing near this guy.
God.
I thought you said make sure he was dead.
In what
Oh
world
my
did
God.
anyone ask you that?
Ridiculous.
This. You just give him another fucking coin?
No!
Obviously,
For killing a man?
Yes.
Come on.
You gave him a coin for snapping a neck.
Come on, I'll be in my room.
Your room. What's your room? This is fucked up.
What you got there, Zen Garden? Listen, Steve, you are my number one in this game, okay? You know that, right?
You what?
I want to work with you. I want to team up, okay? I think we make a good
I don't watch any of these shows. I'm assuming this is what the normal reality TV competitive shit is or whatever. Like,
so what do we think, guys?
I loved it. I mean, now that is great TV and even better branding.
So true. I mean, Sheets Cantina, it's genius.
I knew you guys would love it. So for our call to action, I'm thinking this. Thank you to our partner Sheets. Do you want to break free from the ordinary? Stop by Sheets today. Why the Sheets not?
I can't wait for the next episode.
Unlucky for you, we got another cut.
okay. Oh, we got Hawk 2 his take on this. Thank God.
At the end of the day, I really don't care if you like what I have to say or not. Over the last few days, I've saw some of the most outrageous and heinous things that you could possibly see on this app. I don't really give a shit who I offend when I say this, but for some people to get on this app and applaud for another human being being unalive in front of his family like that is fucking sick. You're a sick fucking individual. You didn't have to agree with anything that man said. Not a single thing he said, preached, practiced, anything. But you should have a little bit of sympathy for his wife and his kids that were there with him. Like, and just be fucking respectful. Like, the man literally just passed away, like, 2 or 3 days ago. Like, that's no way to fucking be. And if you didn't like him, you don't have nothing nice to say, don't fucking say nothing at all. Like, oh my God, is it that fucking hard? If you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say a fucking word at all. What you people don't realize, we are more alike than we are different. We all bleed the same fucking color at the end of the day. And that's one of the biggest problems with this fucking country right now. Like, I want to divide so bad. Why? This is supposed to be a time where all of us come together and work together and try to make this country so much better than it is. And it's not gonna get any better unless we do that. If this past week hasn't opened some of y'all's eyes, man, we live in a mean and evil-ass world. We just country could give away something, but...
Oh my God, she took the half sweater off.
It upsets me.
Or the blanket.
Around here and being a hell of a lot nicer. And if you just can't seem to do that, then you have a fucking day you deserve, and the chickens will be...
First, oh, nice. You got unbanned. Good job. Everybody, bro. I'm half expecting them to unban the fucking Charlie assassin. Jesus. Okay. Oh my God. At the grocery store, instead of locking things up, they now have an IQ test to obtain higher value items. I have a 97 IQ, 3%. It took me almost 5 minutes. Based.
Look at the ears, especially on
Script
60
keeper.
seconds, then yeah, popcorn, let's start it off. These two do not look alike. Look at his lip, look at the ears, especially on this guy. Because this guy definitely don't have the same ears as this guy.
Okay.
Tyler Robinson. Wasn't it like 33 hours or 33 on the 33rd day of the third? Yeah. That's who I think it looks like. Ben Shapiro. Look at the lip, look at the ears, and the eyebrows. Yo, that shit is crazy. Too many things don't add up. Just saying. Yeah, it don't add up. Read that. But this don't add up, no matter what y'all try to tell me. I don't care what anybody tells me. These are not the same people. Yeah, Rockefeller educational system, Rothschild banking system. And they got him. They got him. 60 seconds on your popcorn.
Yeah, I think he's looking at the AI upscaled picture. Or maybe it was Ben Shapiro. Exclusive. Fed Governor Cook declared her Atlanta property as vacation home, documents show. Oh, wait, what's this? Wait, hold on. Really? Because this would just mean that, was it Pam Bondi just completely and totally fucking lied to us when she said there was evidence that she committed mortgage fraud, right? That would make sense. Hold on, there must be more to this story. A loan estimate for an Atlanta home purchased by Lisa Cook, the Federal Reserve governor accused of mortgage fraud by the Trump administration. Chelsea Cook declared the property as a vacation home, according to a document reviewed by Reuters. The document, dated May 28th, 2021, was issued to Cook by her credit union in the weeks before she completed the purchase and shows that she had told the lender that the Atlanta property wouldn't be her primary residence. The document appears to counter other documentation that Cook's critics have cited in support of their claims that she committed mortgage fraud by reporting 2 different homes as her primary residence, 2 independent real estate experts said. What did they even release as proof of this? The documents cited by Pulte include standardized federal mortgage paperwork, which stipulates that each loan obtained by Cook for the Atlanta, Michigan properties is meant for a primary residence. What did they say? Let's see. Wait, did we read this? Was this actual evidence or just evidence they say they had? They said they had. Mortgage fraud, such the question says. According to mortgage documents obtained by U.S. federal housing, it appears on an individual, Lisa Donnell Cook, has falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms, potentially committing mortgage fraud under the criminal statute. This has included falsifying residence statuses for an Ann Arbor, Michigan-based residence and an Atlanta, Georgia-based property in order to potentially secure lower interest rates and more favorable loan terms. Would that even be possible? Like, assuming she doesn't have the other house paid off, wouldn't a second mortgage just show up on your credit report? Like, if you were to go to a mortgage, like a bank, and be like, I want to get a mortgage, and they're like, is this your new home or whatever? And you're like, yes. They're like, oh, are you selling the other one? It's like, what other one? Well, we can see on all of your credit reports that you are 4 years into a 30-year fixed mortgage. I was like, no, I'm not. That's not real. This is making a stronger claim, though, not just that she lied about primary residence. It's saying she falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms. I think you should. I wonder if you could sue for defamation on letters like this, because this is like claiming that they had evidence like that. That's a pretty strong public declaration, saying she falsified bank documents and property records. And property records? What, she like printed something off and changed the text and shit? Or... On June 18, 2021, Ms. Cook acquired a loan for a property here and entered into a 15-year mortgage agreement with the University of Michigan Credit Union for $203,000 plus interest. According to the mortgage agreement entered into, she represented to use the property as borrower's principal residence within 60 days of the execution. July 2nd, 2021, Ms. Cook also purchased a condominium in Atlanta's. Like, would these not show up on your credit report? How could you even lie about this and them not find out? See Exhibit B. Oh, they don't have the attached exhibits? It's not public? Also, excuse me. Wait, is this not just like literally a full fucking docs? Am I crazy? Ms. Cook also purchased a condominium in Atlanta's, quote, above the Four Seasons, end quote, building. They give you the name of the building, they censor the name of the street, and then they give you the exact unit and then the city, state, zip code? What the fuck? Seems a little fucked up. Document appears to help Cook's case. The 2 real estate experts who are involved in representing her. That's because it indicates that during the loan application process, she told the lender she didn't use property as a vacation home. The lender, Washington-based bank, fund, staff, Federal Credit Union, didn't respond to a request for comment. And another point that could help Cook's case, she never requested a tax exemption for the Georgia home as a primary residence, according to property records and a Fulton County tax official. Oh, so this is all just bullshit. A separate document reviewed by Reuters related to a federal form completed by Cook as she obtained security clearance for her role at the Federal Reserve shows that in December 2021, she also declared the Atlanta property as a second home. Though unrelated to the mortgage, the declaration of that document, a supplement to a U.S. government national security form known as Standard Form 86 or SF 86 is consistent with the claim that on her Atlanta loan summary. This is a person that they were trying to fabricate. This is fabricated charges, by the way. Was it XQC yesterday? Or who was I arguing with? Or was it Wick? Who was like, when they start trying to make up people or when they make up stuff to go after us legally, that's what this was. Because she sits on the board of governors for the Federal Reserve and they want to kick her out because they don't think she'll lower interest rates. They want to get more like loyalists on the board. So they fabricated, but this will disappear now from the media and it's completely gone. And no one will give a fuck about it. But this is literally just fabricated charges that are now publicly published to apply pressure to a person and now reveal their address. Destiny, it's not about not showing up on a credit report. It's about getting lower interest rates on primary residence loans because primary residence loans are considered less risky. What? If you fill out, if they're going to give you a preferential loan rate based on an incentive from the government or based on whatever the bank's lending policy is, and they're giving you that lower interest rate, they're going to they're going to do a hard credit pull and a credit history pull, and they're going to see that you have another mortgage, and they're going to ask you questions about that. What do you mean? U.S. Federal Housing FHFA alleges in a criminal referral to the Department of Justice. Also, it sounds like it's not. It sounds like they are claiming she was getting like government preferential loans or something as well. It's not a mistake that she got loans 14 days apart. Like, this is an insane statement to put out if you have Atlanta condo, primary residence, Michigan, primary residence, matching signatures. What does this what does this even prove? Borrower. Condo agreement, security instrument, and this doesn't even prove anything. It's just showing you 2 signatures. The fuck is the point? This is wild. Is this really the U.S. Director of Federal Housing? This guy should be impeached and either sued or like held criminally liable for something. But finish the article. The last paragraph is the best one. Amid the controversy, the personal finances of other government officials and their families have also come into question by political or by rival politicians, media, and others. Last week, Reuters reported that Pulte's own father and stepmother had declared 2 homes in 2 different states as their primary residence, prompting a town in Michigan to remove a tax exemption for their home there and charge the couple for back taxes. Nice. Subhuman fuck. Three strikes and you're out. Today, U.S. Federal Housing sent a second criminal referral to the matter of Lisa D. Cook related to a mortgage on a third property and alleged misrepresentations about her properties to the United States government during her time as governor of the Federal Reserve. Oh my God. Is there any evidence for this one? I reiterate the referral here, providing new information concerning a third property and what appears to be false representations on April 7th, 2021, and just 4 months before Cook took out 2 separate loans where she falsely declared 2 separate properties for primary residence. She entered into a 15-year mortgage agreement on a condominium located at whatever, which she represented the property as her second home. However, 8 months after representing to the bank that would be her second home, Cook represented the U.S. government as her first one. She earned $15,000 to $50,000 in rental income declared as an investment such rental property, not a second home. Well, maybe didn't she just buy a home in another place, so she moved out? Why would she lie on half her forms and not on the other ones? Oh my God. Funny how they can also publicize all of, like, this isn't even an investigation. They're just publicizing a criminal referral here, but they can't release any of the Epstein stuff. Really makes you think, doesn't it? That's a thinker. Oh, high school shooter.
Fact is now Bibi and the Israeli.
Consumer prices rose at an annual rate of 2.9%. What? I thought inflation was coming down, though. That's what they all said, no? I don't understand how jobless claims are going up, unemployment is going up, and inflation is going up. This doesn't make any sense because the tariffs are supposed to be helping everything. Huh. Yeah, it must be fake news, I guess. What is this? Oh no.
Cuomo's camp, any response to that? You know, what we can see is a candidate that is desperate to understand why he is so far behind a politics of the future.
Why do you hang out with guys like Hassan Piker? Said some nasty stuff, don't you think?
I'm here to talk about the World Cup.
Oh no. Hassan's having his Fuentes Trump moment. Oh no.
Part of this, a very important part of this segment is the Maha movement.
You've already seen that. Wait, did we watch this clip before?
And RFK Jr. A very important part of this segment is the Maha movement. And RFK Jr. Gets incredible.
Make America healthy.
Yes.
If you merge Maha and MAGA, you have a.
That's how we won.
It's like exactly. It's
That's
like
how we won.
1932. You govern forever.
100%. A very important part of this segment.
Okay, I don't. What am I looking for? Oh, this. Oh, this is the TikTok account of the person's supposed partner. I don't know how much of this has been confirmed yet, or if it's been confirmed yet.
And this is the first time anybody had pulled a stunt like this.
I feel like I saw something like this like 15 or 20 years ago or something.
In April 2024, contractor Kirk Sherman purchased waterfront property along Lake Sheepscot in Palermo. That December, he was faced with a $20,000 fine due to violating the town's lakeshore ordinance.
We actually approached the town before we bought the property about what could be done on it. He stated that we could do a 6-foot meandering path for 100 feet. In the next 200 feet, we could fill in a 1/10 of an acre.
And what we got was a 20 to 12-foot road built with a bulldozer, basically. The area, the 250 feet, is also an area that cleans the water, that different wildlife use and things like that. And you start to compact that soil, you can affect the health of the lake.
A statement from the Maine Department of Environmental Protection, which also had a hand in this case, confirmed Sherman did disrupt wetlands with the construction, but if quickly rectified, would not face any penalty from the department.
Within a day of the notification, we'd hired the people that were supposed to. We'd contacted the DEP. We'd done exactly everything the DEP asked us to do, and the DEP is fine with it. They didn't write a violation or even give a fine.
However, the DEP also confirmed it was up to the municipality if they would like to pursue further disciplinary action.
We can't fine people for shoreline zone violations, but we can enter into an agreement if they agree to pay the fine. Before he signed the consent agreement, we had already established a court date to go to the district court with him, and then the next day he signed it.
I was willing to pay a $10,000 fine and take my responsibility. And I said, if we end up paying any more than that, we're going to pay it in pennies.
True to his word, last Thursday, Sherman dropped off over 12,000 pounds of loose change to the Palermo town office.
While I can't speculate why they did what they did, we find it very unprofessional on their part. And we believe everybody that deals with the town ought to deal with the town in a respectful manner.
I'm paying it, and I just want them to realize that they weren't fair with us. So this is our kind of one fun way of saying, here's your payment, good luck.
Do you have to accept pennies? Is there like a rule, like if it's legal tender, then all bills have to be payable? Or is there like a rule against that, or can you? Not as a business, but no, I'm not sure about the feds.
Will we be gagged any longer, Britain?
Wait, is that the Tommy Robinson loser? Or is it? How is this guy still anything? Ugh.
Will we be gagged any longer, Britain?
Okay. I'll play video games. All right. My brain is shutting off for politics for now. Nickel, key 1 major. Principal, dollar, private bill, soldier, personal, critical, pound, inner wing, sterling, secret. No, baited. I got baited. I know I got baited. Silver wing? Is that a thing? Just please. It's got to be like, right? Like wait, what is a silver dollar? Wait, am I retarded? No, that is a real thing, right? Like the dollar coin. Did I just invent this? A silver nickel? Wait, I don't know if I'm crazy or not. Sterling silver? A silver secret? Is that a silver wing? Okay, hold on. Silver, no, swing, sterling, pound, bill, 1, nickel, dollar. Oh. The last thing, like US dollar, British pound sterling. Won? I thought that was spelled differently. Is that something different? And then the something nickel? There's no way. Ugh, I have no idea. What is this? Bill, wing, soldier, pound. I don't know. I don't care. Get me the fuck out of here. God damn it. Global currencies. Wait, what's the difference between the pound and sterling? British pound sterling? Is that what that stands for? Am I making that up? It's the same? Why would you have two different names for the same currency? There's an Egyptian pound? Oh my god. What the fuck is Buffalo Soldier and Buffalo Nickel? You've never heard the Bob Marley song? No, that guy sounds like a loser. Isn't that the name of a dog? It's kind of crazy that the dad turned in his kid. He must know his kid's, like, there's a decent chance of him getting executed now. It's kind of, that's wild. Okay, you ready? Nope. What is this?
Specifically, what I say.
Why'd you say that shit about Charlie Kirk?
Uh-oh.
What I say what about Charlie Kirk? Specifically, what I say about Charlie Kirk, gang.
He died and you were dissing him on stream.
I didn't diss him. I said
he's an American hero, bro.
Jesus.
Okay. I hated the nigga, so I said I hate the nigga. But
yeah, why'd you say that?
Cause I don't like the nigga, but I said we shouldn't glorify assassinating nigga. Cause if everybody had that thought process, if we could assassinate everybody we hate, shit would go to shit. But I ain't like the nigga still. I ain't hated the nigga, so I said I hated the nigga. Fuck.
All right. But he's no politician. He just spoke his mind. He got assassinated. He's like MLK.
Okay, I see what's going on. I see what's going on here. I'm seeing that y'all niggas recently just found out that the nigga who shot him it's not a black dude. He not trans. He's not Muslim. And he's actually just a regular ass white dude, like, you know what I'm saying? And he was actually raised by like a MAGA family and shit. And y'all realizing that it doesn't fit your narrative, so you're crashing out and y'all don't know who to blame. Y'all just like tweaking right now and shit. So like, yeah, I think that's what's going on right now. Is that what's going on? Or you're trying to rage baby?
You could have just said nothing at all though.
Okay, but I didn't. And what? Now what? You want me
Whatever,
to
bro? Do you believe in systemic racism and all that? Like,
hello, are you okay? Jesus. What a question.
You know, I want to see what you. Yes, I do, nigga. Yes, I do, nigga. Yes, nigga. Yes, I do. Yes.
That makes no sense, bro. Everybody got the same opportunities. Black people got the same opportunity as white people in 2025. If you don't think that's true, I don't know what to tell you at this point.
All right, explain the huge racial disparities in America right now. I'm talking like income, education, housing, all that shit. Explain.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh my god. I would never do this. But you know what would be super dirty? Is like if there was like a whole wave of like leftists or liberals or whatever the fuck else who started challenging right-wingers to debates. And they were like, bro, don't dodge me. Don't dodge my debate. That's not what Charlie would have wanted. Oh no. I'm gonna get killed, bro. It's all over for me, guys. I'm sorry. Just know that I couldn't help myself. I had to shitpost to the end. Welcome to my 100% parry playthrough where I haven't gotten hit a single time by any enemy in this entire game yet. Impressive, I know. Why didn't I do this one? Is there a reason? Am I missing a party member?
I am Speed!
You beat it. Why is he still on the map then? Wait. Wait. Bro, I cannot use this map thing at all. I'm like fucking... I can't do it.
I am Speed!
There should be a guy like right here, right? Or wait, is it this thing? No, what? No, what? Other side, no? Is he? Oh, you're right. Oh, I already killed him. Alright, I think that means I beat him, right? Oh shit, I was watching! I don't remember how to play this game at all. What was it? What were our abilities?
Here's your card.
That's like a ground. Or wait, is he a flying guy? I forgot. Oh, he's not. Oops. Are we really at 60% volume? Okay, what am I doing? Jesus. Okay, north. We need to go up here? We do. Over there, northwest. Wait, did I already go up there? I just talked. Oh my god. Yes. The icons with no names. That's these things.
Oh, this looks like fun.
There are FPS drops every 5 seconds. Wait, is there actually?
Yeli saraki poto. Miva. Tanko kikoba o tanko. Aromo tasu foserito kul. Kivi govi. Ami.
Android failing. Wait, do you think there's something behind that rock? Okay. Just making sure. Wait, mate. Hello? Holy shit, it really is a Souls-like. Why do I feel like that wasn't physically correct? Should I have continued flying forward? Whatever. Okay. Yes! Is this actually timed?
Tankoto viva.
Paste. I feel like it's just complete luck when I jump. I don't. Okay. Oh my god! You don't go flying forward. You just have to jump straight off. Okay. Don't jump. If I were a 2-year-old human, at what age would I go maj? What is it? Just is it 33 minus 2 divided by 2 or something? Fuck, I don't know. Or no, or the average? No. Yeah, it would be like 17, right? Oh, okay. Oh my god, are there more obstacle courses? Christ. You just jump from here?
Boy.
Yeah, that's right, bitch. This feels a bit out of place for this game, no? Bro, every JRPG is like this. It'll be like my entire family just died and there's like the king bad guy is raping like all of the civilization and all the children and women in front of you. Like, do you want to stop him now? And it's like, no, I need to go collect like the rare trading card from the neighboring village and then participate in the mini game tournament drinking game. Like, stop! I don't want to talk to you!
Well, that will help.
Nope, because I'm never using them. Am I blind? I can't see them. Where are they? Where's the guy? I know he's here. I should be right on top of him. I did the same shit. I could never find the merchant. What did Destiny think of the shooter's trans partner? I don't think any of that has been confirmed yet. I don't think we have any idea. Maybe we'll know more tomorrow. Okay. I'm pretty sure those aren't merchants you're seeing on the map. What are they? Those things? That's the icon for the area. It's the Lost Kids? Why would... do they show up at night or something, or what? Destiny still denying the trans partner is absolutely diabolical and pure dissonance given that he has been running damage control for the past 2 days. I haven't ran damage control at all. If anything, I could be doing victory laps around you retarded fucks. You're dumber than than Charlie Kirk after his brains leaked out of his fucking ear, you retard. You guys were saying that the shooter was gonna be trans. You thought he was gonna be ex-military. You thought he was gonna be fucking Israeli hired. Conservatives have been wrong calling every single fucking part of this. And you are acting like we're playing defense? You're actually fucking retarded. End of video game. North. What's this a thing? Can I interact with that or no? No. Do I go in here? Yellow harvest. I'm doing it. Fuck that, who cares? You can do this if you want. It's sides. Oh my god! Oh, I thought they were alive. Fuck. This guy didn't leave a fucking journal behind or anything? Hello? How am I supposed to know what happened to him? Whatever.
Wow. That Nevron is the size of a mountain.
That's what she said.
Is it eating the mountain?
Oh, secret? No. No! Sorry. I mean, that's kind of hostile. Eating mountains, no? Shut up! My expeditioners! I don't know what happened to them. Oh my god. Look at how meditating this guy is. Okay, I need to stop running in fucking corners. God damn, are you guys okay? Just kidding. I'll never stop running into random corners. Oh my god, secret, 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 secret. Secret! Nope. Wait. Nope. What up, bitch? Oh my god, is that a weak point in their head? Nope. That guy got rocked. Wait. No. No. Wait. This one looks okay. Maybe?
No more tricks.
Got him. Wait. Wow.
Brace yourselves.
No! I was ready! What? Why did the guy one-shot me?
Here's your card.
Okay. Oh! Oh! New weapon! Oh! Nope, not for you. Nope, not for you. No. Wait. Oh no, for you. Does it at least look cool? Ugh. Not at all. These guys are immune to Earth? Is that true? Immune or just like resisting? Will it do literally 0 damage? They resist it. Okay, well, I don't care. I fight through resistance. I don't give a fuck. It will heal them. Really? How much does this heal them? Why would my gun heal them?
I see you now. A storm is coming.
No! No! Oh, she's just dead. Oh, that's okay.
I'm ready.
You're fine. What? Okay. Well, this is awkward. Nah, it's all good. They'll burn. They'll burn. We're Gucci. How do I stop? All planned. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and temporarily give you the other guy. Listen, I heard someone earlier today compare Charlie Kirk to Joseph Goebbels. How much of a stretch do you think that is? I feel like the one dude fits that better, the Stephen Miller guy. Charlie Kirk is like, this is all bad because all these guys play into it. But Charlie Kirk, I would like characterize as being like an opportunist, and that he would go along with whatever the administration says because he's because he just wants to be part of the right wing or whatever. But like, I would say Charlie Kirk is infinitely more principally guided if he was like leading the movement than like Stephen Miller, who's fucking crazy. Like, it's not even close. Stephen Miller is like fucking evil. Charlie Kirk is like it's like evil by extension, like an opportunist basically.
Eyes don't lie. A storm is coming.
Heads up, Sia.
No! Oh my god, just die. Now I forgot where I came from. Great. Oh my god, I came from here. Did you see it? Did you see the purple? I saw the purple. There it is. Holy shit. That's the key. That's the late stage, late game item. Once we get that purple, it's fucking over. What are we linking? Stephen Miller tweet. Jesus, this guy's crazy. We get it. Wait, what do you guys... Oh. Jesus Christ. I've already been here, right? Right. This way. That AI picture of Charlie sitting next to the killed Ukrainian American woman. It's fucking unhinged. Oh my god, it's time. Oh my god, my purple. Where is it? Nope. Okay, just checking. Up here? Nope. Okay, just checking. What was that noise? Wait, did that noise mean anything? Oh! Enemy fallen? Oh. Mark, 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 watch. Boom! Nope. Boom! Nope.
Will die? So be it. Romance flowing. Not today.
No! Oh my god. Just kidding. Planned. Let's go. Easy. Easy. Finally.
Overflowing with energy.
Hell. Very high fire damage that applies 5 burn per hit to all enemies. Oh my god.
Feel the embrace of fire.
Not even that impressive. Okay. It's crazy who will rat someone out for 100k. First of all, 100k is a lot of money. Secondly, I don't think the father even accepted the payout.
Advantage.
Oh my god. Purple. I will say he should have like taken the 100k and donated it or something, right? That's what he should have done if he was truly moral.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, Chroma. Oh my god. Lay expedition marker. XD, 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 XD. That's where I came from, right? Okay. Highlighting damage to all enemies. Why is the main character's skill so good? They're all support. Okay, you got. What? Why is our character higher in level than Gustav? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I needed a level 4 attack model. Supposed to put the ones in weapon stats? No, I just need speed and power. Oh, I guess for Mael I can, since that's supposed to be her best weapon, so I could just do that for her, actually. Unironically. Bah. Bah. Oh, look. Another easy fucking enemy. They're all easy. Flyer! Can we not? Good enough. Okay. I guess she just dies every round. Whatever.
Let the ink flow.
What? The fire? Whatever, I don't care. Bob.
Get ready.
Dodge! What? Am I supposed to shoot his pots? Does it matter? Fuck you.
Take him down.
Careful now.
You're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Easy. Oh my god. New fucking weapon, finally. I don't care about my people are dead. Doesn't matter. Did you add United Health to your meme stock picks? Did I add it? Excuse me, we're pumping it right now. DGG are market movers. We got in at the bottom and we saved it. The DGG hedge fund, making big plays. Nope. Oh my god. Nope. Good one.
Here's your card. Not today.
Easy, easy, easy time.
A storm is coming.
Please die. Oh my god. I'll get up there. We'll figure it out. Wait, will I? Oh my god. Okay, good one. Good one. Oh my god. Oh. Too late.
Nicholas, Expedition 44. The idea was you'd only have to fool the first one. Then Jules can wear its carcass to trap the next, and so on. Until we all have proper cover. But disguising ourselves as never...
Do not disguise yourself as Neverons. Got it.
Time to take risks. No margin for
I love you
error.
too, Matt. Oh, I forgot he dodges everything. Like a loser.
It's up, Sia.
We got it this time. No!
Let's push forward.
Oh my god. That's gonna... The thing won't even hit, right? Nope. Shoots pots. Okay. Good. Ball plan.
Okay.
Ah! No!
Okay.
I'm dead. Ah! Okay. Please, bird. I mean, Mark. Whatever. I hate this character. She sucks.
Let's push forward.
Ugh, fuck you.
Look out.
Come on.
So be it.
Wait. That's not even a. I don't even know. Go on.
Time to take risks. I saw your future.
Take him down.
Careful now, Gustav.
Not this time, motherfucker. Oh my god!
If I die, so be it.
Wow, Diego, thanks. Oh my god.
If I die, so be it. That hurts.
Get ready.
No! Wait, is this one significantly stronger? Or what? I feel like it's taking a long time to build up the dumb meter. I just want to fight with mail anyway. My queen. I don't know if I... Oh my god, it's gonna take forever.
hit big. Not giving up.
No! You couldn't break anyway. I don't need break. He'll die eventually.
Look out! If I die, so be it. Let the ink flow.
Okay.
Feel the burn. Here we go. Here's your card.
There's like... Okay, whatever.
For those who come off,
No margin for error. Feel the burn. Lunez, attention.
I don't care. Don't need her.
Ready.
I don't even. Does it matter?
I die. So be it.
Wow, so edgy.
for those who come after.
Not today. Swiftly now. Look out!
Wait, is 10 foretell the... No! Oh my god! The highest amount you can put on somebody.
I saw your future.
Wait, she can break. I just need her to break, and then Mael can come in and win.
Ready.
Like, do you think if I can break... Like, is it high enough? Will it? Oh my god, it did. Jeez, okay.
Here we go.
Okay, so they have no foretell on them. So I want to max... Bro, this sucks. I hate this character.
If I die, so be it.
So be it. If I I don't know, that's what I wanted, because I want to put in my real damage dealer. That's who I need. Now! We can end this fight. Hell yes! Oh, I know what we need. We need a... No. We need a... Nope. There, that's what we need. Yes! That's what I'm looking for. Hell yeah.
Time to hit big.
Oh, who's burning still? You are. Later, bitch! That's my queen. Let's... Is that noise supposed to be happening? Am I... Whatever. There was an item? Wait, did I miss an item? Good troll. god. Wait, I feel like I definitely missed areas or something. Maybe, maybe not. What the fuck?
Julian, 59er. Disgusting. Laura's an idiot. I can't believe she convinced everyone to eat the Nevron. They've been puking for the past few hours. Great. Well, we can't move on with so many people sick. I told her it was a bad idea. Hopefully they'll feel better with some mushroom broth to settle their stomachs. Julian.
Wow, the mushrooms are poisonous, guys. I feel like when you find the journals, I feel like it's kind of slapstick comedy-ish, but it's kind of also a serious game. I don't know. Am I supposed to be able to do something here? Not yet. Wait, do I advance or should I go back and try to find more stuff? I feel like I missed stuff. I can't tell if this is like how I advance the... Oh, what? Cinema time.
Ready to evade. Look out! Take your shot.
Don't care. She's all I need. Okay. Wait. Oh, wait. Wait a second.
Strike! Finesse and grace. On fire. The dance begins. Precise strike. big.
Where are my marks? Thank you. No!
Careful now, Gustav. Well, well.
For those who come after.
Get ready. I'll do it. Let's gamble.
Uh-oh. Wait, I'll read that after.
Here's your card.
No! Braha! What?
On me. Let's spill some ink.
Okay.
I'm ready. Let's dance. On fire. Okay.
Jesus. Why is she... I don't even know sometimes. Fuck! Me.
Okay.
20% mark chance, by the way. By the way.
Strike. Okay. I'm ready.
Please. Fuck you.
lay the trail.
We do. Wait. Oh. Ugh. Okay, what the fuck are people linking? Is this real? Shooting at Louisiana State University Law Center. Oh. What is this? After Kirk's killing, suspect joked that his doppelganger did it. Before he was arrested on suspicion of carrying out the assassination, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson sent friends messages showing that he was closely following news about the killing. The day after Charlie Kirk was killed, an acquaintance of Tyler Robinson's posed a question to him in a group chat. The FBI just released two grainy surveillance images of a skinny young man in a cap and sunglasses walking on a stairwell on the Utah Valley University campus, and had asked for the public's help in identifying the suspect. Tagging Mr. Robinson's username on Discord, a messaging platform, the acquaintance attached the images and wrote, "Where you at?" with a skull emoji. Oh, God. Suggesting that Mr. Robinson, 22, looked like the man being sought. Mr. Robinson replied within a minute. His doppelganger, he wrote, was trying to get me in trouble. Tyler killed Charlie, another user wrote, apparently in jest. That was on Thursday afternoon around 1 p.m. local time. It was not until later that night, nearly 34 hours after the shooting, that Mr. Robinson was arrested on suspicion of carrying out the assassination of Mr. Kirk. The Discord messages were the clearest glimpse yet of the suspect's demeanor in the hours after the killing. They were shared with the New York Times by someone who knew Mr. Robinson in high school and has kept up with him in the group chat, not the group chat, which includes about 20 people. That means it was a Discord server. But said he had not seen Mr. Robinson in person for several years. He spoke on the condition that his name not be used, fearing harassment for being an acquaintance of the suspect. Does the Times have like internet savvy people going through this Discord? I feel like you could find the ideology so fast if you just knew if you knew what you were actually reading or looking for. Discord declined to confirm Mr. Robinson's username, but it matches several other accounts that he used elsewhere online. The suspect is expected to be formally charged by local prosecutors on Tuesday. The messages do not shed light on a possible motivation for the shooting, which has been fiercely debated by people trying to ascribe blame to a political side. A police officer wrote in an affidavit that Mr. Robinson recently discussed. After Mr. Robinson joked that the gunman was his look-alike, another user suggested that the group could turn Mr. Robinson in and get the $100K reward that the FBI was offering. Only if I get a cut, he responded. Whatever you do, don't go to McDonald's anytime soon. Kind of crazy how they're just like memeing after killing somebody. Jesus. Mr. Robinson agreed and offered a supposed joke of his own writing. Better also get rid of this manifesto and exact copy rifle I have lying around. When another user suggested that the killing of Mr. Kirk would lead President Trump to send the National Guard to Utah, the suspect replied, "In a red state? Nah, clearly the shooter was from California." Around that time, several news outlets reported that ammunition found near a rifle at the scene included engravings referencing transgender ideology. Before the exact phrasing of the engravings was publicly known, the suspect sent messages that suggested he was closely following the news. I heard the ammo had something about trans stuff on it, but they aren't releasing photos or exact quotes, he wrote. He added, and also the claim wasn't backed by the official FBI, just some dude in the briefing room. Jesus. Another in the group chat said, I truly cannot distinguish if this is for real. Damn. What is this? Debunking the biggest lies told about Charlie Kirk. 50-55, leaving the left.
I don't.
So far, I've seen videos of just the left being pro-unaliving political opponents. Whether that be Trump, J.D. Vance, people celebrating what happened to Charlie Kirk today. It's just disgusting behavior. The fact that I have been a part of the left for 7 years, I never thought we'd get to the point where I would have to look at my own party and be like, oh, hold on, I can't support you anymore. Because everything that you are doing right now is against your political viewpoints and your values and beliefs. To sit here and promote gun violence against your opponents is wrong. And it arguably makes you worse than the other side because you're basically saying these people deserve to be
Oh, they're actually worse than the other side. True.
Live because our political beliefs are more important and should stand and should have more value than human life. Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't sit right with me at all.
And I'm going to make a separate video on this, outlining all the people who are leaving the left after this event and have waken up and the things they're going through and experience. I'll be having another video documenting that. But this is so important that it's happening because you don't see this on the right. Are there fringes? For sure. But this topical, this mainstream, like on college campuses, on every campus, handing out flyers, again, I'm glad he's dead. I don't understand it. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me sick. It's been a very interesting last few days. It really has. But I know how my journey online got started. I know all the events that I've gone to and been invited to. I know the conversations that I've had with Charlie. And I know that all this did was push me to be even louder and make more content and know that I'm on the right path. And I hope.
Good one. Okay. I'll be careful. Stay safe. We're Brandon Kevin Channel.